Nobody's Girl, a Billionaire Romance Novel Audiobook. The Sons of Sin, Book 4. By Michelle Love.
Blurb.
I was left by everyone. My mom, my dad, and my stepfather. He promises he will never leave me, and God help me, I believe him. Ivo Zaka. My husband, he's gorgeous. That's not the right word. He's beautiful, in every way. His face, his body, his mind, his kindness. Nobody that beautiful should be that sweet. He thinks I married him for convenience, to get away from my stepfather. I'll let him think that, because then maybe it won't be so painful for him when they tear me away from him when they come for me. I'll never let you know, Ivo, how happy you have made me, how much I love you, because fairy tales always end.
Chapter 1. New York City.
Clemence Broku looked at the man who, until a few moments ago, had been her fiancé. You can't mean it, Ivo. Her distress was apparent, and Ivo Zaka, his green eyes full of sorrow, reached for her hand. Clemence, you cannot be surprised by this. We have been growing apart for months, if not longer. We barely see each other. Clemence snatched her hand away and got up, pacing the floor of her New York apartment. Ivo watched her. His expression was one of concern. She stopped and gazed at him. Ivo Zaka. One of the most gloriously handsome men on the planet. He was a successful art dealer and son of 2 movie stars. His dark curls and green eyes made him a target for every gold digger in the circles they spent their time in. Clemence had always prided herself on not being like them. She genuinely loved Ivo and had seen beyond the sheen to the man beneath, a man who loved his job but not the social aspect that went with it. When he had to attend openings and parties, she had been by his side, ever ready to take up the conversation when she knew Ivo struggled with his shyness. Her field, biochemistry, was on the opposite spectrum to the art world, but she was adept at schmoozing, whereas Ivo loathed it. She was his perfect foil. And now he was telling her it was over. Don't think it's because I don't love you, Clemence, he said quietly now. That's not the case. It's just, I don't think either of us is in love with the other, and in that case, I don't see the point. Clemence sat down heavily in her chair. She had to hand it to him. He didn't arrange a public dinner where she would be unable to scream or shout at him. He asked her to meet her at her apartment where she could cuss him out or punch him Except Clemence didn't do either. Because Ivo was right, they weren't in love anymore. She sighed, rubbing her eyes, and then looked up to see the pain in his. Can we still be friends? He asked softly, and Clemence didn't know how to answer him. Maybe, she started to cry softly, maybe one day, Ivo? But not yet. He got up and came to her, and she went into his arms for one last time. I'm sorry, Clemence. It's okay, she sniffed, it's okay. You're right. It just hurts at the moment. He tilted her chin up so she could see the honesty in his eyes. For me too, Clemence. You are my best friend. She nodded, then pulled away from him. Best you go now, Ivo. Can I call you? She hesitated, then shook her head. No. I think it's best if we make a clean break for now. Ivo nodded, his whole body slumping with sadness. For a second she wished he would look relieved or happy, just so she could hate him for doing this, but she couldn't. She walked him to the door, but before he went he kissed her forehead. Love you, Clemence. I love you too, Ivo. But it isn't enough, is it? It was only after Ivo had gone that she finally burst into tears. Westchester, New York State. Sophia felt as if her heart had been ripped from her chest as she stood at the front of the congregation. She couldn't take her eyes off her mother's casket. Devaki, 56 years old, beautiful, kind, funny, dead from a brain aneurysm. So swift, so sudden. So final. Her stepbrother Jonas put his hand on Sophia's shoulder, and she was glad of the comfort. Her stepfather Fergus stared straight ahead of him, not looking at her. He was holding his daughter Tamara's hand. He didn't glance at Sophia at all, didn't comfort her, nothing. Sophia couldn't understand what the hell had been going on since her mother's death a week ago. Since her mother had married Fergus when Sophia was 9, Fergus had been her father, no questions. He had been loving, fun, caring, and protective. He even personally helped Sophia move into her college dorm room. Not many billionaire patriarchs did that. Whenever she visited home, he would be the second person after her mother to wrap her in a bear hug. "Welcome home, pumpkin," he would say, then pick her up and twirl her. Sophia stood at only 5 feet 2 compared to her tall step-siblings. Tamara was the only dark spot. She had hated Sophia, the beautiful half-Indian, half-American girl on sight. Sophia was the warm counterpoint to Tamara's own icy blonde good looks. They had avoided each other mostly, but at family gatherings, Tamara could never resist getting a few digs in. Sophia knew better than to complain about Tamara. Her brother Jones more than made up for it. Jonas, a tall and thin, shaggy-looking teacher, was kind and generous, and he and Sophia were closer than if they had been related. Neither of them cared about Fergus's great wealth, unlike Tamara. When Sophia had graduated from college, Jonas was her biggest cheerleader. Now though, Sophia felt something shifting in her family. Tamara kept shooting her triumphant looks, which, although she tried to ignore, Sophia felt like pounding the blonde's face into the ground. Is she actually celebrating Mom's death? It wouldn't surprise Sophia. Her mother and Tamara had fought constantly, even though Devaki swore to the young woman that she had no intention of replacing Tamara's mother, Judy. Judy had died from a fall when Tamara was 15, and when Devaki married Fergus 3 years later, Tamara had been beside herself. She didn't speak to any of them for another 3 years, and it was only through Jonas's gentle peacemaking that she returned to the family at the age of 22. 8 years later, Sophia sensed that Tamara would do anything to become her father's number one girl again. Sophia closed her eyes as the pallbearers took her mother's casket out of the church. She let Jonas take her arm and lead her out, and she watched her mother being lowered into the ground. Another insult. Tamara had flown into a rage when Fergus had told her Devaki would be buried in the Rutland mausoleum. His daughter's fury had made him back down, and Devaki was being buried just outside of it. The hell with you, Tamara. Screw you for being this petty. Sophia opened her eyes to see Tamara staring back at her. Her mouth hitched up in a grin on one side, and Sophia lost it. She lunged at Tamara, screaming, kicking, punching, until Tamara toppled backward into an open grave. She screamed as Jonas and Fergus pulled Sophia away, and other shocked mourners helped Tamara out. Fergus wrestled a still raging Sophia to his car. "Get in," he said, his voice like ice, and Jonas locked his arms around Sophia and gently steered her into the backseat. "Jonas, go back to the others. Tell them I'll meet them at home. I'm going to take Sophia back, and I'll meet you there. Son, give me a head start of 15 minutes. Jonas hesitated, looking at Sophia, who was sobbing, but Fergus shook his head. "Go. Now." Jonas reluctantly left them alone, and Fergus started the car, driving in silence back to the Rutland mansion. Once there, he took Sophia's arm and steered her into his study. He poured them both a large shot of whiskey, but didn't ask her to sit down. Sophia wiped her eyes. "Dad, No." He interrupted her with a sharp motion of his hand. "I'm speaking now." He still had not looked her in the eye. He walked to his desk and picked up an envelope. "In here is your mother's estate, everything she brought into the marriage. It's yours. Your stuff has been packed and is waiting for you in one of the limousines. Davide will drive you into New York City. From there, it is entirely up to you where you go, but let me be absolutely clear. You are not welcome here. You are no longer a part of this family, Sophia. I do not wish to see or talk to you ever again, do you understand me?" Sophia did not understand him. "What?" Fergus finally looked at her in the eye. "Your mother is dead. I no longer have to tolerate your presence." "Tolerate? What are you talking about? Dad?" Mr. Rutland, to you. Now leave this house and never come back. Sophia stared at him in abject horror. Where was the man who used to swing her around? Where was the man who called her pumpkin and helped her hang her art up his study walls? What the hell was going on? There was a knock at the door, and Davide, one of Fergus's chauffeurs, came in. He looked uncomfortable. Mr. Rutland, everything is ready. Fine. Miss Amory is ready to go. Sophia gaped at Fergus, the envelope limp in her hand. For a moment she wanted to throw herself on Fergus, hug him, but instead, she turned and walked out with Davide. The limousine was stuffed with her things. Davide had tears in his eyes, but he remained silent as he helped her into the front seat. The journey into New York was a silent one, but when they reached Grand Central Station, Sophia turned to him. Davide, what the hell happened? Why is Dad being like this? Davide shook his head. I don't know, Miss Sophia. We didn't know anything was happening until just before you all left for the funeral. Sophia wanted to ask him many questions, but knew she might get him into trouble. She tried to smile at him. Thank you for everything you did for me and Mom, she said in a voice that broke, and without another word she got out of the car. Davide helped her drag her cases from the trunk. She could feel by the weight of them all her books, her art materials, her clothes, everything was squeezed into them. Her whole life. In a large backpack she found all her papers, including her birth certificate and her passport. Davide helped her pull her bags down to the seating area, and then Davide gave her a piece of paper. A friend. She has a spare room. She lives in Philadelphia, but there's a train later. She's expecting you. Sophia hugged him. Thank you, Davide. And then he was gone. Sophia sunk onto one of the benches in the huge hall and let out a shaky breath. What now? She pulled out the envelope Fergus had given her and opened it. Inside, $1,000 in cash, her mother's favorite necklace, a gift from Sophia when she was small. Sophia turned it over and over in her hand. She knew it wasn't worth anything. It was only silver-plated, but her mother had worn it every day until she died. The little charm was of the Eiffel Tower. Her mother had loved Paris, and Fergus had taken them all when Sophia was 10. She'd spent all of her chore money on the necklace. She fastened it around her neck now. They can't take you away from me, Mom, not ever. Sophia looked at the address, in Philadelphia. At least she could be sure of a warm, safe bed and a hot meal tonight, if she took the train. She twisted the little metal Eiffel Tower in between her fingers, deep in thought, then suddenly, not caring who was watching, opened both suitcases, dumping the contents of her backpack into one of them. She gathered all her clean underwear, 2 pairs of jeans, and a selection of no-iron shirts and stuffed them into her backpack. Her art supplies, her beloved Sennelier watercolors, were next, followed by a couple of her favorite paperbacks and all her personal papers. She dumped the suitcases, opened so the security wouldn't think they were suspicious, and went to the ATM, drawing out as much cash from her account as she could. It gave her another few $100. She went to the restrooms and put on as many clothes as she could comfortably walk in, her best sneakers on her feet. The rest of her clothes she put on a bench for anyone to take, along with the rest of her treasured books. She hated to let them go, but she couldn't care about that at the time. She went to one of the little drugstores and bought toothbrushes, toothpaste, deodorant, shower gel, and shampoo, shoving them deep into the backpack's outer pocket. Finally, tucking her passport into her jeans pocket, she made her way out of the station and towards the bus depot. There she bought a one-way ticket to JFK. She wasn't going to Philadelphia. If the Rutland family wanted rid of her, so be it. She was going to Paris.
Chapter 2. Los Angeles, California. 6 months later.
Winter in California is no different from summer, Ivo Zacca thought, as he drove up to the gate of his father's house in the Hollywood Hills. Too damn hot. He let himself in as he always did, but there was no answer to his welcoming call. He heard laughter from the terrace and walked out. "Darling." His mother, 70 years old and still stunning in a two-piece and wrap, got up from her lounger, had her drink still in hand, and came to greet him. "Buongiorno, Mama," he said, and she beamed. Adria La Loggia adored her only child as only an Italian mother could, completely and sometimes overwhelmingly. Ivo was the love of her life, the reason she had given up her successful career as a movie star to raise him, just as she was beginning to make her mark in Hollywood. She still made her mark, of course. Her dark hair and bright green eyes, as well as her ample curves, made her a legend of the screen. Ivo smiled at her now. "I thought I heard laughing, Mama. Where's Pa?" "Right here," said a voice behind him, and his father grabbed him in a bear hug. Walter Zacca had been, as was still too many, a golden god of Hollywood. A charmer, a blonde matinee idol of the old school, Walter still worked, mainly cameos in big blockbusters for obscene amounts of money. He was fun to be around, a total man who reveled in his good looks. He and Adria had divorced when Ivo was a child, but had remained each other's best friends, and Ivo suspected with a grimace, each other's booty calls when one or the other wasn't seeing someone else, the someone else invariably being much younger than either of them. Walter clapped his son on the back. Ivo rolled his eyes at his dad's usual uniform of shorts and bare chest. Walter looked after himself and liked to show off his physique. Ivo sat down next to his mother's lounger. "I didn't know you were over from Rome, Mama." Adria waved a hand. "Ah, I just got in last night. I thought I'd settle in and then call you." She dropped her sunglasses down her nose and peered at him. "You look well. Have you gotten back with Clements yet?" Ivo sighed. This had been his mother's mantra since the split. "No, Ma, Clements and I are still over." "Shame that," his father said mildly. "Lovely girl. Well, why don't you date her?" Ivo swallowed his annoyance and changed the subject. "Actually, I just came over to tell Dad, well, both of you now, that I'm going to be in Paris for a while. Do you remember Desiree?" Adria shook her head, frowning, but Walter's eyes lit up. Tall. Blonde. Skin the color of milky coffee. Gallery owner. That the one? Ivo smothered a grin. He wondered how Walter would react if he ever suspected that Desiree, beautiful, gorgeous, a hell of a woman, was transgender. He wondered if his dad was that enlightened yet. "Yes, that's her. Well, she called me. Seems she's having a drought of artists worthy of her development skills, so she's asked me to go over and headhunt for her. Seems like a good idea. I could do with getting away from the States for a while." Walter chuckled. "Nothing to do with the fact that Clements is seeing that senator from Washington State, is it? Seems funny, her picking up with him just as soon as you'd settled in Seattle." Ivo felt his skin itch. "Dad, I told you before Seattle was supposed to be temporary. I have work to do with the Kia Chen Mallory Foundation, but only for 3 months." His mother was still studying him. "Piccolo," she said softly, giving him the nickname he'd had as a kid, and now quite incongruous for her 6'5" son. "You look tired." Ivo nodded. The breakup might have been his doing, but it hadn't been easy to get over. "I admit, Mama, a good deal of this trip to Paris will be vacation time. I've worked for 4 years straight. I need some downtime, and I can combine headhunting with pleasure too." Adrian nodded, seemingly satisfied, but Walter squinted at his son. "You tired of your work?" Ivo smiled at his father. "Not even a little bit. I know you wanted me to go into acting, but really, I'm never going to be the right sort of personality for it. Art is my life." Walter harumphed. "Sometimes I do think we brought the wrong baby home from hospital." "You mean the nannies brought the wrong kid home?" Ivo teased his father, who shrugged good-naturedly. "Just the way it was, kiddo." "I know. And yeah, maybe I was swapped, but I wouldn't have it any other way. Love you both." "Oh, mushy." His dad shifted in his chair, and Ivo and Adria laughed. Ivo leaned over and kissed his mother on the cheek. "Anyway, My flight is in a couple of hours, so I'd better get going. I'll call you from Paris. Paris, France. Desiree gathered him in a huge, perfumed hug as Ivo made his way into her gallery the next day. Are you jet-lagged, honey? Ivo shook his head. Not even one little bit. Desiree gave him a tour of her gallery on the left bank of the Seine. Obviously, we're still in the process of renovating, Ivo. The facade looks glorious, but inside we're still in chaos. A bit like me. Grinning, she led him into what he assumed would be the exhibition hall. For now, it was just a huge space, wood, sawdust and wires, and a band of sweaty workmen who didn't even glance up at them as they passed by. Desiree chuckled as Ivo took in the amount of work still to be done. Now you know me. I'm not the most patient of people, and when I bought the place, I thought any other place that looked like this I would have bothered with, but this place has this. She pointed upwards, and Ivo looked up to a huge glass dome above it. The colored glass depicted a tornado of colors and shapes. Wow. Wow is right. Talk about a USP. Desiree tucked her hand under his arm. If only I had artists worthy of showing in this room. She sighed dramatically, and Ivo laughed. Come see what I have got, Ivo, mon cher. I need your opinion. Desiree studied Ivo as he looked through the portfolios of work. He looked older than when she'd last seen him, perhaps even older than his 37 years. His almost black curls had streaks of silver, and there were violet shadows under his eyes. Even so, he was still gloriously handsome, almost beautiful, his large green eyes standing out against his swarthy, tanned skin. His body was solid, honed by a strict regime of swimming. Desiree knew Ivo hated to work out in a gym, and she had often joined him on one of his swims. He was at his most relaxed then, and Desiree loved to try and match him stroke for stroke but could never manage it. Which pool are we meeting at tomorrow? She asked with a grin, and he laughed. Would you believe me if I told you I'm branching out? I'm going to try Le Piscine Josephine Baker this evening. Ivo grinned at her. I know. What can I say? Swimming relaxes me. Desiree shook her head. How are you related to Walter and Adria? The king and queen of the Lotus Eaters? Exactly what they said to me before I came out. He put the portfolios back on the desk. Look, Daisy, I have to be honest. What I'm seeing is fine work, but nothing that makes me salivate. Where are the junior Rothkos or Hoppers or O'Keeffes? Something with atmosphere, with a sense of story? Of the artist? These are technically flawless, and as soulless as a painting could be. Desiree nodded. I know. And Ivo, a sweeter bunch of kids you couldn't find too, but maybe that's the problem. Most of these kids have come from middle-class families and have never known hardship. They try, but we need someone who is damaged. Desiree grimaced. When you put it like that, it sounds bad. What I mean is someone with fire in their belly, with rage and hurt and pain inside of them. She sighed. I don't think we're going to find that looking in the colleges, which is depressing because otherwise, why do we have colleges? Ivo nodded. Point taken. Well, look, while I'm here, I'll scour the city. Montmartre is the good if obvious place to start, but I have a feeling I'll be more likely to find someone the more off the beaten track I go. I'm prepared to do a lot of walking. And swimming. They both laughed. Maybe I'll find a mermaid who channels Grant Wood. Listen, you have given me an idea though. What? Ivo smiled, shaking his head. Let me knock it around in my head for a few days, and I'll get back to you. Tease. Well, okay, listen. Come to my apartment tonight for an early dinner. I assume you'll be swimming late at night as normal? Always. Thank you, Daisy. I'll see you later. Ivo walked out of the gallery and turned towards the river. He would spend the next few hours doing what he always did when he came here to his favorite city. He would take a river trip, then head to Shakespeare and Company, his beloved bookstore, to browse. Dinner with Daisy, and then a late swim. That was his heaven. His mind went back to the portfolios Daisy had shown him. It bugged him that it was so hard to find new talent, but it had been a problem back in America too. His friend, Grady Mallory, had bemoaned the fact to him only last month. "Nothing makes my senses sore at the moment, Evo," Grady had said. "It's all so blah." "No. I'm going to find an incredible artist, and Daisy and I will work hard to shape him or her into the next big thing. I swear we will." Energized by his talk with Daisy, he strode down the riverside to where the bateau mouche awaited. Sophia woke cold and stiff under the market stall. There was a face staring at her, a kid, just the right height to peek in on her. A rustle, and the cover was pulled up and Stefan's face appeared. "Pardon, Sophia, time to get up." Stefan was sympathetic, and let her sleep under the stall during the day while the covers were on. Sophia found the constant presence of customers and noise made her feel safer than when she slept somewhere at night. Besides, at night it was easier to steal food. She would scoot along the length of the outside cafes, whipping leftover food from plates. She figured she wouldn't go to hell for stealing paid-for yet abandoned food. Last night, at one of her usual haunts, she had been stopped by a waiter, a regal man in his 50s, who said nothing but handed her a parcel wrapped in aluminum foil and nodded. "Whenever I can," he said. "Thank you," she said in a small voice, and he waved her away. "Keep warm, child." She could have cried. It had been one of the few acts of kindness she had been shown since she came here, along with Stefan. Another was the swimming pool attendant. She had been sketching down in the Tuileries one afternoon, and a young teenager came to see what she was doing. The girl looked at the sketches with wide eyes. "You are so talented," she said in broken English. She reminded Sophia of herself, black hair, brown eyes, punky look. She offered her the sketch, and the girl Leonie took it, smiling shyly. "I work at the swimming barge," she said, pointing along the river. Sophia had seen it, La Piscine Josephine Baker and Open Air Lido. "I work in the evenings, just me and a security guard until 11 p.m. Come use the facilities, swim, shower and clean your clothes. I wish I could give you more, but I cannot." Since then, Sophia had gone along at night, swum when the pool was almost empty in her t-shirt and underwear, then cleaned her clothes and herself in the showers. Just the feeling of being clean made her feel as if she could conquer anything. She never thought she would be a street girl, but she found with only a little human interaction, she didn't need to trust anybody, and that way no one could hurt her. Even the kindness of these three other humans, she didn't know when it might end, so she took every advantage of anything offered. Sophia discovered she was more resilient than she had ever thought. She avoided the roughest districts now, she'd learned that lesson the hard way. She kept her backpack with her at all times. If nothing else, it had her art supplies and her toothbrush. It did make her ponder how easy it was for a human to disappear so totally. After a few weeks, she had stopped thinking about the Rutland family, who had been her family for over 13 years, as people that she knew anymore. It was only Jonas who she even let herself think about. She wondered if he missed her, if he was looking for her. Forget me, Jonas, don't make yourself unhappy. Sophia didn't think about Fergus and Tamara at all, and she didn't know if she could help it. Now, as evening set in, she decided to go find food. It was a Monday, and she knew her friendly waiter wasn't working tonight, so it was a case of grabbing what she could. She cooked some bread and some leftover fries. She used her last few cents to buy a couple of water bottles, and headed down towards the river to eat. She sat with her legs swinging over the side of the river wall. Stefan always gave her any spare fruit after the day was out, and tonight she had a few apples and oranges. Stave off the scurvy, she thought, as she bit into the apple. At 10 pages m, she would head to the pool. She had a routine now. She would swim for 45 minutes, then the last 15, she would wash herself and her clothes if needed, tying the damp clothes to the straps of her backpack. It was August and still warm even at night, so her clothes dried quickly. She hadn't yet figured out what she would do in the winter about any of it, where she would sleep, how she would stay alive. Sophia didn't let herself think about it. One day at a time. And for the most part, astonishingly, she was happy. Free. When she wasn't sleeping, eating, or swimming, she was sketching. She found paper everywhere, especially discarded where the artists would hang out in Montmartre, or in the Marais, or along the left bank. She kept it all, and when she couldn't find blank paper, she would sketch in the margins of abandoned newspapers or free leaflets from the tourist information office. Stefan had given her a brand new sketchbook after she'd helped him out on the stall. He couldn't afford to pay her a lot, and the gift had really been something she treasured. Sophia swore that if she ever made it off the streets, she would never forget her 3 guardian angels. Tonight, Leonie sneaked her into the pool office earlier and bought her some snacks from the vending machine. "I've told the security guard that you're my cousin," she said, piling junk food on the table. "I still think it's safer for you to swim later on, but I thought you could paint or something in here until then. There's a kettle, make yourself some hot drinks, or there's soup in the vending machine. It's free in here, just use my code 406, okay?" Sophia shook her head, grinning. "You are the sweetest person I have ever met. Why are you doing this for me?" Leonie smiled. "Because 2 years ago, I was where you were. I was 15 on the streets. I got picked up by the police one night and taken into care. It was just the luck of the draw that I got fostered the next week. You're not that much older than me. I wish I could do more for you, but my foster parents are already at full stretch, which is why I work 3 jobs to help them out. Hey, I could get you a job here?" Sophia felt herself tear up again. I can't work here. I'm not supposed to be here. I don't have visas and there's no way they'd let me stay, and I can't go back to the States." Leonie nodded in sympathy. "I get it. Well, if I hear of anyone looking for someone who can draw like a dream. Have you thought of selling your work?" Sophia chuckled. "I'm not that good." Leonie nodded. "You are, you just don't realize it." Ivo slid the swim cap onto his head and dived into the deep end of the pool. He felt the tension in his body slide away as he began to swim, the water streaming past his limbs. Swimming had always been his method of meditation. He swam a quick 10 lengths, then floated on his back, looking up at the night sky. Despite the light pollution from the city, he could see the stars. Nothing else mattered really, he thought, when you looked out into the vast cosmos. He felt a shift in the water and realized someone had dived in. He looked around and saw a figure under the water, her long dark hair streaming behind her. She wore only her underwear, and her lithe athletic body cut through the water easily, gracefully. Ivo suddenly felt as if he were intruding on her space. He looked away, concentrating on his own swimming. After a while, it seemed as if their separate rhythms were coordinating as they began to swim side by side, the young woman easily keeping up with him. Ivo, never very competitive, enjoyed the weird camaraderie he was sharing with this stranger as they swam as if by some silent agreement they were in this together. After a half hour, his swim companion pulled herself out of the water, and Ivo felt a little bereft. He swam another couple of lengths, but his heart wasn't in it, and he soon got out and headed for the showers. He stood under the hot spray, washing off the chlorine. He was tired now, and the jet lag was finally catching up with him. As he left and thanked the young receptionist, he saw the swimmer outside of the pool entrance. His heart began to beat quickly as he took in her delicate features, her dusky skin. Her long black hair hung in damp ropes around her shoulders, her large dark eyes wary. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, and Ivo felt a tug in his groin. He stepped out into the night and paused a little way from her, not wanting her to feel alarmed by his presence. "Same time tomorrow?" he said lightly, not looking directly at her until his question was asked. She started slightly and met his gaze. A shot of pure desire went through Ivo's body. She gazed back at him, unsmiling, then gave a quick, barely perceptible nod before turning away and disappearing into the night. Ivo stood for a second, gazing after her. He gave a short laugh. Maybe he was jet-lagged and overtired because, what the hell had he been thinking, saying that to a stranger? "Man, you sounded like such a creeper. There's no way she'll be here again tomorrow night after that." He shook his head and turned back toward the direction of his hotel. Westchester, New York. Jonas Rutland didn't wait to be invited into his father's study. He opened the door in time to see his father kissing the new housekeeper and rolled his eyes. "Gee, Dad, all classes always?" The housekeeper, whose name Jonas hadn't bothered to learn, jumped up and rushed past him, her face red. Fergus tidied himself up, shooting his son an annoyed glare. "How about knocking next time? How about not being a jerk next time?" So far, the conversation has been nothing different than it has been for the last 6 months. Since Sophia had been thrown out, Jonas had barely talked to his father, hadn't talked at all to his sister, who he knew had orchestrated the whole fiasco. At the start, Jonas, heartbroken and confused, had begged his father to tell him why he had done such a horrendous thing, but Fergus remained tight-lipped. Jonas had raged at him. "You put my sister out on the streets for nothing." "She isn't your sister, Jonas. Sophia is my sister. More than that viper you call a daughter. Tamara is evil and Dad is twisted. She always has been, but you, gosh, have always turned a blind eye. Mom saw it, Devika saw it, Sophia saw it. Tamara is a very jealous person whose only goal is to manipulate her darling daddy and take his money. Literally manipulate, probably." His father's eyes had lit up with rage then, and he punched his son across the room. Jonas had gotten straight up, his own anger a seething, violent thing. "You disgust me in every way." He turned to leave. "Get back here, boy. Don't think I won't cut you off the same way I did Sophia." Jonas gave a mirthless smirk. "Cut me off from what? Haven't you got it yet? I don't want your money. I've always made my own way ever since I left college. Screw your damn money. Some things are more important." "Don't be naive, boy." Fergus was dismissive. "Your love for Sophia was nothing more than a schoolboy crush. She was never your sister." Jonas had heard enough. "Only you would twist it to make it seem like that. Sophia was my family. Dad, I'm going to find her and make sure she's okay. And then when I do, I'm going to tell the world what a bad father you are." He left the house, knowing he would never go back there. He drove home to his tiny apartment in New York City. His girlfriend Megan, a nurse at the local hospital, was working nights, so Jonas did what he always did when Megan wasn't there to distract him. He brooded. He got out the only photo he had of him and Sophia together, taken on her graduation day. It was the last time they had all looked happy together. "Where are you?" he said to the photograph of her stepsister, but of course no one answered. Sophia knew something was wrong when she woke under Stefan's fruit stall. Her neck was stiff enough that it was agony when she moved it, and her head screeched in pain. She stuck her hand on her forehead. Damn. She was burning up. She gave a groan as she opened her eyes, and the bright light seared her retinas. Geez. She'd never known pain like it. She checked the coast, which was clear, and crawled out from underneath the stall. "You look like hell, girl," Stefan said, and he too stuck his hand on her forehead, wincing. "Oh dear God. Hey Philippe, would you watch my stall for 10 minutes? I need to go get Sophia some pain relief." "Sure thing." Stefan supported her as they walked to the nearest pharmacy, Sophia still clutching her backpack. Stefan lowered her into a chair of a cafe across the street and ordered her some hot tea. "Is she okay?" The waitress looked alarmed. "Migraine," Sophia managed, thanking the gods that her clothes were somewhat clean and tidy. They'd never let her stay there if they knew she was homeless. Stefan slipped the girl some euros. "Just watch her for a moment until I get some paracetamol, would you?" The waitress nodded and sat down next to Sophia. "You really don't look well. Let me get you some food, my treat. It'll help the headache." Stefan was soon back, and Sophia popped 3 tablets gratefully, rolling her neck trying to ease the stiffness. The waitress brought them both some pastries and bread rolls, waving away Stefan's offer to pay. Sophia thanked them both, and was grateful for their kindness. The headache pounded away at her temples, and she felt sick, but the hot tea and food did make her feel a little better. Stefan looked at her with concerned eyes. "I really think we should get you to a doctor." She shook her head. It's just a bad headache, Stefan, really? These will help. She held up the packets of tablets and smiled at him. I don't know why you do it, but your kindness means everything to me. You are a true friend. He didn't smile. You're slurring? Look, he dug around in his pockets. Take this. He handed her a key. This is the key to my place. Go there, rest for a few hours. Elizabeth won't be home until 5, so she never needs to know. Sophia shook her head. I can't, Stefan, you've done so much for me already. I'm not going to risk upsetting your wife. What if the neighbors saw me go in and out? Stefan hesitated, but he knew he was beaten. His wife was a formidable woman, whom Stefan was terrified of. Sophia thanked him again, and persuaded him to go back to work. I'll just stay here until my head eases off. She waited until he had gone, then thanked her waitress and took off, stumbling down the street. She decided to go to Montmartre, hang out with the artists there. Maybe the bustle of tourists would distract her from the pain, and maybe she could sell some work, afford a cheap motel room for one night. As she walked, she could feel her body start to reject the food she had eaten, the pain increasing, her neck and shoulders tightening until she had to rush to the side of the road and throw up. She heard the disgusted snorts of passers-by. No one stopped to help her. As she stood, wiping her mouth with a napkin she had taken from the cafe, she felt someone brush past her, and suddenly her back felt very light. Hey! The thief who had taken her backpack ran, and Sophia, her whole body screaming with pain, panic rising in her throat, took off after him. They ducked and weaved along the sidewalks and across roads, and just as she was beginning to lose hope, the thief tripped and she caught up with him. They had a tug-of-war between them, the backpack's sturdy canvas holding up to the fight. Let go! Sophia screamed, tears of anger, pain and panic streaming down her face. She kicked him in his groin hard, and cursing loudly, he let go unexpectedly. Sophia felt herself falling backward through space as if in slow motion. Her head ricocheted off something metallic, and she heard screams ring out as she bounced off the hood of the car. Overwhelming pain then, and she could smell blood. She came to rest on the cold, damp asphalt. Consciousness ebbed and flowed, and then there were people crowding around. All Sophia could think of was she had to hold onto her bag. Her life was in that bag. And she saw him. The merman. No, that wasn't right. Where had she seen this angel-faced man with the most beautiful green eyes? He was bending over her, telling her he was sorry over and over again. Other people were talking now, talking about calling ambulances, and soon it seemed she was being loaded into one. Angel Face was with her and she clutched his hand. My bag, please, don't let them take my bag. He squeezed her hand back. Don't worry, sweetheart, I'm here, I've got it. I won't leave you or it. Just let them take care of you. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Sophia felt some kind of relief as she let herself sink into the darkness, and it was only as she passed the point of no return that she remembered where she had seen him. The swimming pool. He was her merman.
Chapter 3.
Ivo sat with his head in his hands and didn't see Desiree walking down the hospital corridor. The police had just left, and now Ivo felt hollow. He felt his friend put her hand on his back and looked up. I hit a girl with my car, was all he said, and Desiree looked distressed. Oh, Ivo. Is she okay? Ivo shook his head. I don't know, they haven't come to find me yet. The police were in there with her, but they won't let me in to see her. Desiree nodded and looked around for a nurse. Let me see what I can find out, darling. They might be more responsive to a woman. Go get yourself some coffee and splash some water on your face. When he got back, Desiree was talking to the doctor. After a few minutes, she came back to him. They say the injuries from the accident are not serious. She hit her head, but there was no sign of brain damage. What's concerning them is that she's sick. They think it might be meningitis. Oh gosh, poor kid. I can't believe this. Listen, I actually met her last night at the swimming pool. We swam together. I mean, we didn't talk or anything, but it felt like we. I sound crazy. When I saw it was her that I had hit. Geez. Daisy rubbed his back. From what the doctors told me, you couldn't have hit her at speed. He shook his head. No, I was crawling along Paris traffic. She was having some kind of physical fight, and then she fell onto the hood of my car. He rubbed his eyes. And you say she's sick? Desiree nodded. In a bad way, apparently. She's conscious but rambling. They don't know who she is, and she won't tell them her name. It worries me, because without insurance. She doesn't need to worry about that, Ivo said immediately and got up. Doctor, can I have a word? About the patient, please. I want to cover all the costs. The doctor peered at him over his glasses. You realize it could run into hundreds of thousands of euros, mister? Zaka. Ivo Zaka. And it doesn't matter. All costs are to be billed to me. If the patient doesn't want to say who she is, I'm sure she has a good reason. The doctor sighed. It would help if we knew her medical history, but okay. Can I see her? She's sedated at the moment, but as she doesn't have anyone else, I guess it wouldn't hurt if you sat with her. I will need her permission though. Of course. The doctor stepped into the girls' room, and a few moments later he waved them in. Ivo felt irrationally nervous as he walked into the room. The girl's skin was wan, almost yellow, and she looked doped up to the eyeballs. Ivo smiled at her and pulled the chair up to her bed. Desiree stood back a little. Ivo took the girl's hand hesitantly. The girl turned to look at him with the deepest brown eyes he'd ever seen. Warm? Intelligent. Her hair, so black it was almost blue, fell in soft waves except for the places where it was matted with blood. Hey there, how are you feeling? She murmured something, and Ivo frowned. I didn't get that, sweetheart, I'm sorry. Merman, Sophia said a little louder, and Ivo laughed softly. That's right, that's where we met. I'm Ivo Zaka. Sophia, she said softly, opening her eyes fully now and looking at him. I'm sorry I fell on your car. I didn't mean to. He had my bag, he was stealing my bag. Her eyes opened a little wider, alarmed. Where's my bag? Where? She gave a sigh of relief when Ivo held it up. Don't worry about anything, Sophia, your bag is here. I haven't looked inside, everything is as you left it. Desiree walked slowly to Sophia's other side. Gosh, she's so young. Sophia turned her head, fading fast now. So pretty, she said, staring up at Desiree, who smiled at her. Damn right. Sweetheart, do you have any family we can contact? Sophia looked back at Ivo, her dark eyes huge, troubled as she shook her head, then groaned at the pain. Ivo and Desiree shared a worried look. What about your home, darling? Is there anyone there, a roommate? No home? Ivo felt his heart shatter. Oh gosh, the poor kid. He stroked the back of his fingers down her face. Can I get you anything, Sophia? Some water? Head is burning, she mumbled, and her eyes closed. Desiree patted Ivo's shoulder. I'll go get a cold compress for her head. Ivo nodded, not taking his eyes off Sophia. He pressed her little hand to his face. I'm so sorry, Sophia. When Desiree came back, and they had applied the cold compress to Sophia's sleeping forehead, Daisy pulled Ivo out of the room. I know what you're thinking, and I can see it in your eyes. You wanted to play the hero. That girl in there, she's a street girl. She's feral. Once she recovers, I'll bet you any amount she'll take off, and probably take your wallet with her. Ivo shook his head. She's no street girl. Yes, she might live on the streets, but it's not somewhere she's grown up. Did you see her fingernails, and the condition of her hair? I bet you anything, it hasn't been that long that she's been homeless. And that accent, she's American. Probably here illegally, which is why she isn't giving them any details. She has no one, Daisy. Don't ask me to abandon her. Desiree sighed. She had known Ivo long enough to know he would give his last dollar to help someone else. And she wasn't heartless. She could tell the girl in the hospital bed was in trouble. Okay, Ivo, well, here's what we do. When she gets well, you can find her a cheap apartment and I'll give her a job off the books. That's a gift for someone like her, and it's not legal, and we could get into trouble, but what the hell? Ivo hugged her. Thank you, Daisy, you're the best. She held him at arm's length and studied him. Don't fall for her, Ivo. This isn't a fairy tale. Ivo shifted. Sometimes, Desiree could see into him too well. I know. This isn't that. Good. Now, will you stay with her for the evening? I can bring some hot food for you both. The swill they serve in these places is not fit for human consumption. You are the best, he repeated, and she smiled. You know it. Now get back in there in case she wakes up. I'll bring her some clothes. She looks about a size 8, right? Ivo shook his head. I know nothing of these matters, Daisy. She rolled her eyes and laughed. I'll see you later, Ivo. Bye. He went back to Sophia's side. She was sleeping now, her face more at peace. An eye versus of morphine was hooked up to her arm, and he could see her thumb already tensed over the button even in her sleep. Another eye versus of antibiotics was pumping into her veins, healing her, Ivo hoped. He wondered if the receptionist at the pool knew anything about her, then decided that would be overstepping his boundaries. Sophia would tell him about herself if she wanted to. All that mattered was that she got well. She didn't owe him anything. Sophia woke 2 days later with a raging thirst and a head that felt blissfully free from pain. She blinked her eyes a couple of times, adjusting to the light, relieved that it did not hurt her eyes anymore. She breathed in and looked around. A man, the merman she remembered, had laid his head on her bed and was sleeping, dark shadows under his eyes. Sophia saw his fingers entwined with hers and gingerly extracted them. She had fallen, she knew that, and she had felt so sick. Okay, so that explained the hospital bed, but why was the merman here? She studied him. His dark curls fell loose around his head, his skin was live and swarthy, and his eyelashes thick and dark. His face was at once both boyish and masculine, his beautifully shaped lips sensual. She risked stroking her fingers through his soft curls. He was wearing a loose, soft cotton shirt, white, and through the thin material, she could see the outline of his firm body. She traced a half-moon scar at the side of his eye with his finger, and he murmured, shifting. Sophia froze, her fingers still on his skin. He opened his eyes. Ivo, that was his name. He sat up, dopey and out of it. He focused on her face and felt her touching it. He gently pressed her hand to his face with his own, then turned his head to lightly kiss her fingers. It felt nice. Good morning, Sophia. Gosh, his voice is deep and accented. How are you feeling? She nodded, suddenly shy. So much better, thank you. I remember you brought me in. I have you to thank for this? Ivo shook his head. I hit you with my car, not deliberately, I assure you, and thankfully not seriously. But you were already sick, the doctors say. Meningitis. Hence the motherload of tubes in your arms. Sophia looked down and grimaced. Then she noticed she was wearing pristine white pajamas, and looked at him, a little shocked. He smiled, holding up his hands. Don't worry, the nurses bathed and changed you, not me. I would never disrespect you like that. Sophia relaxed a little. His smile made her insides flip and turn with what? What was this feeling? Ivo tapped a little button along the length of the tube. This is your morphine if you hadn't guessed. You can tap it when you're in pain to get more morphine, up to a point that is. He grinned at her. It's the good stuff, don't waste it. His smile was so infectious that she couldn't help feeling at ease with him. He couldn't be that much older than her, maybe 6 or 7 years, she guessed, and there was something familiar about him that she couldn't place. I saw you at the swimming pool, she began shyly, then as he nodded she went on. We had that, we were swimming together. Ivo smiled. So, it wasn't me imagining it? Sophia shook her head. No. It's funny, but it seemed such a natural thing to do. Your form is really good. Thank you, yours too. Do you go there every night? She nodded. Leonie, that's the sweet receptionist. She lets me swim for free after 10 pages m. I get to use the shower and wash my clothes. She trailed off, feeling embarrassed. She didn't want this lovely man to think badly of her. He might if she knew he was homeless. Ivo didn't react but nodded. Sophia, you don't have to tell me anything, but I may be able to help you if you do. You did tell me you had no family. The accent, American, yes? She nodded, then panicked. Oh damn, the hospital, they'll send me back, Ivo, I can't go back. SSH, it's okay. They don't know anything, and they don't need to. I'm covering your bills, so. Oh no, I cannot accept that, Ivo, you've been kind enough already. Sophia felt close to tears. Ivo took her hand and gave her a grin. Yeah, I have. Remember that time I hit you with my car? Real kind. He rolled his eyes and chuckled, and she couldn't help but laugh. Look, I will find a way to pay you back, I swear. She sighed. I seem to be saying that a lot lately. But please, Ivo, at least let me try. Ivo sighed. Fine, but the first priority is to get well. Anything else is moot until you're fit and well. Sophia laid her head back on the pillow and gazed at him. He really was heart-stoppingly gorgeous. Who was that beautiful woman who was here? Or did I imagine her? Ivo grinned. That's Desiree. She's been sitting with you too, although she does work unlike me. At the moment, anyway. What do you do when you are working? Ivo stroked a lock of hair back over her ear, then seemed to realize it might not be appropriate, and she saw 2 pink spots appear high on his cheeks. It made her heart clench, vulnerability on the face of this demigod. He cleared his throat. I'm an art dealer, he said. No freaking way. Sophia's eyes darted to her backpack, sitting in the corner of the room. Had he peeked, seen her sketches? Was he playing her? Suddenly, she felt a little sick. She covered her unease. Sounds like fun. It is, when we find new artists and develop them. When we don't, it can be a bit of a drag. Desiree is opening her first major gallery on the left bank soon, so I'm over-scouting talent for her. Besides, any excuse to spend time in this city is a good one. They were still holding hands, and for a second they both looked at their conjoined hands, then at each other. Neither made a move to break away. What do you do? He asked her, mostly out of politeness, she knew. He must know she was homeless. Back in America, I had just graduated college. Here. I help out on a fruit stall occasionally. She figured she might as well be honest with him. The owner lets me sleep under it during the day, so I can be safe. And at night? I find places to get food. Swim. Explore the city. Amazing how different it is at night. Ivo nodded, and she liked that he didn't judge her. I can imagine. Sophia, Daisy and I were talking while you were sleeping. She tells me she might have some work if you're interested. At the gallery. It might be cleaning or manual labor, or I don't know what. Maybe even painting. The walls, I mean, he said with a grin, and Sophia knew that he hadn't looked in her pack then. He didn't know she was an artist. Thank God, because now she could never tell him. It would seem like she didn't want to think what it would seem like. Sophia closed her eyes for a long moment. She heard Ivo shift his chair closer. You don't have to think about it yet, he said, mistaking her silence for discomfort. Just get better. His fingers squeezed hers. Do you want to be alone? She shook her head. No. She really didn't. She'd had enough of being left alone, and this lovely, gorgeous, sweet man was the one she wanted to sit with for a while. She opened her eyes and looked at him. Really, it was like staring at the sun. She swallowed hard, afraid she might be mooning at him. So your accent French? He grinned. Italian. My mother is Italian, and my dad's American. Ivo Zacca. Sophia's memory was jogged by his last name. Her eyes opened wide. You're Walter Zaka's son? Ivo grinned shyly. That obvious? You look like him, she admitted, but more like your mother. My mom was a huge fan of your mom's. Was? Sophia felt the familiar pain in her chest, but it was so good to be able to talk about her mom to someone. She died 6 months ago. I'm sorry. Was she sick? Brain aneurysm. Gone in a second. Just like that. Ouch. The pain never lessened. I was with her, she said, her voice breaking. I've never seen anything like that before. Just gone, Ivo. She shook her head in disbelief, and Ivo squeezed her hand. I'm so sorry, Sophia. He hesitated before placing his palm against her cheek. No one should have to go through that. What about your dad? Sophia leaned into his touch. It felt so natural to be this intimate with this man, even if he was a virtual stranger. He was so warm, so kind, and he smelled amazing, like warm cotton and spicy cologne. My biological dad, I never knew. My stepfather, he threw me out of his house on the day of my mother's funeral. Creep, Ivo spat, his eyes angry. Who the hell does that? I never saw it coming, Ivo. Gosh, it was so good to talk about this. Never. He gave me what my mother had left me, and told me to get out. I still don't understand why. Until my mom died, he was the model father. Then nothing. Cold as stone. Sophia gave a heavy sigh and then smiled. Sorry, wallowing in self-pity won't help anyone. I think you're entitled. His thumb was stroking the back of her hand now, and they gazed at each other for the longest time. How is it I feel I know you, she said, and Ivo grinned. I don't know, but it's weird and good at the same time. I'd like to spend more time with you, but there's no obligation at all, I want to make that clear. I'm worried I'll come off as some sort of creepy stalker. Sophia laughed. Well, now you mention it, no, I'm kidding. I'd like to get to know you too. She stuck out her hand. Sophia Amory. He shook it. Very glad to meet you, Sophia Amory. I'm looking forward to getting to know you. She smiled at him, her face flushing. Me too, Ivo Zaka. Me too. It was 2 weeks before the doctors would let Sophia leave the hospital. At that time, Ivo had introduced her to Desiree, and between them, they had persuaded her to take the job. But I won't take charity, she warned them. I will work my ass off for you, Desiree and Ivo. As soon as I make some money, I'm paying you back for the medical bills. Ivo stopped himself from saying that unless she won the lottery, it was unlikely. He knew how important it was to Sophia that she didn't appear a gold digger. After your rent and food and heating, etc., etc., he said, and she rolled her eyes. Desiree was still wary of Sophia, but she wouldn't tell Ivo why. Ivo guessed Desiree knew he was falling for the young woman, and he could understand her reticence. He and Sophia didn't know each other. Desiree had offered Sophia a spare room in her apartment, and Sophia tentatively agreed. She does scare me a little, Sophia confided, as she packed her stuff into the ever-present backpack on the day she was being discharged. Ivo helped her put her jacket on. Don't tell her this, but me too. Listen, he took Sophia's hand as they walked out of the door into the corridor. Desiree's tough, yes, but she wants the best for you. We both do. If Desiree seems a little aloof, it's because she's had to be to get where she is. You get what I mean? Sophia nodded. I really do. Growing up in Westchester, as a mixed-race half-Indian girl? I get it. Ivo smiled. Now, how about we go grab some lunch? Then, when Desiree is free, she'll show you around the gallery. Tamara Rutland was bored. 6 months since her hated stepmother had died, and that scrappy rag doll of a daughter had been kicked out. Tamara had expected that she would fill the gap in her father's life, that he would finally see her as his rightful heir. His companion. Instead, Fergus had taken to screwing around and burying himself in work. Tamara knew about the fight with Jonas, of course. Her nose wrinkled when she thought about her brother. They had never been close. Jonas had all the soft decency that their mother, their stupidly trusting mother, used to have. He didn't have the ruthless streak that marked Tamara out from her peers. Tamara didn't have friends. She found no use for them other than to torture, to sleep with their boyfriends and tell them about it, all for sport. More than once, she had been on the receiving end of a mad girlfriend's wrath. Tamara took the beatings and enjoyed them. They made her feel alive. Lately, though, that kind of sport seemed too tame. In New York's seedier areas, however, she had discovered a new hobby. She overheard a conversation at one of her father's interminable parties. The speaker was a woman Tamara loathed, so she hovered on the periphery of the group. Seriously, Bianca and I went just to check it out, but when we got there, everyone was masked, so we thought, what the hell? Her companions had laughed. The woman took a slug of her scotch. And you would not believe what went on in that club. Chains, body clamps, whips, gosh. Anything was acceptable, and because we were all masked, it gave it that frisson of excitement, you know? Bianca was convinced by one man to discipline him with a whip. You've never seen such enthusiasm afterwards. I was almost tempted to join in, but Bianca had done all the work, so it was only polite that she enjoyed the results. And did you participate? The woman smirked into her glass. A lady never tells. Tamara had butted in then. In which case, you must be about to blab. Hillary, you're one of the most vanilla people I've ever met. You're borrowing this story from an article you read in Cosmo, right? Hillary glared at her. I don't care if you don't believe me, Tamara. Surprised we didn't see you down there, what with your known talent for pleasing anyone who's nearby. Tamara had given her the finger and moved away. But it had given her an idea. An internet search later, and the next weekend, she made her way into the city, her long raincoat covering her newly purchased leather harness and the cool air touching her skin. It was only a few blocks from the subway to Tension, the newest and hottest club in New York. In the club, she slipped off her coat without hesitation, inclining her head at the doorman's obvious admiration. You can't afford me, darling. She touched his cheek, then gave him a playful tap, before laughing and walking off. In the bar, a low sensual beat pulsed, and Tamara's heart began to pound. Yes. Yes, this is what she needed. She stopped by a table selling accessories and bought a flexible whip. She tested it lightly, her hand, feeling a pleasing sensation. The woman selling the items smiled at her. You look like you're used to those. Tamara wasn't, but she didn't want this woman to know that. Instead, she gave her a cool smile and went deeper into the dimly lit club. At first, all she could see was a sea of moving bodies swaying to the rhythmic bass. As her eyes adjusted to the darkness, she saw that the club had alcoves built into the walls, where people were engaging in intimate activities. Tamara felt her body react to the sight, a warmth spreading through her. She walked to the bar, ordered a double vodka, and scanned the room. When she saw him, her breath caught in her throat, and a soft sound escaped her lips. He was sitting alone at a table, his eyes shadowed and enigmatic. His dark hair was swept back from his face, a striking but intense face, his brown eyes large but lacking warmth. Tamara watched as a beautiful young woman approached him and sat close. He leaned back as the girl adjusted his clothing and gave him a deep kiss. He closed his eyes for a moment, then looked directly at Tamara. Almost unconsciously, her hand drifted to her side and she began to sway gently to the music as he watched her. He didn't take his eyes off her as the girl interacted with him, only tensing slightly. The girl then silently moved away. He remained still, and Tamara didn't hesitate. She approached him, and without a word initiated an intimate encounter. His kiss was intense, his touch firm. During their encounter, Tamara briefly raised the flogger, but he stopped her with a look. He finished, then left abruptly, leaving Tamara feeling dismissed. Annoyed, she noticed another man watching her. He was attractive, with blue eyes and light brown hair. His confident smile appealed to her. He approached, and they began to kiss. He touched the flogger. How much? Tamara smiled. 1,000 for discipline. 2-4, intimacy. 3-4, more intense intimacy. Her admirer smiled. Let's call it 10,000 for the entire night, shall we? I have a room reserved. He led her through the club's corridors. The sounds of the club echoed off the walls. Her client opened a door. Is this to your liking? The room was dimly lit, with a 4-poster bed and various implements. Tamara felt a thrill. Her client smiled. What's your name? Taryn? I'm Grant. She pointed to the bench. Undress and lie on the bench. He complied. She used the flogger, feeling a surge of power. She disciplined him, and when he requested, more intense discipline. She then instructed him to continue their intimate encounter, which he did. In the early dawn light, Tamara finally caught the subway back to her New York apartment, utterly spent, but $10,000 in cash richer and thoroughly sated. At last, she had found a world where she belonged. Tamara showered and brushed her teeth, grinning to herself. Why work when you could get rich doing other things and cause pain? It was her calling, the two things she knew without a doubt she excelled at. The hell with you, Dad, for ignoring me. From now on, this is my world.
Chapter 4.
Sophia slapped the paint onto the wall, then smoothed it out, making sure there was no bubbles or imperfection in it. The white matte paint went on easily, and she found it meditative and relaxing to sweep it across the expanse. Soon, priceless artworks would be hung on it, and she owed it to them, and to Desiree and Ivo, to make sure the gallery looked its best. She had been here a month now, working long hours, longing even than Desiree demanded, to help the gallery get ready for its grand opening in 2 months. Sophia was desperate to pay back her 2 mentors for all they had done for her, and yet she cautioned herself against getting too close to either of them. Desiree was also her landlady, but Sophia tried not to infringe too much on her life. Unlike Sophia, Desiree was a social creature, and often had dinner parties and gatherings. Sophia would join in to be polite, but more often than not, she would use the fact that Desiree was distracted to hide out and sketch. Since talking with Ivo and Desiree non-stop about art, she had become even more obsessed, striving to better her own techniques, learning new ones and experimenting. She found she loved color and abstract more and more, and played with colors that shouldn't go together but did. And then there was Ivo. They spent time together almost every day, playfully flirting and sometimes talking late into the night. Sophia's heart soared whenever she saw him, and his smile indicated he felt the same, but she held back. She couldn't let herself fall for him because if she did, she could lose him, and that would kill her. There were times when it was all she could do not to touch him, to stroke her hand through his hair. The days when they casually held hands seemed to be drifting away, and it made her sad. She had never wanted anybody so much in her life, she had never wanted anyone else, period. But he was so out of her league. A couple of weeks after she had left the hospital, his parents, divorced but obviously still best friends, came to see him, and he had introduced her to them. They were a riot, so much fun, and they made a fuss over her, but still Sophia felt the divide. They lived in a world she was no longer entitled to visit. She was thinking about this as she and Ivo sat in a cafe near Notre Dame. On the plate in front of her, a pastry lay untouched, and Ivo nudged her. Are you sick again? Because that's the first time I've seen you leave something uneaten in I don't know how long. He was teasing, of course, and she smiled. No, I'm good, just thinking. About? She met his gaze. I don't know where I fit in this world anymore. Ivo's eyebrows shot up, and he put his coffee cup down. Sophia, you fit into this world. You have steered your own path, you are unique. She shook her head. No, I haven't, and that's the trouble, Ivo. I went from my stepfather's house to being a homeless kid to Desiree's house. All was decided by others, not me. Ivo looked a little confused. You feel dictated to? She shook her head. No, believe me, I am grateful, it's just, I can't paint walls forever. I just don't know what it is I'm looking for. Ivo nodded, understanding. Well, what's your passion? She met his gaze. You. You are my passion. She knew her desire must be written all over her face. She saw it in his too. He leaned forward. Sophia. His lips were so close to hers. Sophia drew in a deep breath, anticipating the feel of his mouth on hers finally. Ivo. Ivo Zaka. Sophia's eyes flew open, and they both looked around to see a beautiful blonde woman, nervous, almost shaking, staring at them. Ivo's eyes clouded over, but he forced a smile onto his face. Clements? The blonde woman nodded. Of course it's me. She had her hands on the large bump in her belly. Ivo looked shocked, and in a flash, Sophia knew why. This must be his ex-girlfriend, the one he had broken up with 7 months ago. And that was definitely a near-term baby bump in her belly. Sophia stood, her legs trembling. Excuse me. I'll leave you two to talk. As she walked away, she half expected Ivo to follow her, but he didn't, and that told her everything she needed to know. Ivo had guessed too. It was his baby. Ivo stared after Sophia, too shell-shocked to say anything. He looked at Clements, the belly bump, and shook his head. Clements? She nodded and sat down in the chair that Sophia had just vacated. Yes, it's yours, Ivo. I didn't cheat on you. Oh gosh, why the hell didn't you tell me? At first, I didn't know. I was only a month gone, and I hadn't even missed my period yet. Then, when you made it clear that you wanted out, my pride would not let me tell you. It's a girl, Ivo. Ivo felt so many emotions flood through his body. Fear, joy, anger, sadness. He looked up again, to where he could still see Sophia's retreating back in the distance. Clements followed his line of sight. Who is she? Her tone was gentle, unreproachful. Ivo struggled to say what he felt, settling for, she's a friend. Clements studied him. But she's more than that, isn't she? Dumbly, he nodded. You love her, Clements continued. Good. That's good. Someone should love you and be loved by you. You're a remarkable man, Ivo. I hurt you, Clemmy. She nodded. Yes, but in the end, you were right. We weren't in love anymore. I have a new love now, she smiled, running her hand over her belly before her eyes turned serious again. And you can be as involved as you like, Ivo. I have no expectations, nor do I wish to wreck your life. Ivo reached out, asking permission with his eyes, and Clements nodded. He lay his palm against her belly. A girl? She smiled. I thought I would name her Peony. Your favorite flower. That's beautiful, Clem. I'm glad you like it. I have a sonogram photo. She dug around in her purse. This was taken at about 5 months. The doctor said she was perfect, so they didn't need another one after that, although I tried to persuade them to do another. I'm so impatient, I want to meet her. Ivo smiled as she handed him the image. A jolt went through him as he stared at his daughter's sonogram. Gosh, Clem, you see these on the television all the time, but when it's yours? I felt the exact same way. I wanted to come home to France to have her. I swear I'm not stalking you. Ivo laughed. It never crossed my mind. He handed the sonogram back, but Clem shook her head. Keep it, I have copies. I want to be involved, Clem. She nodded. And so you shall be. She smiled at him. Ivo, I know you. You're sitting there thinking of some grand gesture, asking me to marry you for the sake of our child. Please don't do it. I would have to say no. Our parting was for the best, and now, especially when I see the love you have for that young girl. You got that from that brief encounter? Clem touched his face. I was watching you for about 10 minutes. You never ever looked at me the way you looked at her? Sophia. At Sophia. Who is she? I'm interested to know. Ivo gave her the backstory, and she nodded. Yes, that sounds right, Ivo is White Knight. He was a little stunned. I'm that predictable? Clemens grinned at him. Yes. In that situation, yes. Well, man, what are you waiting for? Go get your girl. It's not that simple. She works for Daisy now, and I don't want to compromise that. She's young, 21 to my 37. And she's been so hurt by others, I don't think I could risk losing her trust for the sake of. Happy ever after? Ivo sighed. Well, when you put it like that. Clemens squeezed his hand. Talk to the girl. Ask her to be honest about what she wants. Tell her what you want. Work it out. Don't waste love, Ivo. Don't be like your parents. Ivo was shocked. What? Look at them. Divorced, and yet they spend every moment together. They're best friends, Clem. And I get that, but why sleep around when they have that connection already there? I know your father is a womanizer, but... Ivo chuckled. Okay. Look, I'd love for them to get back together officially, but it's up to them. Clem, you weren't there when they were married. They made each other miserable being tied to each other. And you are the exact opposite of them, Ivo. Clemens leaned forward and kissed his cheek. I'm staying at the George V, Ivo, and you can call me any time. You won't miss a moment of this, baby, but for now, go get your girl. Sophia had gone straight back to Desiree's apartment. She had the day off, and Desiree was at work, so she had time to process what had happened. She stripped off and stepped under a hot shower. Ivo was going to be a father. That's what it looked like. So what, Sophia told herself, it's not like you were with him or that he cheated or anything. He is not yours, Amory. And he would make a fantastic father. But she couldn't help the painful lump that had settled in her chest. He'd been about to kiss her, she was sure, and gosh, she had longed for that moment for weeks, but maybe this was the best. He would obviously reunite with the mother of his child, and she, Sophia, could carry on being his friend, carry on working for Desiree under the radar but settled, safe, and build an independent life. She dried her hair and dressed, then pulled out her sketchbook. She had been working on a pencil portrait of Ivo from memory, but now she turned the page to a fresh page. Thinking for a long moment, she began to draw an outline of a random building, one of the gorgeous apartment buildings she'd seen along the Seine. She focused on the details she could visualize, and got so into it she didn't hear the soft knock at the door at first. Looking up as another knock came, she shoved her sketch pad under her pillow and went to answer the door. Her heart began to thump when she saw Ivo outside. Ivo grinned at her, but his eyes gave away his wariness. Hey you. You okay? She gave him a cheery smile, then realized how fake it looked. I'm good. How was your friend? Pregnant, but you knew that. Can I come in? Sophia shook herself. Sorry, yes, of course. Ivo touched her cheek as he walked in. Come sit with me, I need to talk to you. She followed him into the living room, and he held out his hand and made her sit next to him. Sophia felt her face flame. So, yes, the baby is mine. Okay, rip the Band-Aid off. Congratulations. Ivo smiled. Thank you. Even though I was blindsided, I think I'm pretty excited about it. Seeing his joy made Sophia's heart lighter. As long as he was happy, it was all she wanted for him. I mean it, Ivo, you'll make a wonderful dad. Believe me, I know about bad parenting. He stroked a finger down her face. Sophia, Clemens and I are not getting back together. Neither of us wants that. She's moved on and is happy. I've moved on too. But the baby? I'll be as involved as she'll let me be. It's a girl, by the way. Poesy, that's what Clemens wants to call her. He pulled the sonogram picture out and showed it to her. Sophia saw the happiness in his eyes and smiled. She's beautiful. Ivo chuckled. You're sweet, I still can't make out what's what part of her. Sophia giggled and pointed. That's the head, doofus. It is? He put the sonogram down on the coffee table, then took Sophia's hands. Sophia, I think you know what I'm about to say. There's no chance of Clem and I reuniting because I'm already crazy about someone else, and I don't even think I need to tell you who it is, but I want to say the words. I want to be with you, Sophia Amory. Sophia felt her cheeks flame, and she began to tremble. Ivo leaned in, and finally she felt his lips against hers. Ivo kissed her tenderly, his lips moving slowly against hers. Sweet sensations shivered through her body, and then he pulled her closer. You have made me feel so wanted, so cared for, and I adore you so much, she whispered, and Ivo smiled, his beautiful green eyes filling with tears. Ivo, She couldn't get the words out. Ivo kissed her, then gazed back at her with concerned eyes. What is it, baby? Just say it. This is going to be my first time. She waited for him to bolt up, and looked shocked and uncomfortable. Instead, he gave her a gentle smile. I figured. Sophia, we don't have to do anything you don't want to. Sophia let out a deep breath. Oh, I want to, Ivo, I really do. She realized nervously that the question wasn't romantic, and cursed herself. You're so beautiful, little one. She gazed up at him, feeling utterly vulnerable and so loved. He slid his hands on either side of her face, his thumb stroking gently on her cheeks. The way he was looking at her made her body tremble. You make me weak, Ivo Zaka. Romantic. She laughed as he pulled a face. Well, Mr. Zaka, I have to say, for an initiation, you may have spoiled me for other men. He grinned. I should hope so, because I don't intend on letting you go. Sophia's smile faded. Don't say that. Don't promise forever. Just promise tonight and tomorrow, and we'll go from there. Ivo nodded, understanding. I will prove to you that you can trust in me, Sophia. No one will ever treat you like your old family again. She touched his face and kissed him. Thank you. Ivo lay down beside her and ran his hand down her body. Can I take you to dinner? Sophia laughed. Always. I think I might need fries of some type. The French kind? He chuckled as she tickled him. Ow, woman. Stop that. What's digging in my back? He turned and pulled her sketchbook from under her pillow. His eyes widened. You draw. Sophia had to make a split-second decision whether to tell him or not. He hadn't yet opened the book, looking at her with a question in his eyes. Hesitating briefly, she took a deep breath in and nodded. Ivo opened her sketchbook.
Chapter 5.
For the third time that day, Ivo was shocked. Well, shocked isn't exactly the right word, he thought. Staggered. Humbled. Unwrapped. Sophia's sketches were astonishing. The depth of detail, especially in the portraits, was incredible. But more than just technically brilliant, they were the most insightful pieces he had seen in a long time. When he saw the as-yet unfinished portrait of himself, his heart twisted. She had captured him entirely. The look in his eyes was exactly how he felt when he looked at her. There was something so affirming about someone, especially someone who he loved, seeing inside him so deeply, so truthfully. He felt his eyes pickle, and he gave a short laugh. Sophia. My gosh. Do you like it? Sophia was gazing at him, eyes wide with anxiety. Like? There's not a word strong enough for how good these are. He looked at her. Why on earth didn't you tell me? Or Desi? Sophia took a deep breath. I didn't want you to think I was taking advantage, she said honestly. You have both done so much for me already. I thought it would be crass to then say, oh, by the way, check out my amateur sketches. The portrait of you isn't finished yet. She gave a shy smile. I've been working on it for weeks. Every night, I would come back here after work and think about you, like I had been all day anyhow, and just put all my feelings into bringing you to life on the paper. I'm not there yet, but it's one of my own favorites. I'm honored, my darling, truly. He looked through the rest of the book, taking his time over each of them. Sophia watched him, occasionally giving him some background. You realize that you are exactly what Daisy and I have been looking for? A raw, real, passionate talent. You've been painting white walls when we should have had you in the studio, working up these sketches onto canvas. What mediums do you work in? Sophia smiled shyly. Watercolor, pencil, sometimes mixed media. I've done a few things with pen and ink. Pastels, I love when I'm doing abstracts, thick chunky bands of bright colors. Ivo nodded. And your influences? I love Rothko Kahlo O'Keeffe. Hopper is a god of mine. I love his solitude. There are a few contemporary artists too, a lot of them I've come across by accident. Kate Lepledge, Simeon Verder, Patricia Sievers. Heard of any of them? All of them. It's my job, he laughed, and she flushed, grinning. Sorry, of course. Ivo turned a page and stopped. Wow. It was a pencil and watercolor she had done of the front of Desiree's gallery. The building's frontage was still half finished, with scaffolding, but Sophia had managed to infuse the artwork with all the bustle and vibrancy of its owner, and the promise of what it could be when it opened. Ivo knew immediately what he had to do. He kissed Sophia, and then rolled off the bed. Beautiful, get dressed. We have to see someone. Sophia blinked but nodded, scooching to the side of the bed and retrieving her clothes. Okay. Where are we going? Ivo tapped his nose, grinning. You'll see, but go with it and I'll buy you a vat of fries afterward. He laughed. That would be a hell yes. Desiree's eyebrows shot up when she saw them come into the gallery, hand in hand and giggling. What are you two up to? Mischief, I can tell. Sophia flushed scarlet, and Ivo looked guilty. Nothing. Hey Desiree, remember we were talking about the invites to the opening? He handed her Sophia's sketchbook, opened at the painting of the gallery. Desiree took it from him. Ivo, she said finally, where on earth did you find? She looked up and glared at Sophia. Is this you? You've been hiding this all along? You little flirt, I could kill you. Ivo fell about laughing as Sophia rushed to explain herself while Desiree glowered at them both. When she'd calmed down, she bore them both off to a wine bar down the block and ordered champagne. I agree, this image needs to be on the invite. You, she pointed at Sophia, who looked a little stunned, you have a month. I want 3 canvases. The alcove space. It's yours. Sophia looked panicked. Wait, no, come on, I'm nowhere near good enough. You're exhibiting actual masters. Desiree looked at Ivo. Is she finished? She asked dryly, and Ivo grinned and leaning over kissed Sophia full on the mouth. Baby, I believe in you. Desi believes in you. Looks like you got your first commission. Sophia gaped at them, as her romantic partner and her boss toasted her with the champagne. I think I feel sick. Neither of them let her off the hook. Ivo's lips were rough on hers, and he kissed her, but then he stopped. What is it, my love? She suddenly felt scared as she saw his eyes. Not their usual green, but black as night. Cold. Ivo said nothing, but slid off of her and moved to the door. He opened it, and Sophia saw her stepfather in the room, followed by Tamara. Ivo smiled at them. Told you I could have her. He looked back at Sophia, who rose from the bed, begging him not to leave her with them, but he walked out anyway as Tamara raised the gun and shot her at point-blank range. Damn. Sophia shot up out of bed and started to shiver. Geez, what a nightmare to have now, tonight of all nights. She felt Ivo's hand on her back. Are you okay, Bella? She nodded, giving him a rueful smile. Sorry, bad dream. She lay back down and he pulled her close. Want to talk about it? Definitely not. She pressed her lips to his. Go back to sleep. They were in Sophia's bedroom at Desiree's house. Now that she knew about the two of them, she had assumed Ivo would be there most nights, and they repaid her generosity by quietly making love. I'll sleep after I've done this, he said, hitching her leg around his hips, sliding into her. Sophia sighed happily. For someone who had only started doing this a few days ago, she was already learning new things, but the quiet moments like this were almost her favorite times with him. So intimate, so loving. Afterward, Ivo fell back to sleep, but Sophia found herself returning to the dream. She didn't have to be psychic to figure out what it meant. She was finally happy, deliriously happy, that she couldn't believe they wouldn't try to ruin it. And as her dream told her, it wasn't even her ex-stepfather who worried her. It was Tamara. If Tamara knew Sophia was happy, she would move heaven and earth to destroy her, and all because Sophia was the one person who knew Tamara's darkest secret. Tamara Rutland was a murderer.
Chapter 6.
My name is Tamara, she said suddenly. Yes, she was tired. Tired of the subterfuge with her name. This woman who slept with man for money, who beat men and women for money, this was who she was. Grant shrugged. Should I care? This was why she understood him. They shared a similar nature. There would be no declarations between them, but they both knew they had a connection. A detachment from the feelings of others. Grant was cooperative in this room, yes, but outside of it Tamara felt a sense of unease. She could tell he was capable, only interested in achieving his goals. He had hinted at such before. They had a mutual understanding, each recognizing a shared trait in the other. No reason at all, she said now, smirking, and seeing her smile he bent to kiss her. It was a kiss of control. Tamara didn't mind, she was playing a role even though she was involved with him. She wondered if she challenged him, whether he would act against her, and curious, she asked him now. Grant's eyes became intense. Have you ever harmed a woman before? No, just men. I want my first encounter to be personal. Deliberate. Focused. But you have acted before. Of course. Tamara smiled silkily at him. So say I wanted to hire you to torment, stalk and kill someone? Another woman? What woman? She shrugged, not ready to give away everything right now. The plan was only starting to form in her mind. Just a woman. Young. Beautiful. How much? It depends. You want her eliminated discreetly? That'll cost more. A quick end? $25,000. A more elaborate plan? $100,000. Tamara laughed. You're intense and that's why I like you. He pulled her to him, kissing her, his touch lingering. His other hand gently held her hair and he leaned in close. You wouldn't want to know how far I can go. He kissed her throat, then lightly touched her skin. One day, I might find you. See how you react. Tamara's pulse quickened, but she wasn't intimidated. Keep talking like that, Grant, and you'll find out how much I enjoy it. He touched her, eliciting a reaction, and Grant smiled. Same time next week? Of course. She kissed him lightly. Bring your tools, we'll have some fun. Grant smirked. They checked them at the door. I'll get you in. Sure.
Chapter 7.
Sophia stood back from her work and eyed it critically. The usual self-doubt was virulent today, and she almost splashed black paint across the whole thing and told Desiree she quit. But she couldn't do it. She had decided to translate the small invite sketch into a huge canvas of the completed gallery in the middle of her space, flanked by portraits of both Desiree and Ivo. It was Ivo's painting she was completing now, and the one she had worked longest on. It had to be perfect, or it wouldn't be worthy of him. Ivo. Her romantic partner. When she thought of him wrapped around her at night, either making love or just talking, it made her whole body warm. She looked up at the outline she had done. His eyes were the most important for her, the expression of tenderness in them, and yet she also wanted to bring out that side of him she had yet to see. The dangerous side of him. She had seen flashes of it when they were making love, the intensity of his feelings for her. There was something deep inside Ivo Zaka that he would not let out, and Sophia was obsessed with finding out what it was. When he thought she was asleep, he would slip from the bed and stare out of the window for hours, then watch her, stroking her skin tenderly before wrapping his arms around her. What was it? It was as if he was so scared to lose her that it kept him awake. She asked Desiree about it. Desiree had sighed. "Honey, if I knew, I would tell you. He's always been not insecure as such, but..." She struggled to find the right word. "He has the biggest heart in the world and is intensely loyal, and sometimes that loyalty had caused him tremendous heartbreak. That's all I can say without breaking a confidence. Just know, he adores you. And I'm crazy about him, Daisy. I'll never give Ivo a reason to doubt it." Now, as she concentrated on painting his beautiful eyes, she wondered if she would be able to keep that promise when she didn't know his limits or what it took to make him hurt. She knew she would never deliberately hurt him. Why would she? She knew she loved him with all her heart, not that either of them had said the words yet, and she was glad about it. It was too soon. When she said it, and when she heard it from him, she needed it to be true. Moreover, she trusted him never to abandon her, and she questioned why she was so sure given her past. For now, they both appeared to be on the tightrope, and balancing. She was so lost in thought that she didn't hear the woman enter the gallery and ask for her. Sophia started slightly when she heard the woman speak. "That's remarkable. Truly remarkable." Sophia turned to see Clemence Broku smiling at her. The other woman, her blonde hair caught up in an elegant chignon, was wearing a gorgeous pink and lilac floral dress that skimmed her bump and fell to her mid-calf. She wore a small, exquisite lace wrap around her shoulders. Clemence stepped closer to inspect the painting. Sophia, covered in pencil dust and paint, her black hair shoved haphazardly into a bun, felt like a street urchin next to her. She felt vaguely exposed by Clemence seeing the portrait. Both of them had loved Ivo. Clemence nodded at the portrait. "You've captured Ivo perfectly." Sophia flushed a little. "Well, it's okay, dear, I know about the two of you." Sophia didn't know what to say. Also, she found it strange Clemence would call her dear. She couldn't be more than a few years older than her. "How are you? How's the baby?" "Ivo said it's a girl?" Clemence nodded, stroking the bump. It looked smaller today than when she had first seen it. "She's good. Not long to go now." Sophia put her paintbrush down. "Look, Ms. Broku, I don't want to be awkward, but I wanted to say, if Ivo had wanted to come back to you, I would not have stood in his way. He and we did not start seeing each other, so to speak, until after he knew about the baby." Clemence chuckled. "I know that, Sophia. And please call me Clemence. I thought I'd better come introduce myself before the baby is born, so there aren't any bad feelings. I know Ivo wants to be involved with the child, but I don't want it to affect our relationship." Sophia half smiled. "It won't? I'm excited for him." Clemence put a hand on her arm. "You're sweet. Look, I'd like to be friends. Is that something you'd consider? At least try to get to know each other. I have a feeling you'll be in Ivo's life for a while yet." Sophia didn't know how to take that, but decided to give the other woman the benefit of the doubt. "I'd like that." Clemence nodded. "Maybe we should keep it between us two for now, so Ivo doesn't feel railroaded." Sophia hesitated, but then shrugged. What could it hurt? She'd tell Ivo if she and Clemence became friends, but if they found no common ground, it would probably be best if they kept their distance. "Sure. Look, I hate to cut and run, but I have a deadline with this." "Sure, I just came to say hello. Maybe coffee later in the week?" She handed Sophia a card with her cell phone number, and Sophia nodded. "Sure, if I get done here. I'll look forward to it." Sophia watched Clemence walk out of the gallery with mixed feelings. She hated to keep anything from Ivo, but she could see Clemence's point about being friends. They would be in each other's lives, and Sophia would have had enough bad relations between people for a lifetime. She turned back to her work, and conjuring Ivo's face, she worked on the expression in his eyes, stroking her paint gently onto the canvas. She would honor the love he had inside of him for everyone he knew. Truly, he was the best man she had ever met. Ivo rubbed his hand over his eyes. The doctor watched him carefully. It's not a death sentence anymore, Ivo. Cancer is treatable, even curable. They've caught it in the very early stages. I know. It's my mom, you know. She doesn't want anyone else to know about it, especially Dad. The doctor, Roger Loomis, an old friend of the Zakas, nodded, sipping his coffee. It had just been a coincidence that he was in Paris for a conference when Ivo called him to ask for his advice. Ivo, Adria is one of the strongest people I know. If she can't beat this, well. Ivo was grateful for Roger's reassurance, but could not get past the word cancer. His mom had called him, and for a few moments hadn't even mentioned it, asking after Sophia and the gallery and Clements. His parents were delighted at becoming grandparents, even in the bizarre circumstances surrounding it. It was only when Ivo invited her to the opening of the gallery that Adria spoke up. Actually, darling, I've got a spot of cancer, which I'm being treated for at the moment. Nothing serious, just a shadow on my lung. Don't tell your father. He has a new woman, and I don't want him ruining that just to come running back to me. Ivo had been too shocked to speak for a moment. Mom? Don't worry, darling, it'll be okay. They're going to cut that figlio di puttana right out of me. There's a surgeon in Paris who is the best in the world. Good, then I can be with you. No, Adria's voice rose sharply. No, dear, please. You have the opening and Sophia and Clements to worry about. I am fine. Gosh, Mama. I'm okay, Piccolo, I swear. I wish I hadn't told you now. That had bugged him. Why wouldn't his mother let him care for her? Yes, she was right, he had the baby, and Sophia and his work, but did she really think he couldn't handle her too? He thanked Roger and left him at the cafe, walking back along the river to the gallery. The renovations were complete now, and the facade of the gallery, which had shining white stonework, looked incredible. Ivo walked in and listened to the silence. No more hammering and drilling. Just peace. He walked silently to the studio at the rear, where he saw Sophia working on the painting of him. He leaned against the doorframe and watched her work. The tender way she stroked the paint on, the fine detailing. She stood close to the canvas, concentrating wholly on it. The effect was sensual, the way she looked at Ivo via the painting, making him realize the intensity of Sophia's feelings for him. She stood back to check her work, and he padded silently into the room. He slid his arms around her waist, feeling her start slightly, then leaned back into him. Neither of them spoke, just looking at the painting for a long moment. Here's a revised version, focusing on the artistic and emotional connection, removing explicit or overly suggestive details. Ivo gently took the paintbrush from her hand, and Sophia turned in his arms, gazing up at him. Ivo bent his head to kiss her, his hands gently touching her. He helped her remove her clothing and lifted her onto the long wooden table, laying her back so he could admire her form. He took up the paintbrush again and dipped it into a pot of dark burgundy paint. Sophia smiled as he drew the brush from her throat, tracing the curves of her body. He painted a circle around her navel, and Sophia felt a pleasant shiver. He used various colors and painted her body. He removed his own suit, his desire evident as he continued his work. He painted her skin with vibrant hues, highlighting her features. Ivo finally knelt and kissed her. Sophia sighed at the touch of his lips, her fingers still marked with paint tangling in his dark curls. He brought her to a peak of sensation and then stood, drawing her close. Sophia held him close as their bodies touched. Sophia clung to him, her mouth seeking his lips. They moved together, eventually finding themselves on the floor. As she reached a peak, Sophia could barely breathe, so intense was the feeling, and afterwards, she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. That was incredible, Ivo Zaka. He smiled down at her. You have no idea what you mean to me, il mio amore. Sophia grinned as he pulled her closer and started to kiss her neck. That sensual Italian talk. He murmured more words she couldn't understand, but she could guess as he kissed her body. She laughed when he looked up at her. Your face is covered in paint, you look like a wildman. Ivo laughed. Bella, you should see what you look like right now, possibly the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Sophia chuckled. Sweet talker. Come back up here and kiss me. He did as she asked, then smoothed her black hair away from her face. This weekend, he said, I want to take you away. Before you think about work, much of the weekend will be work. We're going to Venice. I have a friend, another art dealer who I want you to meet, Maceo Bartoli. I sent him some images of your work, and he wants to talk to you about a showing there. Sophia felt a sense of unease. Ivo, I'm nowhere near ready for that. Ivo smiled. You just think you're not. Another friend, Ellie Navarro, wants to do a small profile. It'll be a small Q&A thing is all. Sophia considered this. Ivo, if I do that, they will find me. Ivo frowned. You can't hide forever, my darling, and besides, wasn't it they who wanted you away from them? Sorry, that sounded harsh. What I meant to say is, this is your destiny, Sophia. It had nothing to do with them. He studied her face. Bella, there's not anything that you haven't told me, is there? Any threats to harm you? Did your stepfather ever? He couldn't get the words out, so Sophia placed her hands on his face. No and no. No threats, no abuse. It's just me, not wanting them to spoil any of this. I swear, Ivo said with feeling. I swear I won't let them spoil anything.
Chapter 8.
Tamara sighed happily as Penn Black stood and zipped his pants. That was incredible. It was the third time they had met, always at the club, always on his terms, but Tamara didn't care. She wanted to belong to him, wanted to be told how to dress for him, how to position her body for him. The truth was there was nothing Penn Black could do to her that she wouldn't enjoy. He was a masterful, romantic partner. Today, he had just wanted intimacy though. He had taken her hand in the bar and pulled her towards his usual room, room 4, where the management had laid out exactly what he requested. Tamara had guessed that he was a high roller, a billionaire probably, and that he either owned part of this club or had some blackmail material on the owners themselves. She wagered it was the former, as the staff were all polite and friendly to him despite his reserved nature. Tamara sat up now, tugging on his hand. Would you like me to do something special? Black shook his head. No, not today. I expect you to be here on Friday, however, midnight. I'm bringing a friend. Could you give me a sneak peek of what we will do on Friday? No, not now, he said. Tamara was outraged, as he simply opened the door and left. Growling with frustration, she threw her clothes on and slipped out of the club after him. He got into a cab, and she flagged down another, hoping to follow him back to his home. The cabs weaved in and out of the New York nighttime traffic, and finally Black's taxi pulled up to an upscale high-rise on the Upper East Side. Tamara watched as he got out, and from the doorway of the building, a heavily pregnant woman opened the door and smiled at him. Penn Black's face lit up in a way Tamara had never seen on him before, and he wrapped the pregnant woman in a bear hug. Tamara's jaw clenched and unclenched. Was he married with a baby on the way? Wow, just wow. Tamara began to smile. Well, if Penn Black thought he could have it all and use her like a piece of meat, he had another thing coming. At the club he could do what he liked, but now Tamara had a new game to play. She would make his wife's life hell until she left Penn, and Tamara would move in and give him what he obviously really wanted. Tamara, herself, and a life where he could be in complete domination of her whenever he wanted. Tamara began to grin. Back to the club, she ordered the silent taxi driver. She would go back, find Grant, get her rocks off. She pulled out her phone and called him. He answered, and she could hear from the background that he was with someone. Are you at the club? I am, hang on, no, keep riding me, princess, that's it. Just getting warmed up. Where are you? Tamara smiled to herself. On my way. Did you bring what we discussed? I did. It was easier to get them in than what I thought. I paid off the security team. She heard Grant give a throaty chuckle. You sure have a lot of sway here. See you soon. Tamara hung up, thinking about what he had just said. A lot of sway, but what if she had all the sway, all the power? An idea formed in her head, and she laughed out loud, wondering why she had never thought of it before. At the club, Grant was waiting for her in their room. She walked in and smiled triumphantly. Tamara felt a warm glow go through her. You like being cut? Grant shrugged. I like pain. Tamara traced the tip over his heart. She loved the power that she had over him, to know she could end his life so easily. I've been thinking. I might open my own club. Specialist exclusive. We could make a fortune, but better still, we could enjoy our particular peccadillos. Grant smiled. Go on. She met his gaze. There are always plenty of people who go missing every year in this city. Most of them are never found. Grant's eyes were alive with arousal. Those who would go willingly? Tamara half smiled. And some who we choose. They wouldn't be willing, but I find that even more exciting, yes? Did you have anyone in particular in mind? Not yet. We'll see who pisses me off the most. Let's talk some more about this, then I will let you do anything you want again. Grant obeyed without a word, laying down next to her. I'm in. I'll put up half the investment. Good. I need to talk to my father to release some of my trust fund, but that shouldn't be a problem. Daddy's girl. Grant's smile faded when she saw the anger in her face. Hey, I was kidding. Tamara relented. Fine. Now let's play around. Business talk can wait for now. Sophia's eyes were wide as the car drove up to the Zaka family's private plane. Ivo grinned at her. I know it's a luxury, and we should think about the planet, but just this one time, can't a guy try and impress his girlfriend? Sophia laughed. The only thing you have to do to impress me is be you, Ivo Zaka. And be naked, she added, laughing. Ivo pressed his lips to hers. Mom flew into Paris yesterday, and she offered it to us. I thought, seeing as this is our first trip away together, it wouldn't hurt. I'll have 1,000 trees planted to make up for it. Sophia frowned. Your mom flew into Paris and we're leaving? Ivo hesitated before nodding. She has some business stuff to do. I'm sure she'll still be around when we get back. She wants to spend some time with Clemens before the baby is born. Sophia's head thudded uncomfortably. She hadn't called the other woman for any reason other than that she hadn't had time. But she still felt a little jealous that Ivo's mother would hang out with her boyfriend's ex-girlfriend. Don't be a weasel, she told herself. It's good that everyone gets along. She had liked Adria very much the brief time they had met, but she knew she still had to build an actual relationship with her. This was all so new. Sophia felt as if her life was on a steep incline, and she couldn't stop its forward motion. She felt Ivo stroke her hair. You okay? Worried about the interview? She nodded. A little. The only experience I've had with the press is through my stepfather. He was always in the society pages back home. Gosh, she shook her head in wonder. I sometimes wonder how on earth Mom and I thought we fit into that world. Ivo smiled. I know what you mean. She looked at him askance. Yeah, because having two superstar parents must have really made it hard to get used to the press attention. Ivo laughed loudly. I see your point, but in my case I meant as an adult. As soon as I could, I got away from that world, as much as I love Mom and Dad, because I hated the intrusion, the microscopic inspection of our lives. The lies they told. He sighed, his eyes far away. When I started to make my name in the art world, I avoided most of the press. I didn't want people to think I got my success because of my parents. I even changed my surname for a while. You did? To what? He looked at her with a straight face. Amory? For a second she fell for it, but then she mock-scowled at him. Funny boy. He grinned and kissed the tip of her nose. No, just DeLuca. That was my grandmother's maiden name. And she wasn't famous? Not unless you count as Tranny's biggest gossip monger. Sophia grinned. It's a job? It's something. Ivo wrapped his other arm around her and pulled her close. But you really don't have anything to worry about. Ellie is doing this as a favor to me. She's a freelance, and it's very, very hard to get her to commit to a job nowadays. Magazines and editors all over the world clamor for her, but she's very picky. She does love to champion new artists though. She's lovely, it'll be a walk in the park. Sophia felt herself relax a little. And what about these other art friends of yours? You'll see. I promise you will have the time of your life though. I have our days planned down to the minute. He had a mischievous grin on his face, and Sophia chuckled at the merriment in his eyes. You do? Let's hear the schedule. He pretended to consult his diary. Okay, today, so obviously travel to Venice. Check. Go to the hotel. Be intimate. Meet Ellie and her husband Indio for supper. Have drinks. Come back to the hotel. Order room service after midnight because GF, that's you, is like the anti-gremlin and needs to be fed and watered at regular intervals. Sophia was giggling so hard that her eyes were watering. You are so right but also such a pain. Ivo grinned and kissed her. That's just day 1. Day 2, morning, you go meet with Ellie and do your interview, after which I take you both to lunch. In the evening, we go meet my friends at their gallery, dinner, dancing, and finally we walk back to the hotel. Ivo leaned in closer and nuzzled her ear before whispering in it. Just us. Doing whatever we like. Whenever we like. Wherever we like. She looked at him and noticed that he looked so boyish that she couldn't believe he was almost 40. When she had met him, she could have sworn he was only a few years older than her, not 16, but she never ever felt the age gap. Their bodies, their sense of humor, their interests, all were so in sync it was almost impossible to believe. All she knew was, she loved this man and even more importantly, she trusted him. She told him that now and he looked moved beyond words. To hear that from you, Sophia, my beautiful Sophia, I have no words. An hour later, they were landing in Venice, and Sophia suddenly felt excited for what the weekend might bring. At 8 pages M, they were being seated in one of the most exclusive, high-priced restaurants in Venice, overlooking the lagoon. Sophia was wearing a dark red dress, her black hair pulled over one shoulder. Around her neck was the ruby that Ivo had just given her at the hotel. Sophia had never been a jewelry girl, that is, expensive jewelry girl. She had her nose and ears pierced and sometimes wore thick, heavy silver rings on her forefingers and thumb, her go-to punk look. But this was a white gold delicate chain with a ruby the size of a penny. It hung between her breasts, the white silver radiating off her dusky skin. Ivo surprised her just as she got out of the shower. While you look adorably wet like you've been running through a rainstorm, let me add something to this picture. He stood behind her as they gazed in the bathroom mirror. Sophia leaned back into him, as he fastened the chain around her neck. At first, Sophia couldn't take her eyes off the beautiful man standing behind her, who was now kissing her shoulder, looking up under those thick dark lashes of his to meet her gaze in the mirror. I saw in an antique store and knew it was made for you. The color of it. Sophia couldn't speak for a moment. She picked up the ruby between her fingers and made it twinkle in the light. Ivo, this is too much. He smiled, his arms tightening around her. No. It isn't. Nothing is too much for you. So now it shone against her skin, and Sophia had never felt more alive or attractive or loved. Ivo had moved his chair close to hers, so he could press his lips to her bare shoulder. Their guests were running a little late. Ellie Navarro had sent an apologetic text a few minutes ago. The evening was warm, and all around the restaurant tiny white lights were scattered in the shrubbery amongst the plants and trees. A low hum of chat mixed with the soft music playing. Sophia thought she had never felt so relaxed or chilled out. She and Ivo had spent the afternoon making love back at the hotel, the incredibly luxurious suite which overlooked the Grand Canal and was twice the size of Desiree's entire apartment. They'd walked hand in hand through the Venetian streets to the restaurant, and now Sophia leaned into Ivo and kissed him. "Thank you, Ivo. For everything. You have changed my life." He pressed his lips to hers, not caring who was watching, kissing her deeply, passionately. "You are my world, Principessa." He leaned his forehead against hers. "Hey, hey," said a soft voice, and they looked up to see a beautiful dark-haired woman smiling at them. Holding her hand, a tall, dark man, gloriously handsome. Ivo and Sophia stood to greet them. Sophia, Ellie, and Indio Navarro. "Guys, this is my Sophia." Ellie hugged Sophia. "It's wonderful to meet you. Ivo's raved about you." Sophia blushed, and Ivo rolled his eyes. "Way to ruin my game, else." Ellie grinned, unrepentant. "My work here is done." They enjoyed the evening with Ellie and Indio, and Sophia began to think that talking to Ellie about the profile would be easier than she had thought. Ellie reassured her. "We won't talk about anything you're uncomfortable with, Sophia. This is just to introduce you to the art world." "Ivo, you're meeting with Maceo?" Ivo nodded. "Maceo Bartoli," he explained to Sophia, "is Italy's most prominent art dealer. He was my mentor, still is in many ways. He's excited to meet you." Sophia smiled at the warmth in his voice. At the end of the meal, after they'd lingered over coffee, they said their goodbyes. Ellie smiled at Sophia. "I'll see you tomorrow, Sophia. We'll have some girl chat." Sophia and Ivo walked back to their hotel. Ivo's thumb stroked the back of Sophia's hand. "Did you like Ellie and Indio?" "Very much. What a lovely couple. They seem so in love." Ivo nodded, smiling. "They're probably saying the same about us." She flushed, wanting to tell him how much she was in love with him, but somehow couldn't form the words. "Ellie's really gorgeous. She is such a lovely woman. One day I'll tell you Ellie and Indio's story. It's quite the roller coaster." The streets were quieter now, and Sophia couldn't stop herself falling in love with the picturesque city, the rustic buildings, the empty, peaceful alleyways and bridges, simply lit. "It's so beautiful here," she sighed, and Ivo smiled. "I'm glad you think so." He pulled her into a dimly lit alleyway and gently pushed her up against the wall of a building. "But what I'm looking at right now," he murmured, brushing her lips with his, "is even more beautiful." Sophia wound her arms around his neck, gazing up into his handsome face. She loved the lightness of his green eyes against the darkest black of his thick, long eyelashes, the scar next to his eye, the shagginess of his dark curls tumbling over his forehead. "Ivo, you may be the most gorgeous man I've ever met. You put your movie star father in the shade. I'm trying, but I can't quite capture your essence in my painting. Nothing compares to you in the flesh." Ivo smiled. "That's a nice thing to hear. But right now I just want to do this." And he bent his head and kissed her deeply, sending Sophia's senses reeling. Back at the hotel, they shared a soak in the huge tub, then Ivo fell asleep with his head on Sophia's chest, his lips pressed to her skin. Sophia lay awake for a while, staring out of the window at the inky Venice night. Something was bothering her, but she couldn't place it. Was it just that she felt like she had the world at her fingertips, and everything she ever wanted? The man she loved was in her arms, and her passion for her work was finally being rewarded. Sophia knew it was ridiculous, but ever since that terrible day of her mother's funeral, she was always waiting for the other shoe to drop. "Screw you, Fergus Rutland, for taking my faith away." "Screw you." Sophia felt hot tears on her cheeks and dashed them away. No one was going to take away her happiness now. She would fight to the death to protect it. She had no idea how literally that pledge would manifest itself, or how much damage would come to everyone she loved.
Chapter 9.
The interview with Ellie was fun, and Sophia found herself telling Ellie far more about her past than she expected. Afterward, however, Sophia got nervous as they were walking towards Piazza San Marco to meet Ivo. She stopped Ellie and turned to her. "That stuff about the Rutland family, I don't want that in the piece, please." "I'm sorry." Ellie shook her head. "It's okay, Sophia. I told you nothing goes ahead without your approval. I don't blame you. They don't deserve any of the attention you're about to get or any of the praise. They abandoned you." Sophia relaxed. "Thank you, Ellie. I don't want them to think they won, that their actions still mean anything to me." Ellie studied her as they walked. "But they do?" Sophia sighed. "Yes. I still have this trust hang-up, or rather, this feeling everything will blow up in my face when I least expect it." "It's understandable, but Sophia, I think we all feel that to some extent after a traumatic event. It takes time." Ellie squeezed her arm. She looked at where they were headed, and Sophia was surprised to see her friend pale a little. "Not this way," Ellie said, steering Sophia away from a small alleyway. Sophia was curious, but didn't want to intrude. They chatted easily as they met Ivo, and sat down to another delicious meal. Sophia patted her stomach. "I think I may have put on a few pounds since I met you, Ivo Zaka." Ivo grinned. "Good, that just means you're healthy." "That's right, Ivo told me you had meningitis when you met." Sophia rolled her eyes. "Well, I thought it was a good way to meet guys." Ellie laughed. "It's unusual. How did you meet Indio?" Ellie's face softened. "We were childhood friends, rather he was my brother's best friend, and I fell in love with him almost instantly." Her face clouded a little, and she looked away from the couple. "There were a few years when we were apart, but now, thankfully, I got my dream life with him." Sophia smiled, dying to know what else had happened, but she could see that Ellie didn't want to talk about it. "And your 2 children?" Ellie beamed. "Enzo and Florentina. There's only a year or so between them, and both are still toddlers, so they're a handful, but I'm just glad we have them. Florentina bullies Enzo. It's pretty funny." Sophia almost told her about Clemence's pregnancy, then stopped herself. If Ivo hadn't mentioned it, then it wasn't her place to talk about it. It was another reminder of how little she had to do with that side of his life. She hadn't called Clemence yet, hadn't had time, but she decided when they got back to Paris she would. After lunch, and after telling Ellie they would see her later at the gallery party, Ivo took Sophia to ride on a gondola through the canals of the city. As they were steered along the waterways, Sophia couldn't take her eyes from the beautiful buildings on either side of them, and when the gondolier took them into the Grand Canal, she sighed happily. "It's heaven here," she said softly, hearing Ivo's soft laugh. "It is one of my favorite places on earth. I've even considered living here." She smiled up at him. "Must be nice to be able to decide when and where you're going to live." Ivo nodded, conceding it was. "But hey, you did too." She rolled her eyes. "Yeah, because that's the same. Living on the streets, and illegally, by the way. My visa ran out a long time ago." Ivo frowned. "Hasn't Daisy arranged a new visa?" "Only temporary. They have a lot of questions about where I was those 6 months, which we have yet to answer. Until we do." Ivo sighed. "Well, we can fudge those details. Say we were living together." Sophia shook her head. "You could go to jail, and here's no way I'm risking that. If they say no to me living in Paris, well, I'll just have to figure something else out." "We will figure it out. And don't worry about me, I can look after myself." Sophia didn't want to have an argument, so she just nodded. At the end of the gondola tour, they walked back to the hotel to rest before the evening's event. "Resting is not what I had in mind," Ivo said, and Sophia laughed as he took her in his arms. The day was warm, and the balcony doors let in a fresh breeze. They stripped each other slowly before laying down on the bed. Sophia trailed her lips across his collarbone as Ivo stroked her belly. Did you enjoy being intimate in the alleyway last night? She nodded. I did. She wriggled as he did it again, his gorgeous face lit up as he laughed. Such an impatient girl. I think we'll have to teach you a lesson. Ivo. They were lying together, resting, and Sophia leaned her face against his chest. He kissed her shoulder. Yes, my darling? We should try other things, I'd like to. Such as? She smiled up at him. Like this? I like it when you have control over me like this. I'd be willing to try anything. Ivo smiled down at her. That's good to know. What we've done is quite tame, and I myself have never gone deep into the BDSM world, but it's something we could try. There are other things, some of which I'm into the idea of, some things I'm not. Like what? Ivo hesitated. I'm not into bloodletting or knife play. No Angelina and Billy Bob stuff. Sophia sniggered. Good, neither am I. I did like being intimate in public. She nodded over to the huge windows that looked out over the Grand Canal. The thought of other men admiring your beautiful body appeals. Maybe that's just my inner Neanderthal coming out. Sophia considered. No, I could go along with that in the right setting. Aren't there places we could go to do that? She was blushing furiously now. There are places that cater for that, yes. I want to experience everything I can with you, Ivo. You are my addiction. I'm so in love with you, my beautiful, extraordinary Sophia, so much in love with you. Sophia's eyes filled with tears. And I love you, Ivo Zaka. I've always loved you from the beginning, always.
Chapter 10.
Fergus Rutland stared at the profile in the glossy Society magazine. So Sophia was in Paris, and about to become the next big thing in the art world. So many emotions welled up inside his chest. Pride. Shame. Love. When Devika, Sophia's mother, died, something had gone out in Fergus's life. He couldn't bear to see Sophia, so beautiful, so like his beloved wife, around his home, and he knew that if he explained it to her she would refuse to leave, she would have wanted to care for him. Sophia was everything good in Fergus's life, which was why he had to throw her away. That's what he told himself over and over, that he had done it for her benefit. The true fact of it was that Tamara had always hated Sophia, been jealous of her curvy, voluptuous, soft beauty and kindness, and had persuaded the grief-stricken Fergus to not only bury Devika outside of the family mausoleum, but to banish her daughter. Why the hell had he gone along with it? He loved his daughter, yes, but he knew the viper she was. She was exactly like he had been before Devika had come along. Cold, aloof, lacking in empathy. Jonas had been the victim of the family. Fergus's first wife, Judy, was weak in some ways, but as ruthless as her daughter and her husband. When she had fallen from the stairs and smashed her head open on the marble floor, it had been a great shock to Jonas and Fergus. Tamara had not seemed either shocked or particularly grief-stricken, although she put on a performance at her mother's funeral. Fergus had heard the whispers at the wake. How exactly did Judy fall? Suspicious eyes cast at him, at Tamara, but never at the quietly devastated Jonas. Fergus didn't want to think about that. He touched the photograph of Sophia. She looked older and more self-assured. Her black hair now hung almost to her waist, had bright blue highlights, and her dark eyes ringed with kohl as she stared into the lens of the camera. She looked beautiful and so much like her late mother it made Fergus's heart hurt. He read through the piece again. She would debut her work at a gallery opening in Paris at the end of the week. Fergus picked up his phone and called his assistant. He detailed what he wanted. Get me an invite to that opening, but use a pseudonym. I don't want Sophia running scared. And book me a flight and hotel to Paris. Actually, book 2 tickets for the return flight. He put down the phone. It was time. It was time to bring Sophia home. Tamara ignored the doorman at her father's club and pushed her way in. She could have cared less that no women were supposed to be admitted. The Rutland name meant access to anywhere, as far as she was concerned. She found her father in the garden of the club, a gin and tonic on the table next to him, reading a book. "Hey, Pa." Fergus looked up, annoyed. "Tamara, I come here to escape family, not to be harassed." "Cool your boots, Pa. I brought you the business plan you wanted." She handed him a thick bound stack of paper. Fergus put his book down to take it, and as he did, the book slipped, and a folded-up piece of paper slipped out. Tamara was too quick for Fergus. She smoothed out the magazine article on her knee, and Fergus sighed. "Tamara? So the street urchin showed up in Paris, did she?" Tamara's voice was spiteful, and she began to read the article. "Huh. Doesn't mention us once. So much for family loyalty. You can hardly blame her after what I did." Tamara rolled her eyes. "You did the right thing, the only thing to be done." "I'm not so sure anymore." Tamara went very still. "What is that supposed to mean?" Fergus looked at his daughter steadily. "It means I'm bringing Sophia back home, where she belongs. There's an art community here that would welcome someone of Sophia's talents with open arms. And Tamara, I miss my daughter." "Stepdaughter," Tamara hissed, then took a long breath in, calming herself. She stared out at the lovingly tended lawns and chewed her lips. "Never mind about her, Dad. I need an answer from the club. We have a lock on it until tomorrow, then another buyer gets to bid." She thawed slightly. "You've always wanted me to have a focus, a passion. This is it. An exclusive club for an elite clientele. Like this one, except skewed towards the younger market. By invitation only. Hoping to capitalize on the disposable income of the city's young and beautiful." Fergus started to read the business plan. "Sounds well thought out." "It is," she said. "There's a whole culture that isn't being exploited." Her father looked up at her. "Young professionals with disposable income in New York? Isn't that who every club is aimed at?" Tamara gave her father a chilly smile. "Not this exclusive. I want to move into attracting only the very elite, the very discreet." "What kind of club is this, Tamara?" Her mouth hitched up. "Somewhere people can meet and, let's just say, enjoy each other without judgment." Fergus glared at her. "A private club? Nothing so crass, father. More like somewhere people looking for a high-class hookup can meet. The club is just a club. A safe space for the elite, if you like." How easily the lies rolled off her tongue. Fergus sighed. "Whatever." Tamara saw him glance back at the magazine clipping. She had to admit, her hated ex-stepsister looked beautiful. And now she was going to be a big star in the art world. Tamara studied her father. It wouldn't hurt to soften him up and stop him from asking too many questions. "If you want to contact Sophia, just do it." Fergus looked at her askance. "Did you hit your head in the last few minutes?" Tamara shrugged. "If it makes you happy to see her, what do I care? It looks like she's pretty entrenched in Paris, so she may not be as easy to persuade to come home as you think." Fergus's eyes darkened, and he looked away from her. "We'll see." Tamara wanted to get out of the cub now. "So you'll sign the papers?" "What? Oh yeah. Go, open your club. I am glad you finally found something, Tam. I'm sorry if I seem a little distracted." He really was almost out of it, Tamara thought, as she kissed his cheek. "Love you, Daddy." "Love you too, sweetie." As she drove away back to the city, Tamara should have been thinking of her new club, so much more than what she'd described to her father. It would be the most debauched club in the city if she had her way, and behind the scenes she and Grant could play their games. She did consider her club, but now she was thinking of someone who she would absolutely love to take there. Someone who she wanted to destroy, corrupt, and finally kill. The one person she hated, the one person who knew her darkest secret. Sophia.
Chapter 11.
They had been back in Paris for a week, and the grand opening of the La Galerie Désirée was less than 12 hours away. Sophia glanced at her watch. Actually, 11 hours and 43 minutes. She felt nauseous. At the last minute, an artist had pulled 2 canvases from the opening, and Désirée had commissioned 2 abstract pieces from Sophia. Working furiously, she had got them done, but now was having trouble deciding how to hang them. Désirée had moved her pieces from the relatively low-key alcove area to a more prominent position, and Sophia felt overwhelmed. She stepped back and studied her work. The 2 abstracts, wild blocks of color, clashing and vibrant, were some of her best work, she knew, but she still loved the painting of Ivo best. She'd finally managed to capture his essence. Her romantic partner. The man who was in love with her. She couldn't believe it, somehow. She forced herself to make the decision to say she was done, that her exhibit was ready, and went home to Désirée's apartment. Désirée was out, working through an exhausting schedule of pre-opening interviews. Sophia thought about Ellie's profile. Ellie had kept her word, and the profile was sleek, an introduction without prying too deeply into Sophia's personal life. At her request, there was no mention of her relationship with Ivo. Both of them knew that he, being the son of movie stars, interest would be high, and neither wanted to navigate that just yet. They had talked about moving in together. Ivo told her he was looking at apartments in Paris, had asked her to go with him after the opening when she wasn't so busy. Although I anticipate your door will be beaten down by gallery owners worldwide, he added with a smile, and she kissed him. You're biased? True, but you really are that talented, never forget it. Sophia's heart warmed now, as she walked through the streets of her adopted city. How she'd been so lucky as to meet such a special guy. Instead of going home, she decided to go and see Stefan, her savior from when she was on the streets. He smiled and gathered her into a bear hug. I hear you're about to be a superstar, he teased her, waving a copy of the magazine her profile had been sold to. Sophia rolled her eyes. Ha, not likely, but at least I can pay my way. How's business? Stefan grinned. Very well. Almost too well. Since you were sick, since you met that man of yours, I seem to be getting a lot of orders from high-end restaurants for my produce. Know anything about that? Sophia chuckled. Don't thank me, thank Ivo. He's the most generous man I've ever met. You and him. Sophia flushed, nodding. Pretty much. Well, I'm glad for you, little one. Look here, he pulled the cover of the stall up. Look where you came from, look where you are now. Sophia felt tears prick her eyes. I wouldn't have survived without you, Stefan. She said goodbye to her friend a while later and walked home. She would bathe and get dressed for the party later, and was deep in thought, wondering what to wear when she opened the main door to her building. She didn't see him until she started up the stairs. Hi. An American accent. She turned to see a young man, about Ivo's age, with light brown hair and blue eyes, smiling at her. Hi. I just moved in. Felix Hammond. He stuck his hand out and she shook it. Sophia. You've taken me. Fournier's old apartment? He grinned. If me? Fournier lived in number 3, then yes. I have to say, I'm a little relieved to know another American lives here. Or Canadian, I shouldn't presume. Sophia laughed, warming to the newcomer and his friendly manner. No, you were right the first time. American-born, at least. What brings you to Paris? Inspiration. I'm a writer. You? Sophia hesitated. An artist. Actually, I do have to run. We have a gallery opening tonight. Oh yes? Sophia nodded. Seeing he looked interested, she dug around in her bag for an invitation, pulling out a rather crumpled one. She handed it to him. Come along, if you like. There will be champagne and food if nothing else. Felix thanked her, telling her he would see her later, and Sophia said goodbye. In the apartment, she showered and threw on her robe, going to the kitchen to dig out some food. Settling for some cheese and an apple after eating, she lay on the bed, trying to quell the nerves. She had almost fallen asleep when she heard the door open. She opened her eyes and smiled. "Hey, pretty girl." Ivo bent down to kiss her as he pulled off his tie and undid his shirt. She watched him as he stripped down, her beautiful man, his dark curls messy, his light green eyes crinkled with amusement. "You like what you see?" "I do like it," she whispered, running her fingers through his hair. Outside, it had started to rain hard, and for a time they stared at each other, listening to the sound of their breathing and to the silence of the apartment. Their intimate moment was gentle, tender. "I love you," she whispered. Ivo smiled down at her as he caught his breath. "Was there a world before you?" She giggled. "Cheesy." Ivo laughed. "You know it." He rolled onto his side, propping himself up on his elbow. Sophia traced her finger down his cheek as he stroked her belly. "You're not too nervous about tonight, are you? It's going to be fantastic. You'll be the star of it, I know it." Sophia groaned. "Don't say that." "It's a done deal," Ivo grinned, shrugging. "Maceo will be there," he told her, mentioning the art dealer she had met in Venice. Maceo Bartoli had been a riot, fun-loving but also very serious about his work, and her work. It made her feel better that he would be there tonight. Some other friends from the art world too. Floriana Mallory will be representing the Mallorys. You'll love her. You're both quiet. How can I say it is an alternative? Geeky goddesses. Sophia laughed. Geeky goddess? Is that how you see me? Definitely. He kissed her gently. Sophia considered, holding him close as he showed her affection. "I kind of like that." "Oh, and that?" Ivo had moved to her other side, touching her gently, and Sophia gave a soft sigh, closing her eyes. She felt his lips against hers again as he moved closer. She held him close, feeling his presence. She opened her eyes to see him looking at her, his eyes soft with affection. "Still apprehensive about tonight?" he whispered, and she shook her head as her body reacted to him. "No. Not anymore, Ivo, not anymore." Felix Hammond, aka Grant Christo, listened to them, together through the device he'd placed in Sophia Amory's bedroom. He closed his eyes and imagined being with her. When Tamara had sent him here to cause trouble for her ex-stepsister, she hadn't mentioned a romantic partner. Perhaps she didn't know. No matter. He was here to do a job. Tamara's instructions were clear: disrupt Sophia's life and her career. Get her back to New York City. They would keep her there, Tamara said, before they dealt with her. Her eyes had been intense as she described what she had planned for Sophia Amory. "I want to make her life difficult," she said. Now, Grant could see why Tamara was consumed with jealousy over Sophia. Sophia was beautiful, exquisitely so, gentle and lovely. Something Tamara could never be. Tamara had looked down at him, her face flushed with intense emotion. "I want to watch you end her," she had said, her voice filled with a mix of desire and rage. "I want to watch her fade away." Grant smiled to himself now, listening to Sophia Amory's sounds of intimacy. No problem, he thought. As soon as he had seen her, he felt a strong urge to possess her and then to end her. He could imagine the confusion, the pain on her face. "Why?" she would ask. "Why?" But he wouldn't tell her. Sophia Amory would never know why she was being taken from her life, because the reason was simple and incomprehensible. "Because I wanted to," Grant gave a soft chuckle and went back to listening to the girl whose fate was all he could now think about.
Chapter 12.
Sophia's hands were trembling so much that she had to shove them between her knees. She and Ivo were in a cab, on the way to the gallery. Ivo had warned her there would be press, but when she stepped out onto a red carpet and flashbulbs started to pulsate, she gave a squeak of alarm and backed into Ivo's arms. He chuckled and bent his lips to her ear. "It's okay, darling. Just hold my hand and I'll get you through this. He was true to his word, guiding her through the throng with only a few catcalls coming her and Ivo's way. She guessed that their relationship would be public knowledge from now on, and it made her feel a little sad. Inside, Ivo took her coat, sweeping an admiring glance over the lilac dress she wore. It was form-fitting, and the color was rich against her dark skin. Ivo steered her into a private space before kissing her. "You look so beautiful, baby." Sophia kissed him back, pouring all her nervous energy into the kiss until, laughing, Ivo had to break away. "I'll never make it through this if I'm tenting," he said. He looked glorious in a dark gray suit, the blue shirt he wore underneath playing up the green of his eyes. Sophia leaned against him. "I love you, Ivo Zaka. This is all you're doing." "Thank you." "You're welcome, but you give me too much credit. We are a team, you and me. For all time." Sophia nodded, love making her body warm, her nerves relaxing. "For all time," she agreed. Ivo smiled at her. "Ready?" She took a deep breath in. "Ready." Ellie Navarro threw her arms around Sophia. "Sweetie, it's so good to see you." Sophia was delighted. "I didn't think you could come." "Oh gosh, Ellie, thank you for coming." Ellie grinned. "Couldn't stay away. Indio sends his love, but he has to work, so he's back home with the Rugrats. Maceo and Ori are here though." "I know you met Maceo. Have you met Ori?" Sophia shook her head, and Ellie bore her off to meet Maceo's wife. Orianthe Bartoli was gorgeous and sweet, and she made Sophia feel like she was already an old friend. "Maceo has gone into business mode," she complained with a grin. "And darling, one of your pieces has already sold." Sophia bugged her. "You're kidding." Ori laughed. "Nope. Come on, let's go see, there's quite the crowd around your work." In the end, Sophia had arranged her work, with the gallery painting in the center, flanked by the portraits of Desiree and Ivo either side, then the two abstracts won the ends. Sophia knew it wasn't the most sophisticated or cohesive arrangement, but even so, it worked. She saw the sold sticker on Ivo's portrait and felt a pang of sadness. Ori saw her face and whispered, "I wouldn't be too sad to see it go. This is business, and you have the real thing." A lot of young artists feel that way when they start selling their pride and joys. It is a spectacular portrait. The model is pretty spectacular, Sophia smiled but felt a little better. She saw Ivo talking to Maceo and another man, blonde, tall, handsome with a kind face, who she didn't recognize. Ellie followed her glance. Grady Mallory. The lovely Asian woman with him is his sister-in-law, Kia. They run the most prominent art foundation in the world. You've heard of Rand Mallory? Sophia nodded. Who hadn't? Rand was, or had been before his recent death, the most prominent member of a family who for the most part lived for art. His daughter-in-law Kia's foundation had been responsible for championing artists from impoverished backgrounds. Sophia had known all about the foundation, but then she was still a part of the Rutland family. She had hardly qualified as impoverished. Come and meet Grady and Kia. Florrie's around somewhere, Ori looked around. Sophia felt nervous, but she reminded herself that was why she was here. She steeled herself. Ellie, walking beside her, squeezed her hand. Deep breaths. It's going to be fine. As they walked across the gallery, Sophia saw with amazement that both of her abstracts now had sold stickers on them. In a flash, she was introduced to the Mallorys and to a host of other people whose names she immediately forgot in the furor. She saw Ivo and Desiree chatting with other guests. Ivo caught her eye, mouthing, "Are you all right?" Sophia nodded. She really was. This was easier than she had expected. All she had to do was talk about her passion for art. After an hour, Desiree made a speech, thanking everybody involved in the building of the gallery, especially Ivo. My oldest, dearest friend, Ivo Zaka, you are a remarkable man. I called you for help, and boy did you come through for me. She looked over and raised a glass to Sophia. Ladies and gentlemen, our newest bright star, Miss Sophia Amory. A cheer went up and glasses were raised. Sophia went scarlet and tried to hide. Desiree laughed. Sophia, never before have I had a debuting artist sell their entire exhibit in one night. Now, I admit that I bought 2 of them myself. For one thing, a girl's got to have a great portrait of herself to take home. She bowed demurely to loud applause and much laughter. And of course, we couldn't have the stunning painting of this place go anywhere else. So I admit to purchasing those for myself. But Sophia, I think I would have had a fight on my hands. Your future is more than bright, girl, it's on fire. Sophia blushed again as applause rang out and faces turned toward her. She felt Ivo snake an arm around her waist and kiss her temple. I love you, Piccolo, he whispered, and she beamed up at him. Desiree went on to thank her other artists, lest they felt sidelined, but all Sophia could think about now was the man beside her. I love you so much, she murmured, her lips against his. The kiss turned into something not fit for company, and giggling, they slipped out of the main room and into the side rooms. Ivo pressed her against the wall as he kissed her. You know we were talking about getting caught? His smile was mischievous, his eyes sleepy with desire. Sophia chuckled. There's maybe about 300 people next door, she said, but Ivo was already adjusting her dress, and once they connected she was swept away. Their hands moved to each other, and they embraced. Ivo helped her adjust her clothing, and Sophia gave a soft sound as they came together. They held each other close, their quiet expressions of affection hidden by their closeness. Recovering, Sophia smiled. This is the most amazing night, she said, straightening her dress. Ivo adjusted his own clothing, grinning at her. Just the start of your stellar career, and of our life together. He cupped her face in his hands. Sophia, live with me. I haven't found a place yet, but I'd rather we found something we both love. I don't want to wait anymore. And Sophia knew without a doubt what her answer would be. He moved away from the door, feeling a sense of frustration. Watching them together had stirred something within him, but at least now he knew who was with Sophia Amory. Ivo Zaka. Ivo freakin' Zaka. Grant smiled to himself, and as he moved back into the crowd, he wondered how Tamara would take the news that Sophia was with one of the most eligible men on the planet. It would upset her. Grant imagined her reaction and knew how to handle her. Tamara's strong reactions were something he had learned to manage, and this would require finesse. He would have to be careful. Tamara might want to accelerate her plans, and he couldn't allow that. He wanted to proceed carefully. He would find a way to manage Tamara. He stayed on the periphery of the crowd, observing them all. There were a number of attractive people in the room, he thought. Any one of them would be interesting to get to know. All too high profile, all too risky. Hey there. Grant turned to see Sophia behind him. She smiled at him and he felt a reaction. She was still glowing, her skin had a beautiful pink blush high on her cheeks. A second later, he was aware he was staring and shook his head, smiling. Sorry, hello again. I'm sorry, it's just you look breathtaking. More blushing. Oh, thank you. Have you got a drink? Oh, you have, She was adorably nonplussed. He decided to save her. Your work is incredible, Sophia. Thank you for inviting me. It's no trouble for a new neighbor. Oh hey Daisy. Sophia grabbed the hand of the owner, a tall, gorgeous, exotic-looking woman wearing a gold shift dress. The woman smiled at him. Daisy, this is our new neighbor, Felix Hammond. He's taken me. Fournier's apartment. Desiree shook Grant's hand, studying him. Have we met? Grant grinned widely. I would have remembered. Sadly, we haven't. Your gallery is remarkable, quite stunning. Daisy took the praise with a graceful incline of her head. Well, welcome. I hope you've seen some things you like. This one's work, unfortunately for you, is all sold out. Sophia rolled her eyes. Because you bought 2/5 of it. And actually, I wanted to talk to you about that. Felix, would you excuse us for a few minutes? Of course. He watched the two women walk back to the office at the side of the main hall. Damn it. He did know Desiree, or rather they'd crossed paths years ago when Desiree was still transitioning and Grant was hustling in New York. They hadn't been friends as such, just occasionally shared a cigarette at a late-night diner. Grant smirked to himself. Girl done good. He looked around the vast gallery. He had no doubt that Desiree had gotten herself a sugar daddy back in the day, and that this was probably the result. How else would she have gotten this far? And smart cookie that she was, she'd moved here where no one knew her history. Grant was impressed, but it posed a risk to his plans. He knew what to do if it became a problem though. He snagged another drink from the tray and went back to the party. Daisy was already writing a check before Sophia could stop her. Daisy, no. The paintings are yours. I don't want any of your money. You've already given me so much. Don't be ridiculous, Desiree said, blowing the ink dry on the check. Besides, this doesn't even begin to cover what your work is worth, but you're at the start. She handed the check to Sophia, who took it reluctantly. Her eyes opened wide when she saw the figure. Oh no, come on Daisy, this is too much. Daisy waved her away with a hand. Stop your griping. The checks for your other pieces were made out to the gallery, so when they're processed, there'll be more. You sold out, kiddo, congratulations. Sophia's legs felt suddenly very weak, and she sank into the chair. I can't believe it. Well, believe it. Both Maceo Bartoli and Grady Mallory are already fighting over who gets to exhibit to you next. And I know Kia would like to talk to you about maybe teaching a summer class at her foundation. You're headed for the stratosphere, baby. Daisy sneaked a cigarette out of her bag and grinned at Sophia. Don't tell Ivo. She cracked open a window and blew the smoke out into the cool night air. It's okay to feel overwhelmed, Sophia, you know? Big things are happening both personally and privately. Sophia opened her eyes wide and blew out her cheeks. You can say that again. She hesitated for a moment. Ivo asked me to move in with him. Tell me something I don't know, Desiree smiled. But you know, you don't have to do anything until you are ready. I'd say the same to him. It is fast. It is, Sophia said, chewing her lip. Daisy took another long drag. What does your heart tell you, little one? Sophia looked at her with shining eyes, and Daisy smiled. Guess you've already made your mind up. Well, I am happy for you both. You'll always have your room at my place though. It was almost midnight before the crows started to disperse. Sophia was dead on her feet, and Ivo, seeing this, swept her onto his lap as they sat at one of the tables. Their new friends Maceo, Ori, Flory, Kia and Mallory sat with them chatting. Sophia felt a comfort settling in her bones. She belonged somewhere. At last, she found out that it was Adria La Loggia who had purchased Sophia's portrait of her son, and she was both flattered and glad it was going to someone who loved Ivo. She heard his voice before she saw him and her heart froze. He was berating the security team in a loud voice as they refused to let him in, and then he was calling her name, no, shouting her name. Oh gosh. She leapt from Ivo's knees and started walking, almost stumbling towards the voice, desperate to stop him from making a fuss, ruining Desi's night. Ivo was at her side, steadying her. What is it, my love? She looked up at him with stricken eyes. You have to stop him, he'll ruin everything. Who? Sophia didn't answer, but stumbled her way towards the man who had ripped her heart out. When he saw her coming towards him, he smiled beatifically. Darling Sophia. Fergus Rutland pushed past the guards to take his stepdaughter in his arms.
Chapter 13.
Sophia pushed him away, roughly. Don't touch me. Ivo was there then, getting between the two of them. Who is this, Sophia? Who the hell are you? Fergus bristled. I am Sophia's father, Fergus Rutland. And you? He drew himself, but couldn't match Ivo's great stature and height, certainly in the face of Ivo's anger. Ex-stepfather, I believe, and from what Sophia has told me, you threw her out of your family the day she buried her mother. You have no rights here, you son of a gun. Get out of here. Fergus ignored him and looked straight at Sophia. Sophia, I know what I did was wrong. I know I can never make up for it. Please let me try. Sophia was trembling so hard that Ivo put his arms around her to stop her from falling down. No, I don't want you here. Fergus, to his credit, nodded. I shouldn't have come tonight. I've ruined your evening, and I'm sorry. But please, Sophia, please consider meeting me to talk. Just once is all I ask, and then if you choose to cut me out of your life, I'll respect it. I'm staying at the George V. For as long as it takes. Please, Sophia. He stared at her, his eyes soft, no anger in them, then nodded stiffly at Ivo. Ivo didn't move. Fergus turned on his heel and left. Ivo pressed his lips to Sophia's hair. Are you okay, baby? She nodded, but her body was still trembling. Why? Wait tonight? It was as if the rug had been pulled from under her. Just as I found my place in the world, Sophia couldn't process how she felt except for angry. She was so furious she couldn't speak. Desiree put her hand on Ivo's shoulder. Take her to your place, Ivo. She needs to be taken care of. Sophia felt her anger grow as she and Ivo returned to his hotel suite. She went to the window and stared out, lost in thought. Ivo slipped his arms around her, and she turned, pulling him into a passionate kiss. They embraced, their emotions intense. They moved together, their clothing falling away, and found themselves on the floor. Sophia expressed her anger, and Ivo responded with equal intensity. Hold me close, Ivo, she said, her voice low. He kissed her deeply, their embrace tightening. Afterwards they lay together, catching their breath. Sophia looked at Ivo. Ivo, let's explore some of those experiences you mentioned. Ivo hesitated. Sophia, I'm not sure this is the right time. I wouldn't want you to regret. Ivo, I want to try new things with you. I need this. Her voice softened. Just for tonight. Ivo stroked her face, studying her eyes, and then nodded. For you, anything. I know a place we can go. The cab ride to the club was quick. Sophia, wearing her coat, held Ivo's hand. She was ready to explore with him. The club was down an alleyway. Ivo spoke to the doorman, and they were let in. They walked through the crowded club, and Ivo led her to a private room. The room had a glass wall overlooking the dance floor. Two-way glass, at least for now. Ivo removed her coat. He held her close. I want to share this experience with you. He touched her gently, and Sophia felt a sense of excitement. The thought of being seen both intrigued and made her nervous. Ivo kissed her softly. We can wear masks if you'd like. She nodded, breathless. Can we explore other options later? She kissed him, wanting to share this moment with him. Of course we can. He kissed her deeply. I want to share this deeply with you. Her eyes were filled with desire as he placed a mask over her eyes. I love you, Ivo. As I love you. If you want to stop, just say the word. I trust you, she said softly. But we can still have a word just in case. Ivo grinned. How about French fry? Sophia giggled. I might say that anyway. Good point. She held him close. Let's begin, Ivo. Ivo smiled and held her close. Let's begin this journey together. They moved to the window, and Ivo held her close. Before we share this, Ivo said, nuzzling her neck, I want this moment for us. They moved together, their emotions heightened by the moment. The glass was cool against her skin. Ivo touched her gently. I want to share this with you completely. He held her close, and Sophia felt a mix of emotions. Share this moment with me, Ivo. He held her close, and she felt a sense of surrender. He touched her gently, and she responded. Do you want to share this experience? Yes, she said. He held her close, and they shared a moment. The people below turned toward the glass cubicle. They watched them together. Ivo held her close, and Sophia felt a sense of connection. As they caught their breath, Ivo turned the glass back to opaque. "That was intense," Sophia said, kissing him. Ivo held her close, kissing her tenderly. "You're beautiful," he said. They held each other. "Do you feel at peace?" She nodded. "I don't think I want to explore other options tonight." Ivo laughed. "Of course. Want to go home?" She nodded. "When we've rested." "And yes, Ivo. I will move in with you." He was surprised, then delighted. He was pleased he had followed them. Sophia Amory was captivating, and seeing her explore with Ivo only heightened his interest. Grant walked out into the Paris morning, feeling a sense of anticipation. He was glad he had waited. Sophia Amory would be his. And she would be his focus.
Chapter 14.
Pen Black looked exhausted, and Tamara hid a smile. Had his spawn been born yet? Was that why he looked like death warmed up? She resisted asking him, knowing it would give her away. She had been so busy with the renovations at the new club that she hadn't had time to torment his wife or his girlfriend, whoever she was. Tamara took a long swig of vodka straight from the bottle. "Is there something else I can help you with? You know, we've been meeting for months now. I can be more than just your toy." Pen looked amused. "I have no doubt you can." She sat down opposite him. "You look tired." "I am. Family stuff." Tamara ran a hand through her long blonde hair and looked up at him from under her lashes. "Your wife?" He gave her a half smile. "I'm not married." So the pregnant woman was his girlfriend. "Any kids?" "Not yet." That wasn't an answer. "How about you?" "No kids. Never wanted them." "No husband." "Ditto." There was no use lying to him. What she wanted was him, not a ring or a brood of screaming brats. She wanted him, the mystery of him. Pen Black fascinated her, the danger in his eyes, his barely concealed brutality. She went to him now, sitting on his hard thighs, pressing her lips to his. He never usually allowed her to kiss him now, but tonight he seemed different. He slid his fingers into her hair, kissing her tenderly for the first time. Tamara felt something shift inside her. She gazed into the deep brown of his eyes. Without speaking, he swept her up into his arms and got to his feet, carrying her over to the rarely used bed. Tamara kept her lips on his, as he slipped the robe from her body and lay down on top of her. For Tamara, the next hour was a revelation. They made the time to explore each other's bodies, as if they had never met before. Slowly, tenderly, their gazes locked. Tamara let go of all her control over him, letting him dictate control over her body. Without doubt, she was in love with this man. It was a strange, new feeling for her. Softness. She was letting it into her heart for this man. "I love you," she whispered, not caring if the words scared him. She knew them to be the most honest words she had ever spoken. Pen Black stroked her hair back from her face and kissed her. The next moment she was stunned beyond words as she heard his whisper. "I love you too." Her cracked, wounded black heart fell open then, and she smiled at him. "I'm yours forever, Pen Black. Forever." And he gathered her into his arms, and they began again where they had left off.
Chapter 15.
Clemence, radiant and ethereal, smiled at Sophia as the other woman entered the cafe. She stood and embraced Sophia, kissing her cheeks. "Congratulations, Sophia. I hear the opening was a triumph for everyone, but particularly you." Sophia blushed. "It was a surreal experience," she admitted with a smile as they sat and ordered tea. That was an understatement, she thought. "How are you? How is the baby?" Clemence smoothed her hand over her bump. "We're getting to the serious part. She's kicking up a storm at the moment. Here. She grabbed Sophia's hand and put it on her belly. Feel it. Sophia, uncomfortable at the intimacy, was going to draw away, but then she felt a strange rippling under her palm. Her eyes widened. Wow. Clemens grinned. It's weird, huh? She looked at Sophia with sympathy. I know this must be hard for you to reconcile, Sophia, me having Ivo's baby when your relationship is so new. Sophia smiled gently. I'm used to strange familial arrangements. It's okay. Oh, that's right, Ivo mentioned your situation. Terrible business. Sophia was taken aback. He told you? We talk daily about the baby, and of course we are still great friends. He worries about you. He has no need to worry. Sophia was a little annoyed, but she didn't know if it was at Ivo or Clemens. Maybe both. Why would Ivo confide in his ex-girlfriend about his current girlfriend, other than to complain? Her jaw ached and she realized she was clenching her teeth. Clemens patted her hand. He was projecting. I think this thing with his mother has him all messed up. Adria keeps telling him the cancer isn't spreading and that she's being treated by the best in the world, but still Ivo worries. The shock of hearing that Ivo's beloved mother had cancer rippled through Sophia. Another thing he hadn't told her, but had clearly confided in Clemens about. What the hell? Then she felt ashamed. He had known Clemens for years, and Sophia for only a few months. Of course, Clemens was close to Adria too, and Sophia reminded herself that this really wasn't about her. She shook herself. I didn't know, but I hope Adria is okay. Sophia picked up her teacup, steadying her shaking hands. What the hell was the matter with her lately? Clemens nodded, but her eyes were sad. I do think she's hiding how much pain she is in, even from Ivo and Walter. Sophia sighed. Clemens, maybe I should go see her and offer my help. I mean, I don't know her that well, but I think she would like that. Clemens rummaged in her bag for a piece of paper. I have her room number here somewhere. She's staying at the George V. Sophia blanched. George V, where her stepfather was staying. No matter about him, this is more important. She took the piece of paper from Clemens, thanking her. Perhaps I should call first. Why not surprise her? I know she's bored out of her mind, waiting around for tests and treatment. The chemo is leaving her exhausted, and she doesn't go out much because of, well, she's Adria Lalagia. She's used to presenting herself in a certain way. Sick isn't one of them. Sophia's heart ached for the other woman. Poor thing. Maybe I'll take her some flowers, fresh fruit? A lovely idea. Listen, I hate to cut and run, but I have a doctor's appointment myself. Can we meet next week? Sophia nodded. Of course. If there's anything I can do to help you, don't hesitate. Clemens gave her a strange smile. You're sweet. Take care of yourself, Sophia. You too. Sophia watched the other woman walk away, wondering what that weird smile was about. She turned the piece of paper over in her hands. If Adria Lalagia wasn't feeling her glamorous self, maybe Sophia could help her out with that. She went home and opened her laptop. A little pampering would do Adria the world of good. She would maybe appreciate the bonding time with her son's new romantic partner. Sophia couldn't deny that she was a little intimidated by Ivo's glamorous parents. Now that she had some money in her new checking account, Sophia wondered what would be appropriate. Maybe start small. Flowers, some fine chocolates. Sophia hissed in frustration. What if Adria hated cut flowers or chocolate? What if Adria was insulted by her naive attempts to cheer her up? The house phone in Desi's apartment began to ring, and Sophia blinked in astonishment. She was stunned. Desi even had a house line. She ran lightly, barefoot, to pick it up. Hello? Desiree? A warm older male voice. Walter. Hello, Mr. Zaka. No, it's Sophia. Desi's not here at the moment. Oh, Sophia, how are you, my dear? I was actually looking for my son. I don't suppose he is with you? Sophia smiled. Walter Zaka sounded so much like Ivo, it was impossible to feel nervous around him. He's working at the moment, but his cell phone should be on. I just tried to reach him, and Clemens too, but neither was answering. Could you ask him to call me when he gets in? Of course. Sophia hesitated. Mr. Zaka, may I ask you something? Call me Walter, dear, and of course, you can fire away. Mrs. Zaka, I mean Ms. Lalagia, I would like to make her feel more comfortable while she is getting the chemotherapy, and wondered if she would appreciate me organizing some kind of pampering session, a massage, or a facial, or even just some flowers? There was silence at the end of the phone. Sophia frowned. Mr. Walter, are you there? Adria has cancer. It sounded like a statement, but in an instant, Sophia realized it wasn't. It was a question. Walter Zaka had no idea his ex-wife, his best friend, was sick. Oh gosh, Mr. Zaka, I'm so sorry. I thought you knew I. Sophia's knees were weak and she sank to the floor. Please, I'm sorry. It's all right, my dear. Thank you for being the only one decent enough to tell me. Do you know where my wife is staying? Sophia told him, and he thanked her again in a stiff voice before hanging up. Sophia cursed loudly, tears closed. What the hell had she just done? Without thinking, she grabbed her coat from her bedroom and took off. It had begun to rain hard, but Sophia had only one thought now: get to Adria and warn her. It was Sophia's mess to clean up now. She ran through the rain-drenched streets, not caring that her clothes were soaking wet. As she approached the hotel, she wondered if they would stop her from getting in. Luckily, the doorman was distracted by an arriving limousine, and Sophia slipped in quietly and went to the elevators. She rode, thankfully alone, to Adria's floor, and it was only at the door of her suite that Sophia stopped and took a breath. She knocked twice and waited. Adria opened the door, and Sophia was surprised to see she was in her robe, her hair messy, her face flushed. I'm so sorry, Ms. Lalagia, but I can come straight away. Her words were tumbling out of her mouth, and Adria, ever the mother, pulled her inside and put her arm around her shoulders. Breathe, dear, breathe. What is it? Has something happened to Ivo? Is he hurt? Are you hurt? Sophia shook her head dumbly. No, it's Walter, I mean Mr. Zaka. He called, you see, and I didn't know that he didn't know about the cancer. Gosh, I am so sorry. Adria took a moment to process what Sophia was telling her. She nodded her head slowly. It's okay, it's all right, dear. She sighed and led Sophia to the couch. Sit with me a moment. They sat in silence, Adria holding Sophia's hand. Sophia studied the older woman with worried eyes. Ms. Lalagia? I cannot begin to tell you how sorry I am. Darling, call me Adria, would you? Look, he had to know sometime. She noticed Sophia was soaking wet. Mio Dio, Sophia, you're soaking. Let me get you a towel and some hot tea. Sophia was bemused. I should be the one looking after you, she said with a shake of her head, and Adria laughed. Darling girl, I'm Italian. I wrote the book on taking care of loved ones. Sophia flushed, and Adria smiled at her. I didn't know Ivo had told you about my illness. He didn't. Clemens did by accident. And I told Walter by accident. Dear Lord, what a mess. It's my own fault. Adria's voice came from another room, then she came back with a towel. She handed it to a grateful Sophia, who smiled her thanks. Walter called the apartment looking for Ivo, and I was stupid enough to blab my mouth. Sophia rubbed her face, glad she wasn't wearing makeup. I only asked him if he knew what I could do to make you feel better while you were having treatment. You are very sweet. There was a cough from the bedroom, and Adria grinned at Sophia's shocked face. Darling, a woman has needs. A nice, uncomplicated hookup with a distinguished gentleman. That, I can tell you, makes me feel a whole lot better. Sophia started to laugh, and soon Adria joined in. Sophia, forgetting she was talking to a movie star, held her hand up for a high five, which Adria, grinning, delivered. Good for you. Adria hugged her. I'm sorry I haven't made the time to get to know you better, little one. My son is crazy about you, absolutely head over heels. We must spend more time together before I go back to the States. I would like that very much. How is your treatment going? Adria's smile faded. Better than expected. Darling, there are some things I don't want to discuss with anyone. I'm not being rude, it's just that the more I dwell, the worse I feel. I understand. Look, now I am here, can I do anything? Adria stood up. You could order us some tea while I go get dressed. I'll let my friend know that I have a family visitor, and to come back later. She gave Sophia a mischievous wink, and Sophia grinned. Adria disappeared into the bedroom, and Sophia heard low voices and laughter. She went to the desk and looked for the room service menu. She had just found it when she heard Adria returning. No, you can say hello, of course, we're not kids sneaking around, of course, but then I'd like to spend some time with my friend. Dinner later? I would like that. A very familiar voice answered Adria, and then they were in the room with Sophia. Sophia froze in the shock of icy cold. From his expression, Fergus Rutland was as stunned as she was. Sophia's mind was a delirium of confusion and anger, and she blurted out the first thing she could think of. Dad? Fergus Rutland rocked back a little but steadied himself and tried to smile as Adria looked between them. Hello, darling. My gosh, Sophia, it is good to see you. Sophia, to her eternal shame, burst into tears.
Chapter 16.
Sophia sat stiffly on the chair in Adria Lalagia's suite, not looking at her stepfather. Adria, realizing what the situation was, made them both sit. Talk, she ordered, giving Sophia a stern look, but also her hand squeezed her shoulder. She bent down to kiss Sophia's cheek. Just talk. If you get upset, I'll be right in the next room, darling. Fergus cleared his throat now. Thank you for giving me some time, Sophia. Sophia said nothing. Every time she looked at him, all she could see was the man who had abandoned her, who had disrespected her mother. Fergus was studying her. Sophia, I just wanted to say I was wrong. I was wrong to throw you out. Especially on that day. Sophia gave a humorless snort. Yes, because there's always a good day to throw a person out of their home. I'm really not interested in apologies, Mr. Rutland, so you can save yourself the speech. She got up, but Fergus raised a hand towards her. Please, just a few moments, and then you never have to see me again. Sophia hesitated, and then sat down. Say what you need to, Mr. Rutland. Fergus gave her a half smile. It was Dad, a little while ago. A slip of the tongue. The dad I knew died the day of my mother's funeral. It was with satisfaction that she saw him flinch. Sophia, I don't know what the hell I was thinking. I was almost half crazy with grief, and every time I saw you, I saw your mother. I think what she would have wanted now is for us to reconcile. Just when I'm making my mark on the world. Such a coincidence. Fergus's expression changed, became annoyed. Nonsense. He sighed. Sophia, time has passed, I've healed. And I want my daughter back. You have a daughter. That pit viper is called Tamara. Do you honestly think I want anything to do with you, or her, after you couldn't even show my mother the respect of burying her in the Rutland family plot? Humiliating her even after death, and you expect me to believe you grieved for her? Fergus stood, his irritation obvious. This is ridiculous. Sophia, you did not have a visa when you came here. You're working here illegally. Come home with me now before you're thrown out of the country. Or worse. Sophia stood too. Are you threatening me? I'm merely stating a fact. Don't you think your raised profile won't attract the attention of the French immigration department? Sophia raised her chin. Only if someone informs them. Are you saying you'll go to them if I don't come home with you? Fergus didn't answer her but met her gaze. Sophia felt like screaming. You creep. I did what you asked. I went away, and I would never have bothered you again. So why now? Because you can't bear for me to be happy? You're a sick creep. She didn't see the slap coming. Fergus's hand connected with her face, full force, and Sophia staggered backward. Enough. Adria was back, clearly having been listening. She got between them, her green eyes blazing, her anger a furious thing. You? Get out now. You never hit a woman, least of all someone who you abandoned. The Italian woman was in Fergus's face now, and he stepped back, alarmed. Did you know Sophia nearly died? When she was living on the streets, where did you put her? Meningitis. No. You didn't know that? Of course you didn't, because you banished her. Get out, figlia di puttana. Fergus hesitated only for a second more, then with a last glance at Sophia grabbed his jacket and left. Sophia was trembling, and Adria turned to her, her expression softening. She wrapped her arms around Sophia and hugged her tightly. I'm sorry I asked you to talk to that. She could barely spit his name out. Darling, I promise you this now. You will not have to go home with him. We will work something out. Sophia closed her eyes. It had been such a long time since she had been held by a maternal figure that she didn't want it to end now. She felt as if the last year's hurt and pain were running rampant through her body. He'll go to the authorities. He'll get me kicked out of the country. If I've learned anything, it's that he had spit in him. I never realized it when my mom was alive, but I guess Tamara got it from him. She looked up, tears in her eyes, then felt embarrassment. I'm so sorry, Adria. My family drama is the last thing you need right now. You are my family, Adria kissed her temple. Now that my dinner date has been shown the door, why don't we go grab something and I'll call Ivo? Sophia nodded. I'd like that. But what about Walter? Adria sighed. I called him and left a message. He'll be fine, Sophia. Look, Walter and he is my best friend, but sometimes I feel as if we need to have some kind of disconnect. We've been divorced for years, and yet we are both guilty of clinging to each other. Walter has a new romantic partner, so he tells me, and I want him to be free to pursue that without feeling as if my illness means he should be here. I'm so sorry I blabbed it out like an idiot. Sophia chewed her lips. Now I think of it, I think Clemens thinks Walter knows too from what she said. Adria shook her head. No, Clemens did know Walter was in the dark. We discussed it at length. She knew Ivo was keeping it from you for the same reasons. He thought you had enough on your mind and I agreed. Clemens told you? Sophia nodded, suddenly feeling confused. Why would she? I don't understand why she would do that. Maybe pregnancy brain? Adria smiled. You're being kind, but I think we both can guess what's going on with Clemens. She's jealous, Sophia. It's almost time for the baby, and she's feeling emotional. It can't be easy for her to see you with Ivo, especially when she sees how much in love the two of you are. Sophia felt her body relax at Adria's words. The one thing she was sure of in this world was that Ivo loved her. I often wonder how I got to be so blessed by having Ivo's love. Your son is the most wonderful man I've ever known. Adria touched her cheek. He is lucky to have you, Sophia. For a long time, and I didn't see it for years, he was unhappy, or rather he was trying to find his place in the world. When he was young, we fully expected him to follow us into the acting world. Given his looks and his charm, we thought he would be an even bigger star than his father. When he told us he didn't want it, it was a strange moment, and I think he's been trying to justify that ever since to us. What he doesn't realize is, in our eyes, he became his own man that day, and we couldn't be prouder. A tear dropped down Sophia's face at the love in Adria's voice. I will never hurt him, she said, almost in a whisper. Ever. He is my world. I know you won't, sweetheart. Adria touched her cheek. Now I have to eat or I'll fall over. No, it's okay. How about we order room service and have a girls' night? At least until Ivo can drag himself away from work. Ivo came to meet her later on, and smiled when he found both Sophia and his mother asleep on the huge couch, Sophia with her head on his mother's shoulder. He woke Sophia gently, and together they helped his exhausted mother to bed. Sophia kissed Adria's cheek. "I'll call you tomorrow." "Please do." Adria took Sophia's hand. "I had fun today after the you-know." "What was my mother talking about when she said you-know?" Ivo asked her in the cab back to his hotel. Sophia told him about her stepfather and his threats. "The thing is, he is right. I could be deported at any moment." "Not while I'm breathing." Ivo sounded angry, and she stroked his face. "We'll figure it out. I'm too tired to worry about it for tonight." At his hotel, they showered together. In the early hours of the morning, Ivo woke Sophia, his green eyes alive with excitement. "What is it, my love?" she said sleepily. His smile was triumphant. "I know a way you can stay in the country entirely legally." Sophia was awake now. "Really? How?" Ivo kissed her, his mouth firm on hers, his tongue caressing hers, until she had to break away to breathe. "It's simple," he said. "You just have to say yes to my next question." The merriment in his eyes made her giggle. "Okay, yes, to whatever you're about to ask." "Good," Ivo said, his hand stroking her body, his fingers tracing a pattern on her belly. "Sophia Amory?" "Yes, Ivo Zaka?" She was enjoying his game. "Would you do me the honor of becoming my wife?"
Chapter 17.
He was tired of waiting around for an opportunity to seduce Sophia Amory. Grant moved through the Parisian night, his senses sharp, searching for someone who looked like her. Someone he could be intimate with and pretend was her. He found her in a nightclub, and she easily fell for his charm, like they all did. Except Sophia. The few times he had seen her since the gallery opening, she had been friendly but always kept him at a distance. That fool Zaka was always nearby, but now it had been weeks since he last saw Sophia at the apartment building. Had she moved in with someone else? He started lingering around the gallery, hoping to catch a glimpse of her, but she hadn't shown up there either. Where the hell was she? He could feel the obsession with Sophia roiling around his gut, day and night. Tamara had seemingly lost interest, barely acknowledging him when they spoke on the phone. He had stopped calling after a few days, and she hadn't called him back. Little matter. She had proved useful enough. Without Tamara, he would never have known Sophia existed. He thought about her constantly. Her soft curves, the inky black hair falling in a sheet across her shoulders, that perfect little face. Those deep dark eyes. It took everything he had in him to control himself when he was around her. He dreamed of being with her in bed. The night she and Zaka had been together for everyone to see took Grant's breath away. He needed to have her. He would have her at any cost. Once he was with a girl, he imagined that it was Sophia. She was all he could see. "My name isn't Sophia." She got up, pulling her dress over her body and grabbing her purse and coat. After she slammed the door, Grant lay on his back, imagining he could hear her crying. He grinned. "Be grateful you're not Sophia, because instead of finding a taxi home right now, you'd be on the verge of life and death." He went to sleep dreaming of Sophia, breathing her last in his arms.
Chapter 18.
Married? Clemens stared at Adria with distress and horror. No. It couldn't be true. Ivo and Sophia were married? "They didn't want anyone to know until afterward," Adria said gently. She took Clemens's hand. "I know this must be a shock, dear, but you must know by now Ivo has moved on." Clemens felt a stone lodge in her throat, and she looked away from Adria's gaze. "I'm happy for him." "For them?" "Clemens, I know what you must be feeling. I know you told Sophia about my cancer against Ivo's wishes. I'm going to pretend that wasn't deliberate." Clemens flushed. I can't help myself. She's so beautiful and kind, and he never looked at me the way he looks at her, Adria. It hurts. Especially when I'm carrying his child. I'm sorry. She dashed away the hot tears that were spilling down her cheeks. I miss him. But the strange thing is, I actually like Sophia a lot. I can see they are perfect for each other. That just makes the pain worse. Adria hugged her tightly. Darling, we are all family now. You still have your friend, you still have Ivo in your life. But it's time to move on. When Clemens was alone, she sat at the window of her apartment in the Marias, and people watched. Adria was right. She felt bad for putting Sophia in an awkward position, for setting her up to cause trouble. It was beneath her. Clemens hoped she could salvage that friendship when Ivo and Sophia returned from their honeymoon. Gosh. Honeymoon. Ivo was married. For the last time, Clemens allowed herself to mourn, weeping until she was exhausted and fell asleep. When she woke, she decided that today would be the day she finally moved on. Tamara waited until Penn Black left the apartment building before she went inside. She waited until he was driven away in a cab, and there were no more than a few people on the street. Then she slipped into the building, avoiding the cameras and quickly moving to the staircase. There was too much chance of her being spotted in the elevators. Penn lived on the top floor of the 10-story block, that much she had gleaned from him during one of their talks. And it was intimacy. It was now the beginnings of a full-blown relationship, and Tamara could only see one obstacle to their being together. Penn's girlfriend. The answer to Tamara was simple. She knocked at the door and waited. Soon enough, a gorgeous young dark-haired woman opened the door and smiled at her. Can I help you? Hey there, I'm so sorry to bother you, but my friend lives downstairs, and I can't get her to open the door. I know she's home, but she's elderly and I'm concerned. You mean Mrs. Kasevich? Tamara nodded. I know I shouldn't panic, but... No, it's okay. Actually, you came to the right door. I look after her cat when she's away, so I have a spare key. Tamara smiled. Bingo. I hate to ask because I can see you're pregnant, and the elevator seems to be out of order. Again? Dang it. The woman grabbed a bunch of keys. Damn thing is never working. Okay, it's no problem. This little one needs some exercise anyway. She wrapped a sweater around her shoulders. Let's go see Millie, check on her. It was so easy. Tamara followed her to the stairs, then as the woman started to descend, one forceful push. The woman fell down the flight of concrete steps. Tamara watched as the woman tumbled, her head impacting the concrete. After the woman landed, Tamara waited, listening for any signs of life. After a moment, she slowly descended. The woman's eyes were open. Tamara saw signs of injury. From between the woman's legs, a flow began. She was losing her child. Tamara moved past the woman and ran quickly and quietly down the rest of the stairs. Problem solved. It had taken less than 5 minutes, and Tamara was content. It had been just like the first time she had done this. And like that time, she had succeeded. The only difference this time was that the woman wasn't her own mother.
Chapter 19.
Gosh, I love Mr. Zaka. As I love you, Mrs. Zaka. They had been on Crete for a week now, a luxurious private villa on the beach, and although they spent days out exploring the island, all of their evenings, nights, and early mornings were spent being intimate, talking about their future. Here in their little Greek bubble, Sophia could imagine that they were the only two people in the world, and that suited her just fine. Married. That didn't seem real to her. After Ivo had proposed, her instinct was to say yes, but afterward, when they talked properly, she began to wonder if it was the right thing. I don't want you to feel trapped into marriage because of me, she had told him, kissing him to soften the blow, so I'm giving you an out. We can figure another way for me to stay in the country. Ivo had merely grinned. Sophia, Bella, taking away every other consideration, would you still marry me? Sophia had smiled. Oh gosh. Yes. Maybe not so quickly, but yes. Then that's all that counts. I love you. I want to be your husband. End of the conversation. They had married quietly, with just Ivo's parents as witnesses. Walter and Adria, to Sophia's surprise, had been genuinely delighted. Walter had flown into Paris to be with Adria during her treatment, and Sophia was delighted that Adria seemed okay with that. She felt as if they were family now. Adria had given her a ring to be married in. A simple white gold band. It was my mother's, darling. I want you to have it. The small band had fitted so perfectly on Sophia's finger that she knew it was the right thing to do to accept it, and she had hugged her new mother-in-law. Thank you. For everything. Now, as she and Ivo were together in the early light of dawn, Sophia felt as if she had finally found her home. She pressed her lips to his, tangling her fingers in his dark curls. I love you so much, she whispered, and Ivo kissed her back passionately. You are my life, he said simply. This remarkable, gorgeous, generous man was her husband. After showering together, they dressed, and Sophia wandered into the kitchen. I'm starving. You hungry, babe? Ivo grinned at her, and she thought again how handsome he was. Just in his white shirts and his blue t-shirt, he put shame to most other men. Always. He pretended to bite her neck. Sophia giggled. Lunatic. Sit, husband. The wife will cook. While she made them breakfast, Ivo flicked through his emails as they chatted. Hey, Maceo has finally gotten around to planning a showing. Says he'd like some of your work. That's cool. Sophia flipped the eggs she was cooking onto a plate for him. When I think of where I was a year ago to now, it seems otherworldly, Ivo. All down to you. He shook his head. Not true. Down to your talent. We'll have to agree to disagree on that one, she smiled at him. Eat your eggs, bub. Ivo shoveled a forkful of eggs down his throat. Nice, thanks. Listen, I was thinking we should think about whether we want to stay in Paris for the long term. I'm happy there, but it depends on what you want. Sophia nodded. Honestly, as long as I'm with you, I'll be happy anywhere. I would rather not go back to the States for an extended period, but if that's what you want or need, okay then. You know what's weird? She sat down with her own plate and started to eat. I've never even asked where you lived before Paris. Ivo smiled. I guess we don't know each other that well yet, even though we think we do. I guess not. Ivo reached over and stroked her cheek. To answer your question, I moved around so much I have never had a permanent home anywhere. I moved from Los Angeles over to Europe after college, and since then, I've rented places for maybe 6 months tops. Paris, Venice, Rome, Naples, Vienna, Berlin, Barcelona, you name it. A nomad? He grinned. More or less. Now, of course, Paris has been my home for nearly a year. Sophia chewed her lip. I don't want you to feel like you're being caged with me. I could live that life with you, traveling here and there. I don't feel caged. For the first time, I feel settled. And I don't mean that in a dull way. I mean, I have roots. No, I'm not explaining it very well. How about this? Imagine we're two dirigibles. Sophia started to laugh as Ivo went on. Two colorful dirigibles, and we have the ability to fly anywhere, but at the moment, we're choosing to remain tethered to the Eiffel Tower for the moment. We still have the choice to go anywhere. That was the best way to describe it? Sophia was crying with laughter, and Ivo chuckled. You know what I mean. Lunatic. Lunatic in love with you. Sophia put down her fork and came to sit on his knees, kissing him. You would have to be certified to love me, so I can believe that. Who wouldn't love you? He whispered, his eyes soft. Look at you, so beautiful, so kind, and loving, attractive as all hell. They kissed, not caring that both of them tasted of scrambled eggs. Catching her breath, Sophia leaned her forehead against his. You have made me the happiest woman on the planet, she said. No one could love you more than I do. I feel the same. And we have so much time to really get to know each other. All the good stuff. All the bad. I don't believe you have a bad trait at all, she grinned, but Ivo's smile faded. Oh, I do. Sophia smiled at him. Tell me. Unless you're a serial killer with a mommy fetish, I can't see it. Ivo grinned. Well, now that you mention it. He wrestled her to the ground and started to tickle her, making her shriek with laughter. I'm a serial tickle monster. Divorce? Sophia shouted, trying to fight him off, giggling furiously. He stopped and wrapped his arms around her. Sophia kissed his eyelids. You are so silly. But seriously, Ivo, I can handle anything, so all I ask is that you never hide anything from me. Promise me, I'll always be the one you confide in from now on. I promise that with all my heart. Remember the first time we saw each other at the pool? How could I forget? Sophia stood and pulled her dress over her head, slipping out of her underwear. She held her hand out to him and pulled him up, tugging his t-shirt over his head. I remember seeing you in the pool, this glorious body swimming up and down, and my body just reacted. I swam with you, do you remember that? I do. And all the time, I was imagining what it might be like to just reach out and touch you. When we paused for air at one end, and I saw your face for the first time, there was water clinging to your eyelashes. She stroked a finger over his long, thick lashes now and kissed his eyelids. I thought you were the most magical thing I'd ever seen. The way the pool lights made your eyes so green. Ivo pressed his lips to hers. I remember the way you disobeyed the swim cap rule and this mane, he fisted her dark hair in his hand, it was like a halo around your head. When I saw you, with it streaming around you under the water, I thought, my gosh, she's an angel. Sophia grinned. Cheesy. Ivo laughed. I know, but that was my honest reaction. I thought I'd blown it afterward, broke the spell when I asked you if you would be there the next night. Sophia kissed him, pressing her body to his. It was all I could do from not running into your arms. But I was a street girl, a homeless girl, and you were just a boy. No, I knew you were special even then. My merman. I knew it could never be, but the fact you would be back there the next night, I floated through the rest of the night. I keep thinking, what if I never got sick? Would we be here now? Ivo held her gaze steadily. I truly believe we would. We were meant to find each other, Sophia, il mio amore. Now, I'm going to take you into the pool outside and I'm going to make you mine, the way I wanted to when we met. We'll recreate it, pretend we never met until now. We will? Outside in the pool, under the blazing Crete sun, they swam together, reliving every moment of their meeting and realizing the other's fantasies of that night. They were intimate, in the water. When the sun got too hot to bear, they retreated back into the cool of their bedroom and played their games again. Afterward, wrapped in each other, exhausted, they talked some more. Sophia told him about the first few years of her life, born in American to a white American father whom she never met, and an Indian mother who had been a professor of molecular physics. Ivo was surprised. Wow. So you and she had wildly different passions? Sophia grinned. We did, but to her credit, she always encouraged me to follow my heart and my instincts. I'm sure she would have loved me to go into the sciences, but that was never going to happen. What about your stepfather? Sophia hesitated. For years, right up to the minute my mom died, he was the best father figure you could imagine. That's why it hurt. It still hurts so much when he flipped. I guess if I was generous, I could say the grief drove him mad, but it's no excuse for what he did. What about this stepsister? Sophia's eyes darkened. She's psychotic. She looked at Ivo. If I tell you something, will you promise not to tell anyone else? You have my word. When she spoke, her voice trembled. I'm almost 100% certain. No, I know for a fact that Tamara caused the death of her mother. She saw Ivo's shock. "You're sure?" Tamara more or less told me. She hated my mother even more than she hated me. One day I could only have been 13 or 14. She said to me, "You know, mothers can be very clumsy." I had no idea what she was talking about, it seemed so random. But then she went on. "Sometimes they just fall down." And she smiled at me, and even at that age I knew what she meant. I asked Jonas about his mother's death, and he told me she had fallen down some stairs, hard concrete ones that led down to their wine cellar. Judy was still alive, and had only just fallen when Tamara found her. The thing is, no one had known Tamara was home from school that day. The doctors said that if an ambulance had been called earlier, Judy might have been saved, but it took Tamara half an hour to call. She said it was due to shock. "Geez." Ivo looked sick. Sophia nodded. At her mom's funeral, Jonas said Tamara didn't cry, just stood there with a blank expression, holding her father's hand. Ivo gathered her to him. "Thank Christ, you got away from that family." Sophia sighed. "Apart from Jonas. I miss Jonas." Ivo stroked her face. "Then he's always welcome. You would like him. He's very down to earth. He teaches, he loved my mom and she encouraged him to teach. He doesn't give a damn about his father's money. When we get back, we'll contact him, yes?" Sophia smiled at him. "I would like that. We still have to tell my father his blackmail won't work now. I'm looking forward to that."
Chapter 20.
In the end, it was Desiree who told Fergus Rutland. After failing to find out where Sophia had gone, Fergus went to the apartment his private detective had told him Sophia was staying at. Desiree opened the door, wrapped in a silk robe, and glared at him. "What do you want, Rutland?" Fergus bit back a retort. This gorgeous woman, who was statuesque, was still intimidating to him, but he could not be rude to her. She had helped save Sophia's life, after all. "Please, I've just come here to see my daughter." Daisy didn't smile. "She's not here." "Would you tell me if she was?" "I won't lie, Mr. Rutland." "Forgive me. Will she be back today?" Desiree gave him a half smile. "I doubt it. She's on her honeymoon." Fergus rocked back for a second and then sighed. He had never intended to follow through on his threat to have her deported, fancying he could persuade her to come home with him. But still married? "I see." Desiree was obviously enjoying his discomfort. "What's the matter, Rutland? Surprised she made a decision without you? That girl lived on the streets for 6 months. You think she didn't grow the hell up during that period? You don't get to call the shots in Sophia's life anymore." Fergus felt nothing but defeat. He dropped his head into his hands. "Geez. I messed up, I know that." There was a silence, and then Desiree, sighing, opened her door. "Come in. You look like you could use a drink." Down the hallway, through a crack in his door, Grant listened, his rage a burning thing inside him. Sophia was married? To the Zaka creep? Damn tramp. He waited until Desiree closed her door, and then stepped out of his apartment, taking the stairs up to the roof. Once there, he let out a howl of anger, bellowing it out over the rooftops. It was lost in the breeze, the spitting rain. She was married. The moment you said "I do," you signed your own death warrant, Sophia. Grant smiled grimly. "No, wait, you were always going to die, it's just now it'll be sooner than I'd planned. You won't get to celebrate your first anniversary, beautiful."
Chapter 21.
Tamara had expected Penn not to call for a few days. After all, he must be grieving for his girlfriend and child, she grinned to herself. The report of the accident wasn't headline news, but buried inside the local pages. Pregnant mother falls to her death in freak accident. And now Tamara knew his girlfriend's name. Willa Klein and her unborn child were dead. Penn Black would be in a state of grief, but Tamara knew she had to be patient. Any move to preempt his contacting her might make him suspicious. As far as he knew, Tamara didn't even know where he lived, let alone that he had a wife. No, she would wait for him to call. In the meantime, she concentrated on her business venture. The club, now renamed Le Petit Mort, was already garnering attention from the BBSM community. Tamara didn't care that her more adventurous acquaintances knew she was the owner. She reveled in its notoriety. She also didn't care that she had spent all of her father's investment on the hidden murder rooms in the basement. They were so well hidden that she and Grant could enjoy their tortuous games without fear of discovery. She decided to call him now, as she observed the designer putting the final touches to the club's main room. Alcoves with purple velvet curtains for privacy, day beds that could fit 2 or 3 or more in each, flattering lighting, and an endless array of toys and lube. The kinkier stuff could be found in the private rooms in the maze of corridors leading through the club. Exposed brickwork, old-fashioned light fittings, it really was a palace of kink. "Long time no hear," Grant said, his voice amused. "I miss you," Tamara purred. "Our club is looking magnificent. You should put your little campaign on hold and come see it." "You know what? I might just do that. Things are quiet here at the moment." "How is my darling ex-stepsister? Still breathing?" Tamara gave a grim smile. In her mind, Willa Black and Sophia were almost the same person, an annoying bug to be smashed against a windshield. "For now?" Grant's voice took on an edge she couldn't identify. "Geez, don't tell me you've fallen for her sweetness and light as well?" Grant made a disgusted noise. "Of course not. My only regret is I'll only get to take her life once." Satisfied, Tamara switched back to her seductive purr. "Good. You know, she should really be our first kill here, don't you think? The fun we could have with her, before we take her life." She heard Grant's breath quicken. "That would work. I know she's into kink. I saw her and Zaka being intimate for the world to see. Glassbox Pat Club. And she loved it." Tamara laughed aloud. "So, the perfect little princess is an exhibitionist, huh?" "Sure is. With that body of hers, she could rival you." Tamar stopped laughing. "That little tramp has nothing on me, and don't forget it." Grant changed the subject. "The only thing is getting her back to the States, Tam. I think she and the Zaka fool are pretty entrenched here." Tamara winced. She hated being called Tam. Well, there must be a way. She's a burgeoning star in the art world, right? I'm sure some gallery owner here could be persuaded to give her crappy paintings home for a while. Then we could take her. She heard Grant sigh. "Tamara, do you not know who the Zakas are? She is protected. They have security, and when it comes out their son has married the burgeoning new star, she'll be even more protected." Tamara went very still. "What?" "Sophia married Ivo Zaka." Tamara's blood ran cold. "That little upstart married a freaking billionaire?" "Yes." "Damn." Tamara tried to calm herself down, but the thought of Sophia hitting the dirt made her rage boil over. "She is dead, Grant. I don't care what it takes. Sophia Amory is dead." "Agreed?" "Oh, agreed, but we have to be careful. See what you can do to arrange a New York installation for her. At least then we'll have a starting point. And calm down. It'll be okay." Tamara hung up the phone and took a deep breath. No? This would be better, she told herself. To take Sophia's life just when she thought she had her happy ending. Tamara felt herself calm. This would be so much crueler and therefore more satisfying. She grabbed her iPad and Googled Ivo Zaka. Damn. Sophia knew how to pick them. Ivo Zaka even outdid Penn Black in the looks department. She gazed into the picture at his gorgeous green eyes and smiled. She wondered what kind of romantic partner he was. She intended to find out before she broke him. I will bring your world down, Mr. Zaka, and break your heart. Her cell phone buzzed and she glanced at the screen, her heart lifting. Hello, darling, how have you been? There was a muffled sob at the end of the line. Tamara? She smiled. Yes, darling, whatever is the matter? Can I come see you? Penn sounded as if he was barely keeping it together. Tamara panicked a little. Usually they met at tension, but somehow she didn't think that would be appropriate for his mood. Of course, baby, but how about I come to you? You sound like you're in no fit state to drive. He gave her the address she already knew so well, and she told him she would be there as soon as she could. Tamara grabbed her purse, stalked back through her almost ready-to-open club and grinned. Everything was working out just perfectly. Penn was drunk and almost inconsolable. He fell into her arms once he had opened the door, and Tamara had to wrestle him onto his couch. There were photos of Penn with Willa all around, but Tamara said nothing. "Darling, what's wrong? Let me help you. I'll make some coffee and we can talk." She went into the kitchen and put on a pot of coffee, returning to check he was still with her. He was sobbing now, and she went to the bathroom and ran a hot shower. "Come on," she said gently. She helped him undress and into the shower, joining him to support him. His mouth tasted of scotch and cigarettes, a surprise to Tamara as she hadn't known he smoked. Clearly he was in distress and seeking comfort. When he started to kiss her, she didn't resist. Even in his state, his eyes swollen shut, she felt a connection to him. They shared a moment of intimacy on the bathroom. Penn expressing his emotions physically. Tamara was used to such intensity, but this felt different. They held each other until dawn, when Penn fell asleep in her arms. Tamara's body ached, and when she knew he was deeply asleep, she eased out of his embrace and went to the bathroom. She looked at her reflection in the mirror and smiled. Her makeup was smeared, but her eyes were alive with excitement. "I did this, I made this happen." Tamara ran the tap and splashed water on her face, wiping away the smudged eyeliner from her eyes. She heard Penn call for her. "Just peeing, darling, I'll be right there." She used the toilet and washed her hands. Climbing back into his bed, she pulled him into her arms, resting his head on her chest. "Are you okay?" Penn looked up at her, his dark eyes full of pain. "No. I'm not. I came home a few days ago and found her. I called the paramedics, but it was too late for her. She was pregnant and, oh gosh." He was about to break down again, but Tamara wanted him to say the words out loud. "Who, darling? Who died?" He squeezed his eyes shut and wrestled with his emotions before finally meeting her gaze. My sister died. They think she fell down the stairs, but I don't know why she was even using the stairs. The elevators were working, and oh my, Tamara, how the hell am I supposed to face this? Face her husband when he comes home?" Tamara was in shock. His sister? Oh geez. Not his girlfriend or his child. She didn't have to fake the shock on her face, and Penn, misreading it, fell into her arms again. "I wanted her to meet you, to know you. She would have loved you. She and I, we were all each other had until she met Jake. Our parents were long gone, and finally she had found him, married, and got pregnant all in a year. He's military, stationed in Afghanistan. I spoke to him yesterday. He's destroyed. I'm so sorry, my love." Tamara didn't know how she felt. Her victory was lessened certainly, but now she knew Penn had no one else but her. As her distressed romantic partner buried his face in her neck, Tamara Rutland began to smile.
Chapter 22.
Adria wrapped her son in a warm embrace. "Darling, it's so good to see you. How was the honeymoon? And where is my beautiful daughter-in-law?" Ivo tried not to show how shocked he was at his mother's appearance. In the 2 weeks since he'd seen her at his wedding, she seemed to have lost more weight. Her cheekbones were prominent, and her olive skin was gray. He tried to smile. Sophia's just down the hallway, talking to her ex-stepfather. She wanted to tell him herself that she wanted nothing more to do with him. "She'll be along soon." Good. I have missed the two of you." Ivo looked around. "Where's Dad?" Adria rolled her eyes. "Out buying me gifts, I should think. Poor Walter, he really doesn't know how to handle my illness, so he tries to do what he does best. Spoil me." It's very sweet, but I really don't need any more diamonds. She sighed and sat down. Ivo sat opposite her, his heart thumping uneasily against his ribs. Mama, don't hide from me. The cancer is worse, isn't it? Adria hesitated, then nodded. I'm afraid so, Piccolo. Darling, it's spread to my liver and to my brain. Ivo closed his eyes, fighting back a roar of grief. His beloved mom was telling him she was going to die. How long? His voice was scratchy, gruff. Adria took his hands. A year, maybe less. Darling, all I ask is that we make my time as fun as possible. You have given me so much joy all of your life, and now with your lovely Sophia, my grandchild is soon to be born. Gosh, Mama, I wanted mine and Sophia's children to know you too. This isn't fair. Ivo Zaka, life isn't fair. You should know that by now. It doesn't work out the way we plan. Do you think I wouldn't have rather stayed married to Walter? Yes, we both were unfaithful, but we should have fought to stay together, maybe in an open marriage. Such things were frowned upon, though. She drew in a deep breath as Ivo studied her. You still love Dad? I never stopped, nor did he stop loving me. We just didn't want to make our lives off-kilter for you. We divorced because it seemed the best way, and then we were both free to sleep with who we chose without bitterness. But your father is and will always be my darling love. Ivo nodded slowly. I understand that feeling now. With Sophia. Adria smiled. You both have a lot of getting to know each other, but yes, I feel it in my bones. Sophia is the one for you. More than Clemence ever was? I adore Clemence, but no, you and she were not destined. She's a scientist, you are a man of the arts. Sophia is your true heart. Ivo smiled at his mother, although his heart was breaking. I still can't believe you're sick, Mama. The cancer hasn't robbed me of my fight, darling. I'll ignore it until I can no longer. Ivo was quiet on the way back home later. Sophia held his hand. He had told her that his mother's cancer was terminal, and Sophia had mourned with him. He asked her what transpired between her and her stepfather, but with a haunted look in her eyes, she told him she didn't want to talk about it. Bad enough he came here. It's over, it's done. It's time to carry on with our lives now. He pressed his lips to her temple. He was so conflicted, it was exhausting. He was heartbroken about his mother's illness, and yet overjoyed being with Sophia. Becoming a father was exciting too, yet he was troubled about Sophia's father, and what he might do to take her back into the Rutland fold. He didn't want Sophia anywhere near the Rutlands, especially after what she had told him about the clearly psychotic Tamara. The thought of harm coming to Sophia haunted him. And then there was his work, which he knew he had been neglecting. He had so many emails to reply to, and he had a commitment to Desiree and the gallery. She had approached him about expanding their partnership, and that, too, was something he was excited about. For the first time in his 37 years, he felt settled somewhere in this beautiful city. He felt like Paris had always been waiting to welcome him home. Walter's mother, Ivo's grandmother, had been French after all, and now he could imagine raising his children here. Not yet though, he thought, not for Sophia and me, not just yet. Sophia was only young, and on the cusp of great things in her career. They had plenty of time. Back at their hotel, they ordered room service and chatted idly. We really should start the search in earnest for our new home. He grabbed his bag. These are a few details I picked up, but I'd rather we look together. Sophia took the papers and looked through them. Her eyes widened when she saw their price. Ivo, there's no way I can afford these prices. We need to look at a few that are affordable. Ivo blinked. It had never even occurred to him that he wouldn't be paying for the apartment. Now he realized that, of course, Sophia would want parity in their financial dealings. Still. Darling, will you let me pay for the apartment? We need somewhere soon, and although I know you may feel awkward about it, I would like to. Just let me do that. Everything else, I swear I won't argue, down the middle. 50-50. But we can't ignore the fact I have more money than most people. It's part of who I am. Sophia looked uncomfortable. It's just, I don't want to feel like a kept woman. Ivo smiled at her. Oh, you won't be. Get back to work, woman. Look, we need a place that's safe, secure, and that has enough room that we can make a studio for you to work in. Call it a wedding gift. He saw the uncertainty in Sophia's eyes. Can I think about it? He sighed inwardly but then nodded, hiding his irritation. Of course. They ate in silence for a bit. Ivo. Yes, Karamia? Don't be mad at me. I still have issues, mostly of insecurity. I'm trying. And I know I can trust you, it's just, what if something went wrong? I'd be homeless again. Not that I would care, because the thought of living without you makes me want to die, but... Don't ever say that again, Ivo said more forcefully than he intended, and Sophia rocked back a little. He tried to smile. Sorry, darling. I just hate the thought of anything happening to you. It's okay. But there was a strange tension between them all evening, and for the first time in their relationship, they went to sleep without being intimate. In the morning, Ivo woke alone, and a note from Sophia was on his nightstand, telling him she had gone to work early. Sophia had attended the gallery first, but instead took a detour to Desiree's apartment. She wanted to pick up some clothes and some of her books. The strange conversation with Ivo last night had left her feeling uneasy, and as she stuffed her clothes and items into her trusty backpack, she wondered if she had been right to be cautious. They were married for Christ's sakes, and they needed a place. It wasn't as if she could afford anywhere suitable for Ivo, so why not just let him pay for somewhere for the both of them? It just didn't sit right with her. Once again, a man held her security in his hands. But isn't that what marriage is about? Gosh. Sophia shook her head, berating herself. Ivo loved her, and she had to learn to trust again. Screw you, Fergus, for making me feel like this. She was so deep in thought that she didn't see Fergus Rutland himself waiting outside the apartment when she finally walked onto the street. She certainly didn't see the hulking security guard who slipped behind her. She stopped when she saw Fergus, anger sweeping through her. I told you to stay the hell away from me. Fergus smiled, but there was no warmth to it. Time to stop playing make-believe, Sophia. Your place is at home in New York with your family. Sophia felt someone grasp the tops of her arms and propel her towards the open door of the cab. No. Let me go. Fergus looked around, nervous. Get her in the car. The security guard tried to manhandle Sophia into the cab, and she screamed for help. Hey. Suddenly Felix was there, and he tore Sophia away from the guard, who came at him. Felix easily sidestepped the large man, then brought his elbow down hard into the man's temple. Fergus Rutland cursed and leapt into the cab. It screeched away from the curb, leaving the unconscious security guard on the sidewalk. Felix wrapped his arm around Sophia, who was trembling, and guided her away from the man. Sweetheart, are you okay? Sophia shook her head dumbly, too shocked to speak. Another man came over, and Felix asked him to call the police. I need to take her inside, give her some hot tea. Could you stay with this creep and make sure he doesn't get away? We'll be just inside apartment number 3. Sophia let him steer her inside. His apartment was clean but sparse, lacking in home comforts, but Sophia closed her eyes, not wanting to think about anything. Felix wrapped a blanket around her. Her arms ached from the guard's hold on her, the shock of her near abduction still vibrating through her body. Felix was back with some hot tea. He crouched down in front of her, his blue eyes full of concern. Sophia, do you need me to call anyone? Your husband? Sophia blinked. You know about Ivo? Felix gave her a lopsided smile, and touched the small white gold band on her left hand. Gives it away. Congratulations. Who was that guy out there? My stepfather. He's gone insane. I already told him, never mind. She took a sip of tea. Thank you, Felix. You're welcome, sweetheart. Listen, I'm going to go back outside and talk to the police, make sure they take that guy in. Okay, thanks. When Felix had gone out, Sophia blew out a long breath and tried to calm her furiously beating heart. Really? Fergus resorting to kidnapping her? Why the hell was he so desperate to get her back home? She shook her head and pulled her phone out to call Ivo, then stopped. She didn't want Ivo to get mad and go after Fergus, that way madness lay. She rubbed her face and looked around the apartment. It really was bare, old furniture that looked as if it came from a thrift store, no photographs, no books. Not even a television set or stereo player. It surprised her. Felix seemed such a warm, friendly kind of guy that she expected his home to reflect it. This place was cold. She shivered involuntarily and stood up. She took her mug of tea back to the kitchen and rinsed it out, setting it down on the drainer. A glimpse of something caught her eye, and she couldn't help but peek. Felix's passport. Feeling guilty, she opened it, grinning at the photo. Felix looked hard and sullen in the harsh picture. But then again, who didn't look terrible in their passport photo? Ivo, Sophia thought with a fond smile. Ivo looked amazing in his. Then she saw it, and it made her skin prickle with shock. The name? Not Felix Hammond. Grant Christo. She read it again, as if she couldn't quite believe her eyes. Felix Grant had lied about his name. Why? Suddenly, she wanted to turn back in time and not look at the passport so she wouldn't have to know. She flicked through the pages of it. He had certainly traveled widely. She was thankful to see him. However, there were no passport stamps for Venice or Crete. At times, she and Ivo had been away. Gosh, paranoid much? But why did he lie to her about his name? It's not all about you, Amory. He must have his reasons and they are private. She put the passport back where she found it, and went back into the living room as Felix Grant came back in. Felix, she told herself, for God's sake don't trip up and let him know you know. He smiled at her. They've taken the dude away. Sophia was surprised. They didn't want to speak to me? He shook his head. I told them everything they needed to know. Hey, look, sit down. I have some bourbon here somewhere. Sophia hesitated, but felt she couldn't leave without being rude. He had saved her from abduction after all. Grant came back in with a bottle and 2 glasses. So tell me, when is your next exhibition? I have to say I was awestruck by your pieces at the gallery opening. Inspiring stuff. Sophia, would you mind if I interviewed you? I've been looking for the muse to strike, and I think you may be it. Sophia chewed her lip. I'm not great at being in the public eye, Felix. I did a small profile for Ellie Navarro, but she's more of a friend. Grant cocked his head to one side, grinning. And I'm not? Sophia smiled ruefully. Sorry, of course you are. I didn't mean that, forgive me. What I mean is, I'm shy. It's that simple. And also, considering who my husband is, I don't want to be put into a situation where, through my naivety, I could be embarrassing or detrimental to him or his family. I'm in the dark about your husband, except that he's a very lucky man. He held her gaze a beat too long, then looked away, a shy smile on his face. Sophia flushed and gave a small cough of embarrassment. He's Ivo Zaka. You may not know of him, but I guarantee you've heard of his parents. Walter Zaka and Adria Lalagia. Grant's eyes widened. Wow. Sophia chuckled. Yup. That was my reaction. Look, Felix, I just don't know if I want to be that exposed. I'm still wary of it, mostly because of my ex-family members. I understand the need to hide. Grant sighed, staring out of the window, hesitating before he spoke again. Sophia, we all have secrets or parts of our lives we would rather forget. How about this? I use a pseudonym for you. We'll agree on a name, and anything you don't want to tell me is off limits. The story of a street girl made good. When he framed it like that, Sophia could see the appeal. I really wouldn't be identified? Absolutely not, unless you find you want to be. Listen, I'm actually going to be away for a few days, so I'll give you time to think about it. He pulled a business card out of his pocket and handed it to her. Call me whenever. Grant put Sophia in a cab back to Ivo's hotel and waved her off. As soon as the cab disappeared, his smile vanished, and he went back indoors. The intense, consuming desire he felt for her had been a constant presence while he was with Sophia, and now, he went into the shower, his thoughts racing. He was overwhelmed by the feeling of wanting to be near her, to connect with her, and then to end her. Gosh, what was this? He had never felt this level of obsession before, and it unsettled him. He felt a dangerous loss of control around her. Maybe it was a good thing he was going back to New York for a few days. Here in Paris, all he wanted to do was be near her, and he was afraid his obsession might make him reckless. In New York, he could regain focus and manage his feelings with Tamara. They could finalize their plans and prepare for what was to come. Grant's thoughts became consumed with Sophia, imagining her in a vulnerable position and the moment he would bring their encounter to its conclusion. He imagined her expressing her emotions as he took action, and he felt a surge of release as he envisioned her final moments. 2 hours later, he was on a plane to New York, his mind consumed by the fantasy. Soon, my darling Sophia, so soon you will be completely at my mercy. Soon you will be mine. Sophia had decided not to tell Ivo about the near abduction. She had gone over it in her head in the cab back to his hotel. All she wanted now was to make things up with him and tell him that yes, he could buy their home. After that, they would split everything 50-50. She guessed he would be okay with it, as long as she allowed him to treat her now and then. She didn't want his wealth to be a factor in their marriage, but neither was she ignorant of the way the world worked. Ivo was a proud man, and it would cost her nothing to make sure he never felt uncomfortable. She knew he would do the same in return. When she opened the door to the suite, she heard voice. "Hey babe." She called lightly, not wanting to interfere. She walked in as Ivo was rising from the couch. In the armchair, another man, gloriously handsome, but who looked utterly desolate, rose and gave her a half-smile. Ivo, his eyes shining, kissed Sophia. "Hey gorgeous, good to see you. Sophia, this is my friend, my best friend and roommate from college, for his sins. Introduce yourself, man." The other man held out his hand and grinned at her. "Hi Sophia. Ivo said you were beautiful, but I see he was understating. It's great to meet you. I'm Pen Black."
Chapter 23.
"Did you like Pen?" Ivo asked later as they returned from dinner with his friend. Sophia nodded. "I did, very much. I'm so sorry about his sister. What a horrendous way to lose someone and get pregnant too." "Gosh," Sophia shook her head, her eyes filling with tears. "That's why he came to see me, to tell me. Willa was a sweet girl, a good friend." Ivo sighed. "So much death," he said softly. "Hey, stop that. An accident is just that, and you're Mo. I mean, Adria is still with us, right? Don't give up." Ivo smiled and leaning over kissed her. "I love you." She brushed her lips back and forth on his. "I love you too, Mr. Zaka. And that thing I said I'd think about? Let's do it. Let's go for it. It's just money." Ivo looked delighted. "Really?" "Absolutely. I was being silly. Being wealthy is a part of who you are. And I love the fact that you never flash it around or act as if it makes you superior to the rest of us. So yes, Ivo Zaka, we should buy a home. But I'm going to work my ass off to at least be able to contribute as much as I can. Deal? Deal? Can I make a condition?" Sophia smiled, knowing he would have to have the last word. "Go for it?" "We look together." Sophia snorted. "Hell yes. Who knows what midlife crisis male frat boy dump you'd buy?" Ivo threw his head back and laughed. "You have no faith, woman. And don't think I won't keep your glitter fetish in check." Oh, you know me so well, Sophia deadpanned. She giggled. This is going to be fun. And they did have fun. By the time they had seen the fifth apartment 3 days later, they knew what they wanted and where. The third apartment they had seen in the trendy Maria's district was the penthouse of the building, with views to die for and a large outside balcony, which Ivo declared big enough for an outside mattress. They shared a glance. Yes, intimacy would definitely be on the menu here. Sophia left the room, while Ivo discussed money with the realtor. She knew it would be millions of euros, and she didn't want the feeling of being out of her depth. She went to the balcony and gazed out over the city. How the hell had she gone from living on the streets to a penthouse luxury apartment, married to a gorgeous billionaire in less than a year? Not only that, but she'd also had a call from Maceo Bartoli, who was offering her space at an upcoming exhibition in Venice. Something's got to give, she thought to herself. It's all going too well. Then she felt guilty, remembering that Adria, her beloved mother-in-law, had limited time. She owed it to her to embrace all the good things in life. Hey. Ivo came out to meet her. He bent his head to kiss her. I told the realtor we would make a decision in the next few days, that we had a couple more places to see first. Sophia nodded and then said in a low voice. But this is the one, right? Ivo's eyes were dancing with mischief. Oh yes, but we don't want her to know that. Sophia giggled, and heady with joy, they thanked the realtor and went to their next appointment. Later, as they were deciding where to have dinner, Penn Black called and asked if they wanted to join him on a private boat for a moonlight dinner trip down the Seine. If it sounds, it might be weirdly romantic, he laughed. I think the three of us being there might alleviate some of the awkwardness. Ha, said Sophia when Ivo told her what Penn had said. If only he knew about our interests, he wouldn't say that. Ivo grinned. I don't think it would shock him. Penn's a pretty open-minded guy, and by open-minded I mean he isn't shy about expressing himself. Really? Do tell. Sophia was putting on a purple dress, which caught Ivo's attention. She saw him looking at her and smiled. Anyway, Penn, he stopped. Nope, I can't talk about Penn's experiences right now. Sophia smiled and knelt before him. Tell me about your fantasies. Ivo gave a sigh. Well, in college, Penn. I used to explore different clubs. I was quite open with my roommate about what I did there. I would meet people and connect with them. Sophia, intrigued by his words, leaned in closer. Ivo continued to share his thoughts, and Sophia felt a sense of excitement. Ivo paused, and then they shared an intimate moment. Tell me what Ivo and Penn would imagine. We would create a shared experience. We would connect with you. Oh yes, yes. Sophia was engaged. More Ivo, more? We would explore together. You would feel a range of sensations. They were both caught up in the moment, and afterwards they held each other close. Finally, Ivo smiled at her. Wow. Sophia smiled. Wow, that is right. Who knew you could be so intrigued by the idea of sharing an experience? Ivo smiled. Well, I do have an interest in seeing you connect with someone I trust, and Penn, well, he's like a brother to me. Best friend? That's it. I trust Penn. Sophia studied him. So, if he were willing? Ivo nodded. If he were willing. You think he's a good person, right? I only have eyes for you, she said, and Ivo smiled. But yes, he's a very good friend. You really wouldn't mind him sharing an experience with me? No. As long as I was there, of course, he joked, but then she saw the uncertainty in his eyes. Hey, she sat up and made him sit up too. We don't have to do this. Just talking about it was exciting, so if you have any doubts about me and another man. It's not that I don't trust you, he said firmly, but then hesitated. It's that I want to be sure that I'm not influencing you in a way that you aren't comfortable with. A few months ago you were less experienced. And now? You are sweet, Sophia kissed him softly, and yes, I was less experienced. But you think I didn't. Wonder? Do you think I didn't? Imagine? But Ivo, I want to experience everything with you. I want to make your dreams come true as much as you've given me everything. Ivo leaned his forehead against hers. Gosh, I love you, Mrs. Zaka. Still not used to that, but I love you too. Ivo kissed her. Sometimes I forget there's such an age gap between us. When I met you, I truly did meet my other half. And I mine. Sophia got to her feet slowly and pulled him up. There's nothing we can't do as long as we're together. She chewed on her lip, thinking about something. Ivo, there's something you should know. A few days ago, when I met Penn, something happened earlier in the day. I didn't tell you about it because I didn't want you to go off and do something stupid, but now I want to be totally honest. Just promise me you'll hear me out. Ivo drew in a deep breath. Go for it. My stepfather tried to abduct me. Sophia could see the rage and fear explode in Ivo's expression, but he struggled to rein it in. Tell me more, Sophia. She sat down on the bed and patted it. When he sat, she took his hand. It was outside Desi's apartment. He had a bodyguard with him, a huge dude, and he tried to manhandle me into a cab. Luckily, Felix, or Grant, or whatever he calls himself, came along and helped me out. He called the police, and they took the bodyguard away. My stepfather had already gotten away, the coward. Ivo's knuckles were very white as he clenched and unclenched his fists. She swept a hand into his hair. Hey, it's okay. I'm fine. That son of a gun. Ivo closed his eyes, and she could see him struggle with his temper. Finally, he opened his eyes. Who the hell is Felix Grant? Sophia chuckled. No, when I met him, he said his name was Felix, but then, oh, never mind. He's Desi's neighbor. I owe him a drink, an expensive one. He's a nice guy. I thought you met him at the gallery opening, but maybe not. She got up and straightened her dress. Anyway, I thought you should know. Thank you for telling me, but if there is a next time, you tell me immediately, okay? She kissed him. I will. Thanks for not blowing your top. She grinned wickedly. Although any time you want me to blow your top. Dirty girl. You know it. She could see it was still bothering him as they took a cab down to the river. Sophia nudged him as they walked down to where they could see Penn's boat waiting. Hey you. Stop thinking about it. Ivo smiled ruefully. Not going to happen, but for tonight I'll try. Sophia kissed his cheek, nuzzling the stubble on his face with her nose. All that matters is I love you, husband. Now tonight we have other things to think about, remember? Tentpole again. Damn it, Sophia. But he laughed and tightened his arm around her shoulders. By the end of the night, Ivo, I'm going to make your dreams come true, at least I hope to. Penn greeted them with a smile and a bear hug for them both. He eyed Sophia appreciatively. Gosh, Sophia. Ivo Zaka, you are a lucky man. Ivo and Sophia shared a knowing look, and Sophia took Penn's hand, enjoying the shock on his face when she brushed her lips quickly against his. She chuckled as he looked between the two of them, and Ivo grinned. Let's go grab our table, shall we? I think it's going to be an interesting night.
Chapter 24.
Tamara felt a moment of distraction as she shared an intimate moment with Grant Christo. Grant smiled up at her. You're quite something. Tamara smiled. Indeed. She moved closer and he responded. I think I might have missed you. You'd better have. She expressed herself, focusing on her own pleasure. Tell me about Sophia. Your father tried to bring her back to New York. Tamara looked impressed. Wow, Dad, that was unexpected. I take it he didn't succeed. Grant's fingers tightened on her hips. Nope, I stopped it. We couldn't have Daddy dearest ruining our plans for Sophia, Could we? What was he bringing her back for anyway? I like our plan better. I dream of it, Sophia, at our mercy. After I have my time with her, Grant's voice was cold. And now that I think about it, I can see you. There with her. You are intense. Grant sat up, holding her close and kissing her. That's exactly why you want me around, Tamara, and you know it. Tamara smiled. I do know it. Now finish. Grant smiled. He finished, eager to see the results of Tamara's work. The club. Their club. The place where he would bring his plans for Sophia Amory Zaka to fruition.
Chapter 25.
Ivo looked across the table at Sophia, who was so lovely, with her face lit up by candlelight. Gosh, she was beautiful and all his, but tonight maybe he would share her. They had enjoyed the boat trip and dinner, and now they were ensconced in a private booth at a sultry, smoky club. Penn, who had quickly caught on to their plans, was looking at Sophia too, and Ivo could see the desire in his eyes. Penn, dear friend, he said slowly. Sophia has the softest inner thighs you could dream of. Penn smiled. Is that so? Sophia and Ivo shared a loaded look, and then Sophia leaned across to Penn. Give me your hand, Penn. He let her take his hand, and Sophia slowly guided it to her thigh, sliding it under her dress. Touch me, she whispered, then leaned across to kiss Ivo as Penn's fingers gently touched her skin. He hesitated briefly before his fingers moved to caress her. Ivo smiled at him as Penn sighed. Would you like to be with Sophia, Penn? Penn nodded. Very much. He looked at Ivo. But friend, what about you? Oh, I'll be here too. Sophia smiled at Ivo. Yes, he will. She turned to Penn. Penn, would you like to be with me here? Penn nodded and Sophia glanced at Ivo, who smiled. Go ahead. She leaned over and kissed him. Enjoy this. She moved to sit close to Penn. Soph? Sophia blinked, and suddenly the images in her head drifted away. Sorry, I was sorry. Did I miss something? The two men laughed. Ivo stroked her cheek. Only talk about your next exhibition. What were you thinking about? Sophia felt her face flame. Oh, nothing in particular. Penn, I'm sorry I never asked. Do you have a significant other? Penn half smiled. Not as such. There is a woman I've been seeing, but I'm not sure about our future. She's different. Do you like her? Penn gave a strange chuckle. I'm in love with her, but I'm not sure I like her. Does that make sense? I think so. Who is she? Ivo nudged Sophia. I don't think Penn's that into sharing. He softened the rebuke with a smile, and Sophia looked at Penn apologetically. Sorry. Penn reached over to squeeze her hand. No problem. I just don't know if it's an entirely healthy relationship yet. If it shakes out to be the one, you two will be the first to know. Ivo took a slug of scotch. One more question, and I know what I just said. Sorry, he grinned at Sophia, but you still go to those clubs? Penn grinned. I do, and yes, that's where I met her. He looked at Sophia. I take it Ivo's told you about my, hobby. Sophia nodded. He has, yes. Ivo and I, went to Le Chat a few weeks ago. Penn's eyes opened wide. You did? One of my favorites. Did you see the glass cubicle? Sophia blushed and cast a look at Ivo, who grinned a little smugly. Penn laughed and raised his glass. Then you have my admiration. I wish I could have been there to see it. Ivo cleared his throat. There's no reason you couldn't join us some night. Ah? Penn smiled, his handsome face relaxing. I would love to. He looked at Ivo, who nodded, then at Sophia, whose face was still flaming red, but she too held his gaze. I have a feeling it would be an unforgettable night. They said goodbye to Penn just after midnight, and took a cab home. Excited by their conversation at dinner, Ivo and Sophia embraced as soon as they entered the hotel suite. Ivo helped her remove her dress. Sophia helped him remove his clothing. I want to be close to you. She knelt before him, but Ivo smiled. He took her to the bedroom. Sophia was curious, and Ivo smiled. Have you heard of mutual intimacy? She smiled, understanding, sharing a moment of closeness. I love you, she whispered, and they held each other close. Ivo kissed her tenderly. You're beautiful, he said, kissing her. She loved the look in his eyes, a sense of deep affection and desire. Sophia felt a gentle touch. You know what I was thinking about at dinner? Tell me. Being with you and Pen. Ivo smiled. You say the word, and it'll happen. Pen is interested. He held her close. And it really wouldn't bother you? That's a complex question. But he smiled. But I know why you're asking. Listen, you are my world, the love of my life. If you betrayed my trust, that would be a different story. I would never do that. Ivo nodded. I know. I trust you, Sophia. It's a different situation we're talking about. Consensual and mutual exploration. I trust you, I trust Pen. What concerns me more is you. Are you sure you are ready for this? I think so. If I'm being honest, the thought both excites and scares me, but the good kind of scared, you know? It's as if I'll feel like an adult at last. No, that doesn't make sense. After all, you have already Carole King me. Ivo broke out laughing. I've what? Sophia grinned and kissed him. You know. She started to sing. You make me feel like a natural woman. His gaze softened. That's an incredible thing to hear, thank you. I never thought ever that I could be naked with another person, a man, and not feel uncomfortable, ugly, or ashamed. I don't even know where those feelings come from. My mom was very upfront about intimacy, and always told me to just be myself without apology. Somewhere along the line, something got into my head that I was less than a woman. She looked at him, apologetically. Sorry, that got heavy. We're married? Heavy is what we do. She grinned at him. Will I ever get used to the fact that I'm a wife now? I hope so. Especially when we have kids. He kissed her playfully, but then his smile faded when he saw the hesitation in her eyes. Soph? Ivo, I'm not sure about, she sighed and sat up. We should have talked about this before we got married. I'm not sure I want kids. The shock in his eyes made her heart hurt. He sat up too, rubbing his face. I guess I just assumed. What's your concern? That I'll be a bad mother. That I'll never be able to give my kids any proper guidance, that my trust issues will mess them up. I wish I knew what it was in my past, since before my mom married Fergus, what it was that left me so damaged. But I guess I'll never know now. In any case, it just feels selfish of me, however much I want to bear your child, Ivo. What if there's some deep-seated wrongness in me? Ivo was staring at her in confusion. Where the hell did all this come from? You never mentioned. Sophia, what on earth makes you think you're so damaged you can't give a child the love it needs? The more pressing question is, and please be honest with me, is, Ivo, do you want children? I know you will already have a daughter any day now, but could you live with your wife not giving you a child someday? Sophia really didn't want to ask that question answered, but Ivo sighed. At the end of the day, baby, I want you. We can work everything else out. She reached out to him, but he pulled away and got off the bed. I have to pee. Sophia felt tearful. How had this incredible day gone from heavenly to this? And why hadn't they discussed the kid issue before they got married? Yet another mistake. Would they ever stop making them? Ivo returned from the bathroom and got back into bed. He pulled her into his arms, and she snuggled with him. We'll figure all this out, he said, kissing her forehead. Don't worry about it tonight. In a few moments, his breathing became regular, and Sophia knew he had fallen asleep. She stroked his face, tracing the scar near his eye and the small constellation of freckles on his cheek, which looked like the Big Dipper. The sensual outline of his mouth. Gosh, how I love you, Ivo Zaka. She kissed his eyelids, the long, thick, dark lashes resting on his cheeks. She could imagine his son, all dark curls and huge green eyes, and her heart ached. But she had meant everything she had said to him. There was something inside her that screamed at her not to bring a child into the world. She wondered if something had happened to her when she was young, something that she blocked out, but her mother would never talk about the years when Sophia was a toddler. She never mentioned Sophia's father, ever. Sophia didn't know anything about him except that he was American, and now her mother was gone. Suddenly an idea struck her, and for a few moments, Sophia argued with herself over that idea. Finally, silently, she slid from the bed and padded quietly into the suite's living room. She snagged her phone from her purse and looked at the time. It would be a late evening in New York. Steeling herself, she dialed the number and waited to speak to someone she thought she would never talk to again. When he answered, his warm voice brought tears to her eyes. "Jonas? It's me. It's Sophia."
Chapter 26.
By the Friday, Ivo had brokered the deal for their new apartment in the Marias, and when he stopped by Desiree's gallery to tell Sophia the news, she was over the moon. "It's ours, baby." She looked up from the stack of paperwork she was filing and grinned. "Really? Really? Now, how shall we celebrate?" Ivo crushed his lips to hers then, kissing her until she was breathless. "I know exactly how I want to celebrate." Sophia grinned. "Want to play at some games tonight? We could go back to that club." Ivo grinned. "Shall we glass box it, or there are private rooms where we could play with any number of toys?" Sophia felt her pulse quicken. "Oh yes, a private room, and maybe tonight we could invite Pen. If you want to, I'll leave it up to you." She added hurriedly, but Ivo nodded. "Why not?" He nuzzled her neck. "In this scenario, the idea of you being with someone else is exciting," he whispered. He was ready, and looking around the empty gallery, Sophia moved closer. She heard Ivo's sharp intake of breath as she expressed her affection. "Christ, Sophia," Ivo whispered, his breathing quickening, "tonight's going to be special." Her mouth curved into a smile. Recovering, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her. "Tonight's going to be amazing, beautiful. I'll call Pen." Sophia nuzzled his neck. "Do that." Ivo called her from his office later. "Pen's on board." "He will be," Sophia said, her breath quickening at the thought of what they were going to do. "Ivo, I have only one preference." "What's that, il mio amore?" "Only you. I want to share that intimacy with you." Ivo's breath was ragged when he spoke. "Gosh, Sophia, you know how to make a man feel incredibly happy." "I love you." "I love you too. See you at home. Take a cab, honey, stay safe." Sophia left the gallery at 6, but outside it was raining and she couldn't find a cab. Figuring it was easier to run home through the rain, she set off, her clothes soaking through. It was only when she had to stop to cross the street when she felt the hackles on her neck rise. It was gloomy, the rain clouds dark, and the street lamps had yet to spark into life. Sophia felt someone watching her. She scanned around on guard, her senses on high alert. The street was relatively empty, but the few people on it were more concerned with getting out of the rain than they were with watching. Sophia brushed the feeling away and made it to the hotel entrance. Something snagged on her purse and sent it crashing to the pavement, and as she bent to pick it up, she felt someone's hand brushing through her hair. She stood, ready to fight. A man in a hooded jacket was walking swiftly away from her. She opened her mouth to call out to him, then stopped. What had he done? Touched her hair was all, and she didn't even know if it was deliberate. By bending over, her head was at the same height as his hand, so it could have been an accident. Sophia brushed her worries away. Fergus had gotten the message. He wouldn't dare come to the hotel. She was still glad they would be in their own place soon. When she got upstairs, Ivo was waiting. "Hey gorgeous," Jonas called. "He said he'd be here by the weekend." I offered to send him a private jet, but he gave me a lecture. Politely but firmly. Sophia grinned. "Man, you think I care about the environment? I have nothing on Jonas. He won't let you spend a penny on him, you know." Ivo rolled his eyes. "How can he be related to the Rutlands?" I've often asked myself that. I truly wish he was my full-blood brother. Ivo sat on the couch and held his arms out. "I know you told me you called him. Want to share how he reacted?" Sophia went into his arms and snuggled close to him. He cried. I cried. I apologized for not contacting him sooner. He apologized for not trying hard enough to find me. It's not as if he had Fergus's money. Fergus cut him off when Jonas fell in love with an African-American woman. You're kidding. Nope. Fergus is that much of a jerk. Gosh, why did I never see it? Anyhow, that didn't bother Jonas. He's always trod his own path. He and my mother were extremely close. I think that's why he and I were too. He was the best brother to me. Ivo kissed her temple. Then I'm glad he's back in your life. Me too. The reason I called him was his relationship with my mom. She used to confide things in him being older than me, so I want to know if she told him anything that could have affected me that I've buried. She looked up at Ivo. Ivo, the conversation we had about kids, I want to do my best to repair any psychological damage so that we can at least talk about kids. The thought of bearing your son, seeing him all dark curls and big green eyes, makes my heart sing. But until I can be sure that I won't be a danger to them, or neglectful or… SSH, you're overthinking this. We have plenty of time, and if we decide not to have kids, then so be it. But I think it's a good thing you reconnected with your brother anyway. I can't wait to meet him. Sophia felt a rush of pure love flood through her. Gosh, Ivo Zaka, I think you might be the most perfect guy. Ha! Ivo grinned a crooked smile at her. I'll remember that when I'm losing an argument. Sophia giggled. Come on, let's grab some food before we get changed. I have a feeling we're going to need all the energy we can get tonight. As they reached the club, Ivo kissed her. I'm looking forward to tonight, beautiful. Sophia smiled as he held her close. She took his hand, and they walked into the club. People were already together, some in the glass cubicle where they had been a few weeks prior. Sophia turned to Ivo and adjusted her dress, not caring who saw. Ivo kissed her gently, his hand touching her. Sophia felt a sense of excitement, and then she saw Penn Black enter the room. He caught her eye as Ivo held her close, and Sophia felt a rush of emotion. Ivo, she whispered and nodded to Penn. She felt a sense of comfort and joy. Ivo turned and smiled at Penn, who was looking at Sophia. Come join us, Ivo said, and Penn nodded. He walked over and joined them. A small group had gathered to watch them, the three friends enjoying each other's company. Join them, one person said, and Ivo smiled. We will, if they want us to. Sophia felt a sense of happiness. Yes, yes. Ivo and Penn exchanged a glance. Friend? Penn said, and Ivo nodded. Friends. Sophia felt comfortable with them, the sense of connection flowing through her. Ivo moved closer to her. Let's enjoy this moment together. Sophia felt him. Near her, and Penn joined them. They shared a moment of intimacy, finding a rhythm. She felt a sense of peace, forgetting about everything else except being with these two men. Nothing else in the world mattered now. When she felt a wave of emotion, her legs trembled. The two men held her close. They found a private room and spent time together. Penn looked at Ivo. Thank you, friend. Ivo smiled. Don't thank me. Of course, sorry, Sophia, thank you. With a smile at Ivo, who nodded, Sophia leaned over and kissed Penn gently. My pleasure. She smiled at their amusement. Now fellas, let's relax together. She lay down on her side on the large bed and gestured. "Join me." Ivo smiled at her joy. "You're enjoying this?" Sophia smiled at him and Pen. "I'm surprised too. I guess we found the right company, Pen." He kissed her gently, then looked at Ivo. "Friend, I am grateful for your openness. And I promise you, I will respect your and Sophia's wishes at all times. If you want me to leave?" "No." Both Ivo and Sophia shook their heads and spoke in unison. Pen smiled. "Then I am honored." Ivo went to lay by Sophia's side. "Come lay down with us." Ivo's arms wrapped around her. Sophia smiled at Pen as he lay down beside her. He held her hand. She was beautiful. For a moment he thought about Tamara, back in New York, and wondered if she would understand. They hadn't discussed this, and he thought she might be hesitant to share him. He wouldn't tell her about this night. Ivo kissed his wife tenderly, and the connection between him and Sophia was clear. Pen held Sophia's hand. She felt a sense of comfort. Ivo smiled at Pen. "She enjoys this." Sophia felt a sense of warmth as both of the men held her close. When Pen touched her, she felt a sense of connection. Sophia kissed Ivo. "I want to be close to you both," she whispered to him, and Ivo smiled. "Let's enjoy this together," he said, and Sophia smiled. The next few hours were a blur of laughter, affection, and connection. They spent time together sharing stories and laughter. Finally, just before 4 a.m., they left the club, Ivo with his arm around Sophia's shoulder as she held Pen's hand. He said goodbye to them at the taxi stand. He kissed Sophia's cheek and hugged Ivo. "You have no idea what tonight meant to me, both of you. You're a lucky man, Zaka." Ivo smiled. "When we get settled in our new apartment, you must come and visit." "I would like that." Sophia held his hand. "Soon, Pen. I hate to think that you're alone." Pen hugged her tightly. "Tonight showed me that I'm not alone. I appreciate you both." At home, Sophia and Ivo showered. "What an incredible night," she sighed as he helped her. "Indeed," Ivo smiled. They held each other close. And afterward they fell asleep in each other's arms. At 7 a.m., Ivo's father called them to tell them that Adria was gone.
Chapter 27.
Ivo looked as if his heart had been ripped from his chest. 3 days after his beloved mama had died, he behaved as if he were walking around in a dream. Adria had underplayed the cancer, it seemed, but even that wasn't what killed her. A heart attack from nowhere. Sophia, in shock too, knew what it felt like when someone beloved just was gone in an instant, and she tried to support Ivo as best she could, as well as a shell-shocked, distraught Walter, but she felt overwhelmed. Because of Adria's status and her celebrity, it was international news, and both Ivo and Walter were besieged by the press. Desiree and Sophia fended the questions away as best as they could, while Walter and Ivo arranged for Adria's body to be flown back to Los Angeles. She had wanted, even after the divorce, to be married next to Walter when he went, and they had purchased adjoining plots at Forest Lawns years ago. Her funeral would be attended by all the biggest stars and movie execs, and Sophia wondered, in the melee, where the family came into it. Ivo simply hadn't been ready to lose his mother. He moved through the days, barely speaking or eating. He wasn't sleeping. She went to find him now. He was packing to fly to Los Angeles ahead of her, to arrange the funeral, and to take his heartbroken father back home. Walter was a broken man, simply moving through his days like an automaton. Ivo had wanted Sophia to go with him, but Jonas had booked his flight and would be in Paris later that day, and Ivo told her he thought she should stay. "You don't understand the craziness of the press around Hollywood," he told her. "They won't leave you alone. Here, at least it's controlled. And now Jonas will be here, I think it's best you stay." Sophia was heartbroken that she wouldn't be at Adria's funeral, but she could see his point of view. "What about you, Ivo? Won't you need me there?" Ivo kissed her, then leaned his forehead against hers. "Every moment. But I'll come back immediately after the funeral. I'm sorry I won't be able to spend more than this evening with Jonas. There'll be other times. I know. Sophia had called Pen, and Ivo's friend assured her she would look out for Ivo for her. As long as you'll be safe, I can take care of Ivo, lovely Sophia. Sophia was amazed that there was no awkwardness between her and Pen, and that their encounter was viewed by all as a wonderful night. She wondered idly if they would ever repeat it, then felt guilty about thinking about intimacy at such an awful time. They went to pick Jonas up from the airport, and when she saw him trudging through the arrivals gate, looking like a bedraggled hipster, Sophia burst into tears and ran to him. They hugged for a long time, both in tears, before Sophia calmed herself enough to introduce him to a patient, Ivo. Jonas shook his hand. I'm so sorry about your mom, dude, so very sorry. One of the all-time greats. Ivo looked as if he might be overcome with emotion for a second, then nodded. She was, thank you. It's really good to meet you at last, Jonas. You too, man. Thanks for helping my sister and saving her life. I should have been here. Sophia slipped her hands into both of theirs. Come on, you two. No time for what-ifs. We have to be thankful for what we have now. They decided to eat at Ivo's hotel. Despite his protestations, Ivo had secured Jonas a suite near to their own, and after 7 hours plus of traveling, Jonas didn't have the energy to argue. You'd be doing me a favor too, Ivo said. While I'm in Los Angeles, it'll make me feel better to know you're near Sophia. Jonas nodded. Fair enough, although I do have to tell you, Sophia can kick my ass anyway. Not sure how much help I'd be. Ivo smiled for the first time in days. Don't I know it? Sophia grinned at them both. My two favorite men in the world, right here. Jonas told them that after the abduction attempt, Fergus had slunk back to New York with his head between his tail. Jonas obviously had no time for his father. He's just messing around now, sleeping with all his friends' wives. Drinking too much. Honestly, I think he lost it when Mom died, he said to Sophia, clearly meaning her mom. It touched Sophia's heart to hear him refer to her that way. She kept him steady, balanced. For all his faults, I truly believed he loved her entirely. That's why he wants you back. Then maybe he shouldn't have thrown Sophia out in the first place. Ivo's voice was like ice, and Jonas nodded. Totally agree, my friend. But then again, I might never have met you, Sophia said, and Ivo shook his head. We would have found our way to each other somehow. He looked at Jonas. How about you, Jonas? Is it Megan? Jonas gave a sad smile. We broke up. Seemed in the end we wanted different things. She wanted kids, but I don't. She wanted me to be more than a high school teacher. And to me, it's the best contribution I could make to society. We're still friends. Megan was never interested in Dad's money, or making me take what trust fund he was offering that day. He wields his wealth as a controlling tool. Not into that. Word, brother? Sophia clinked her glass against Jonas's. He grinned, his eyes sweeping around the luxurious suite. I can tell. Ivo grinned, but Sophia chewed her lip. Hey, I'm kidding, Jonas said, nudging his sister, and she relaxed. Did Fergus say anything to you about what he tried to do to me? Sophia wanted to know that Fergus was sorry, that he knew she was never coming back. Jonas shrugged. I don't know, I'm sorry. I got all this news from Tel Draven, his golf partner. He has a kid at our school. I don't speak to Dad. Ivo stole a glance at Sophia. What about your sister? Tamara, is it? Jonas's eyes darkened. I see her even less, and believe me, it's no loss. He looked at Sophia. She's now into S&M in a big way, apparently. Bought a club in Manhattan and refurbished it. Sophia nearly choked on her wine. Tamara? Is it a club for husbands of her friends? She laughed suddenly. Tamara Rutland, madam. Figures. Jonas grinned as Ivo laughed. So you don't miss her then? Hell no. She sighed. I do love it here though, Jonas. I'm sorry I didn't let you know where I was. I should have looked harder, but without the resources and having to work. It's okay, bro, we're together now. That's all that matters. When an exhausted Jonas retired to his room to sleep off his jet lag, Sophia and Ivo enjoyed a long soak in the tub. You know, the few days I'm away will be the longest we've been apart since we met. Ivo trailed his fingers up and down her skin as he spoke and nibbled her earlobe. Sophia smiled. I think it will be. I'll miss you, but there's nothing else to be done. Resting back against his hard-muscled chest, she looked around at him. You can always change your mind. I could go with you. He brushed her lips with his. No, you stay with Jonas. Actually, in all the melee, I forgot to go to Clement's. I wonder, would it be inappropriate for me to ask you to go see her? She was close to Mom, and what with the baby being due soon? Of course I'll go, it's no problem. Did I ever tell you we went out for coffee a couple of times? No, actually. You did. Forgive me for not telling you at the time, I clean forgot. Clemence came to see me right at the start of our relationship, yours and mine I mean, and she told me she wanted to be friends because of the baby. I agreed with her, and we went out a couple of times. She's nice and I liked her, but then things went a little weird for a while. I got the feeling she was a little jealous, and then there was that whole thing with telling your dad about your mom's illness. We haven't seen each other since. Ivo kissed her temple. Will it be awkward to go see her? Sophia shook her head. No, not under these circumstances, and besides, I should reconnect with her. After the baby comes, it'll make things easier if we all get along. Sometimes, Sophia Amory Zaka, you are wiser than your years. Thank you, darling. She turned around and straddled him. Gosh, I will miss you though. You only have to pick up the phone, and I'll come to you, you know that, right? Ivo slid his hands onto her face and gazed at her. I do know. Sophia, I can keep saying I love you, but it doesn't even come close to how I feel about you. Tears glistened in her eyes. I feel the same way, Mr. Zaka. I know this is a sad time, but we can get through it. Good things are coming for us. Ivo crushed his lips to hers. You bet your sweet little ass they are. Sophia felt the wrench the next morning when Ivo left for the airport. She kissed him passionately. Ivo chuckled. Demon woman. I love you. I'll call you as soon as I land. Sophia felt like a sulky schoolgirl as she went back upstairs. She had arranged a few days off to spend with Jonas, and a few minutes after she got back to the room, he knocked at her door. Hey sis. How'd you sleep? Sophia hugged him, grateful for the distraction. Jonas grinned at her, flopping down on the couch. Unbelievably well. I have to say, I'm coming around on the luxury lifestyle. Sophia laughed, knowing Jonas didn't mean it. Yeah, right. Listen, Jay, we have so much to catch up on that it seems overwhelming. Want to go do some touristy stuff and talk on the way around? Sounds good to me. I got the impression you wanted to talk about Mom. Am I right? Sophia nodded. I do, or rather, I want to talk about whether she spoke about our life before she married Fergus. Jonas looked uncomfortable. Why would she tell me anything? Jonas. Sophia sat down with him. Ivo and I, one day we would like to have kids. Well, I should say at the moment, Ivo wants to have kids. Sighing, she rubbed her face. I'm not so sure. There's something in me that's broken. Something stopped me from wanting to be a mother, and I think it has to do with when I was a kid. Mom confided stuff in you, right? She told you about my biological father? Jonas looked away from her and was silent for a long moment. Sophia waited him out. Finally, Jonas, his eyes full of pain, shook his head. She didn't give me details. She just said he was a very bad man, that they had a one-night stand, and when she told him she was pregnant, he tried to have her killed. He came after both of you when you were about 2, in a shopping mall. He had a gun, and he knocked your mom out and shot you in the shoulder, but you screamed the place down and he left you there. The police caught up with him, but he'd put the gun in his own mouth. Oh gosh. Sophia put her hand over her mouth as a memory came flooding back. Pain, terror, blood. She darted to the toilet and threw up. Jonas came to help her, rubbing her back. You are nothing like him. You are your mother's goodness and kindness. If an outsider was brought into our family, they would swear blindly that Tamara was your biological dad's daughter. She's a psycho. Sophia looked up at him through her tears. You know what she did? Jonas, his expression hard, nodded. I know she killed my mother. Dad knew it too, he just covered it up. Sophia rinsed her mouth out and wiped her face clean with a facecloth. My real dad was a killer. But you are not, and never could be. Was that the only thing stopping you from having kids? She shook her head. Honestly, no. I'm conflicted because one moment, I see our son with Ivo's hair and green eyes, and it's all I want. The next, I'm terrified. You're also 21, Jonas said kindly. There's plenty of time. Ivo's 37. I know, I did my research. But boo, listen, you two are meant for each other, anyone can see that. Stop stressing about it. This woman, his pregnant ex-girlfriend, she nice? Sophia nodded. Yes, she is. In fact, I have to go see her, preferably today. Do you mind tagging along? Not at all. Shall we go first, get it over and done with? Then we can play all we like. Let's do it. Grant had been back in Paris for 2 days now, and after enjoying low-level stalking of Sophia yesterday, and seeing her obviously spooked, he had seen Ivo Zaka in a cab. He assumed Zaka was flying back to the States. He'd read the funeral notice for his movie star mother. Did this mean Sophia was alone? Alone and unprotected. Grant's whole body itched to see her, touch her. He waited now outside the hotel, hidden in a doorway, for her to come out. He'd wait all day. If he had to, but an hour after his vigil began, he saw her leave the hotel. A man, a shaggy, scruffy-looking guy, was with her and they were chatting, obviously close. It had to be Jonas Rutland. He could see the resemblance between the man and Tamara. Calm yourself. If you take her life now, that's it. Over. Your killing ground is ready and waiting for her. Would he risk taking her now? When the world's attention was on the Zaka family? No. Don't ruin this. He followed them as they walked through the city, and stopped when they entered an apartment building in the 3rd arrondissement. High class, expensive. Grant frowned. This was new. Who the hell was she visiting here? He decided to check out who it was, and how useful they would prove in his mission to destroy Sophia Amory Zaka.
Chapter 28.
Clemence hugged Sophia. Bonjour, darling, it's been too long. I'm so sorry about Adria. If it wasn't for the baby, I would have flown to Los Angeles for the funeral. Ivo didn't want to put the family through the big show funeral. Walter and he decided we would celebrate Adria's privately, once the papers have lost interest. Clemence, this is my brother Jonas. Jonas shook hands with the other woman, and Sophia was amused to see his face grow red as Clemence kissed his cheek. It's good to meet you. Please both of you come in. She led them into the living room. Another young woman was sitting at a desk, typing. Sophia, Jonas, this is Murray, my research assistant. The young woman, dark hair piled up on top of her head, a pencil securing it, and huge black-rimmed glasses perched on her face, got up and shook their hands. Can I get you some tea? Clemence smiled at her. Are you sure you don't mind? Murray grinned. Not at all. Clemence is my mentor at school, so I'm pretending to pamper her in the last weeks of her pregnancy so I can pick her brain. Tea all around. She disappeared into Clemence's kitchen, and Clemence offered them a seat. Sophia, before we talk about anything else, I'm sorry for the thing with Walter. I'm not making excuses. I was a pain and you didn't deserve it. I'm sorry. Sophia reached out and squeezed her hand. It doesn't matter, Clemens, really. I get it. I am the little upstart who bowled into Ivo's life like a wrecking ball. You love him, and he loves you. That's all I can ask. Anyway, on to cheerier things. Clemens smiled at Jonas. I'm so happy Sophia has her brother back in her life. She did tell me you were the only sorry, not tactful. Sophia laughed. Nope, you're right. He is the only good one in the family, and we all know it. Jonas, his face flaming red at the compliment, nodded at Clemens. Talking of family, when are you due? A couple of weeks at the most. She's shifting around, mostly playing a disco beat on my bladder, but everything's going the way it should. Clemens looked a little pale, and Sophia frowned. Are you okay? Clemens nodded. Oh yes, it's just the enormity of being a single mother is hitting me now. You won't be alone in this, Clemens, I swear. Ivo and I will be here for you every moment. Sophia went to sit next to the other women. Without being presumptuous, if you need someone with you in the delivery room, either Ivo or I can be there. Both if you wish. Clemens squeezed Sophia's hand. You are too kind. My mother is here, but yes, if I need you, I won't hesitate to call. Thank you. She smiled at Jonas. Your sister is the sweetest person. Jonas grinned. I could tell you some stories from our childhood that would contradict that. They chatted with Clemens as Murray brought them tea. Sophia grinned at the young woman. She guessed Murray was about her age. So you're a science geek then? Murray laughed. Definitely, and proudly too. My mom was a professor of molecular physics at MIT. Wow. Clemens smiled. I never knew that. Mom was a genius, Jonas said with a smile at Sophia. She could run rings around my father, and he loved it. His smile faded. Personally, I never knew what she saw in him, but boy am I glad she saw something. Word, Sophia nudged her stepbrother. Look, Clemens, we don't want to take up too much of your time. Just know, we are always here for you. Thank you, ma chère. Now look, at least stay and finish your drinks. I could do with a reason not to work. Miri, you come to join us too. Clemens grinned at her young assistant. It's time we all got to know each other better. Ivo sat with his father as they traveled from LAX to his father's home in the Hollywood Hills. The flight to the States had been long and uneventful, but the sadness weighed heavy on them both. His father had been reluctant not to go to the funeral home with Adria's body, but Ivo had convinced him finally. They have things they need to do to take care of her before the funeral, Pa. It's the best place, really. Let's go home and start to arrange things. Walter was a broken man. Ivo had never seen him so utterly destroyed, and knew that despite their divorce, Walter had never stopped loving Adria. She truly had been his soulmate. Why am I so surprised? He asked himself now. It was obvious to everyone. At least he had been there when Adria died. Was it better or worse that Walter had seen her die? Would he rather have remembered her in life, rather than death? Or was he glad she hadn't been alone at the end? Gosh. Ivo felt sick. His darling mother, his champion, his guide. She had so much life to live, yet, she hadn't after all got to see her first grandchild, and it made Ivo mad at whatever controlled life and death. A few weeks more and she would have known my child. He desperately wanted Sophia here, with him, but it had been the right thing to do to leave her with Jonas in Paris. He could only imagine the press frenzy, if they caught a glimpse of the beautiful young wife of Adria Lalagia's only son. They would trawl Sophia's past up, paint her as a gold digger, Lord knows what else. No, Ivo told himself it was best this way. The funeral 2 days later was a parade of Hollywood's best and brightest. Ivo felt the disconnect, as he took the prayers and consolations from people he felt nothing in common with, even having been brought up here. So much plastic surgery, loaded faces, from surgery and bad habits, stick-thin women, over-tanned men, it really was La La Land. Ivo longed for the simple elegance of Parisians, for Sophia's tomboy naturalness. The wake was another hurdle. His father worked the room, using his natural extrovert tendencies to distract himself from the grief. Ivo retreated into the corner, polite to those who approached him, but otherwise counting down the minutes until he could escape. A few of his mother's friends hugged him, passing along their condolences, but it wasn't until a blonde woman Ivo didn't know sat down next to him that he was engaged in a conversation. "Your mother was a force of nature," the blonde said. Ivo nodded, studying the blonde. She was very slim, her flat-ironed blonde hair falling past her shoulders, her blue eyes enhanced by contacts. She was beautiful, but Ivo wasn't attracted to her. She was too icy-looking for his taste. Again, he thought of his soft, warm wife back in Paris, and wondered how long his dad would need him here. The blonde touched his arm. "I've been watching you from across the room. You looked so sad I had to come and say hello." Madison Flynn. Ivo shook her hand politely. "Ivo Zaka. How did you know my mother?" A slight hesitation then. "She was a friend of a friend. Lovely woman with so much spirit. Do you take after her?" Ivo gave a humorless laugh. "I hope so, at least I hope I have her heart." The blonde traced a fingertip over his wedding ring, and Ivo felt uncomfortable. It was a too intimate gesture for someone he didn't know. "Where's your wife?" Ivo felt his walls come up. He knew this type of woman, predatory, way too confident. "Waiting for me to call her. I'd better go." He stood, but the blonde stood with him. "Wait. I just wanted to tell you how sorry I am. Look," she pulled a business card from her bag. "If you would like to have lunch with me, talk about anything, call me." Ivo took the card politely, but knew he would never call her. "Thank you. Good to meet you, Madison, but if you will excuse me." She put her hand on his arm, meeting his gaze. "Of course." She held his gaze for a beat too long, then moved away. Ivo escaped upstairs to his mother's bedroom. His father had always kept it exactly the way his mother had always had, and pulled out his cell phone. Checking the clock, he realized it would be nearly midnight in Paris. Nevertheless, Sophia answered on the first ring. "Baby?" Ivo felt his whole body relax. "Hey gorgeous girl, I love you. I miss you." "I miss you too. How was the funeral?" Ivo sighed, sitting down on the bed. "Just sad, Soph. There's no other word for it, except maybe a three-ring circus. Half of these people, I have no idea who they are, and yet here they are, drinking my father's champagne and making business deals. Oh sweetheart. When you and Walter come back, I promise you we will celebrate Adria's life in the proper way." Ivo's heart pounded with love for his wife. "How have things been with Jonas?" Good, although he is having to cut his visit short, unfortunately. The school he is working for recalled all of the teachers for an ad hoc training week. He's not happy." Ivo frowned. "I don't like the thought of you being alone there." "I'm not. I have Desiree and Clem. I'm fine. Listen, do you want me to come to you?" "No, darling, really, the press is still haunting us. I'll be home as soon as I can." "I love you, baby." "Me too. I'll call you tomorrow, darling." "I can't wait." Ivo felt the sadness overwhelm him as he said goodbye, and spent a few minutes trying to console himself before heading back down to the party. He heard some car doors slamming, and checking out of the window, he saw with relief people starting to drift away. He waited another 10 minutes before going back down to find his father. Walter, the facade slipping, was standing alone at the French windows as Ivo put his arm around his father's shoulders. Walter nodded, and Ivo saw the strain on his face. "How can she be gone, Ivo? How is that possible?" "I don't know, Dad. It doesn't seem real." Walter turned to him and studied him. "She was so proud of you, kiddo. We were and are so proud of who you are and what you've become. You did the right thing by leaving all this nonsense behind. And Sophia too. At least your mom got to see you settled and happy with the person you were meant to be with." Walter sighed. I wish I hadn't wasted time with the divorce. You know, I only agreed to it because I never ever thought your mom would go through with it. I know, Dad. I think Mom regretted it too. We wasted so much time, Walter said again. He blew out his cheeks and patted Ivo on the back. Listen, you just want to get back to Sophia. I can stay as long as you need me, Dad. Walter looked like he was about to argue, and then, his shoulders slumped, he nodded. Thanks, son. Just a few days, I promise. Just until I can think straight. Later, Walter went upstairs to sleep in Adria's bed for the night, and Ivo dealt with the final guests. He was about to lock the doors when he heard a noise from one of the kitchens. Walking to it, he pushed open the door and saw Madison Flynn stacking dishes up on the draining board. She had washed glasses and plates and anything she could find. You know, we have caterers who should be doing that. Madison smiled at him. Oh, I sent them home. Though you would prefer less intrusion by strangers. I like doing this, it relaxes me. Ivo felt a little irked by this woman's presence, by her overfamiliarity, her confidence. Well? Madison put down the dishcloth and wiped her hands. How is your dad? Ivo sighed. Exhausted, drained. Madison walked slowly towards him. And you? Ivo backed up a little. The same. I think we'd like to be alone now. Madison smirked, then very deliberately dropped the strap of her dress down her shoulder. I could relax you. In an instant, the silk sheath dress she was wearing had slithered down her body to the floor, and she stood naked before him. Ivo felt his temper spike. Get dressed and leave, please. I don't know who the hell you think you are, but... Madison lunged and pressed her lips to his mouth before he could stop her. Ivo jerked his head away, just as a camera flash went off in the gloom of the kitchen. Ivo leapt away from Madison and went after the photographer, shouting, Get your clothes on and get out. Outside, the paparazzo was nowhere to be found. Damn. What the hell had just happened? Ivo stalked back into the kitchen to see Madison Flynn dressed, her blue eyes huge and frightened. Was this you? Did you pay him to take that photograph of us? Madison shook her head. No, I swear, look, I'm sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. It's just you're the most handsome man I've ever seen, and gosh, look. I'll go. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. She slipped out of the kitchen, and Ivo heard the front door close. He rubbed his eyes. Geez, this was the last thing he needed. What the hell was that all about? And how did the paparazzo get past his security team? Ivo felt the anger drain out of him, and he sat down on the cool tile on the kitchen floor. What a mess. It was too late to call Sophia now, but he would do it first thing in the morning. If that photograph ended up in the press, it was okay. Sophia knew him in her bones. She knew he would never ever cheat on her, least of all with a random woman at his own mother's funeral. Sophia would know that. Right? In the cab driving back into the city from the Hollywood Hills, Madison Flynn, aka Tamara Rutland, grinned to herself. She had to give it to Sophia. Ivo Zaka was gorgeous. Pity she couldn't persuade him to sleep with her. Clearly, he wasn't much like his father. Still, she got what she had wanted. The dude she had hired to take the picture had sent it to her phone the second after he'd taken it. He'd paid off the security guard at the property a day ahead of the wake. People are so easily bought these days. Tamara grinned as she imagined Sophia's reaction to the photograph. Anger, heartbreak, pain. Betrayal. The paparazzo would be sending it to TMZ or Radar Online, maybe even the Inquirer. Even in Paris, they would see it. Tamara hoped more than anything that Sophia would feel humiliated. If she split from Zaka and his protection, it would make it so much easier for Grant to snatch her and bring her back to the States, to their killing club. She might even fall for Grant, which would make it so much more satisfying to watch Grant kill her and see the hurt and confusion in her eyes as she dies. Delicious. She looked at the photograph again. Damn Ivo Zaka, maybe I'll try again before I leave Los Angeles. I would love to know what Sophia is getting from you. She smiled. Yes, that would be the final revenge, sleeping with Sophia's husband and telling her about it as Grant Christo made her suffer. Tamara could hardly wait.
Chapter 29.
Sophia hugged Jonas hard before he got into the taxi. It had been such a wonderful few days with him that she was reluctant to let him go, but finally she released him. Jonas grinned down at her. Love you, sis. Promise me you and Ivo will come visit me in New York. I know you hate it, but... No. With you there, of course, we'll come. I'm just so happy we're back in each other's lives, John. You are my family. And you are mine, the only one I care about. I love you. Love you too. Sophia felt a little tearful as she waved him goodbye. Inside, she called Desiree. I'm on my way, Daisy. Actually, no, don't come to the gallery. We've had a flood in the basement. Nothing's been damaged, but the fewer people getting in the way of the workmen, the better. Sorry, kiddo. No, that's okay. Listen, my phone needs charging, so I may be out of service for a bit. I'll use the hotel's landline if I need you, bub. Enjoy the time off. Sophia was digging around for a phone charger when her cell phone rang again. It was Clemens. Are you busy, ma chère? Miri has deserted me to go on a field trip, and I'm bored out of my mind. I'm sitting here like a beached whale. She sounded so miserable that Sophia felt sorry for her. Of course I'll come. Shall I bring pastries? Clemens gave a groan of delight. Oh yes, please, and strong coffee. Very strong. One won't hurt me or the baby. Sophia chuckled. You got it. Give me a half hour. It wasn't until she was at Clemens's door that she remembered she'd left her cell phone charging at the hotel. She knocked at Clemens's door. Sophia? It's open, ah. Frowning, Sophia pushed her way in to see Clemens bending over the back of a chair, groaning. Sophia put the coffee and bag of pastries down and rushed to her friend. Clem, what is it? Baby, it's coming. Oh gosh, I'll call the ambulance. Clemens grabbed her arm. No, it's too late. Gosh. OWW, OWW, OWW. I can feel it coming, Sophia, please help me. Somehow, although her heart was pounding out of her chest, Sophia got Clemens to sit on the floor while she grabbed towels and hot water. Clemens was pulling up her maternity dress, soaked with amniotic fluid, as Sophia, her hands washed, knelt down. Now wasn't the time for shyness, she thought, and helped Clemens ease out of her underwear. With a shock, Sophia could see the top of the baby's head already, and panic must have shown in her eyes. I thought the first time labor was supposed to be hours long, Clemens gasped, clutching Sophia's arm. Well, honey, we don't have hours, so time to buckle up. Sophia tried to remember what she had seen about giving birth on television shows. Now, do you feel like you need to push? Clemens nodded, and Sophia took a deep breath. Okay then, so hold my hands, brace yourself against the couch back and push down as hard as you can. 1, 2, 3, push. Come on, Clem, harder. Clemens gave a long, drawn-out scream as she bore down, and Sophia saw the baby's head move a centimeter. She let go of Clemens's hands for a moment and checked to see if she could help. The baby's head was covered in goo, but Sophia didn't think about it. Okay, so take a few deep breaths, and when the need comes again, we're going to go with it. The baby's head is most definitely engaged, she grinned up at Clemens. I can see the crown of her head, and so I reckon we're almost home. Trust Ivo's baby to be early, Clemens grumbled, and Sophia giggled. Right? Okay, sweetheart, you okay? Let's try and go for another one, okay? Grip my hands. As Clemens pushed, she almost took Sophia's hands under the stress of it, but Sophia braced herself, then let go as the baby's head moved significantly. She eased it out a little, not even slightly fazed by the fact she was touching another woman's vagina. It seemed such a natural, organic situation. Clemens pushed twice more, collapsing exhausted, and then the baby's head was out. Sophia supported the head, sliding a towel under Clemens as for the final time, Clemens pushed and Peony Broku Zaka slid out into the world. Sophia handed her to her mother, and both women were crying happily now. Clemens cradled her daughter to her chest, kissing her. Sophia wiped the baby's head for her, marveling at how tiny and perfect she was. Her little cheeks were plump, her little mouth opened in a wide yawn. "Oh, you're tired?" her mother joked, smiling through her tears. Sophia kissed the top of the baby's head, then Clemens's cheek. "You did it, Clem, you did it." Clemens leaned her head against Sophia's. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." "Oh, Sophia, what would I have done without you?" Sophia wiped her tears away with her fingers. "You? Clem, you're Wonder Woman, you would have been fine. I'll go sterilize some scissors, and I'll take care of the umbilical cord." Clemens pressed her lips to her daughter's head. "I feel like I need to push again." For a moment Sophia panicked, then relaxed. "That's probably just the afterbirth. We'll deal with that. Then I think we need to get you to the hospital." A few hours later, Clemens and Peony were safely installed in a private room in the best maternity hospital in Paris, and Sophia was trying to call Ivo. She kept getting voicemails, but she asked him to call her back immediately. She didn't want to tell him his daughter had been born over voicemail. When Clemens was asleep, Sophia went back to her apartment to grab the bag she had packed for the hospital visit. She took a detour back to her and Ivo's hotel room to grab her cell phone, and as she made her way back onto the street, she heard someone calling her. She turned and smiled. "Hey Felix, how are you?" Felix smiled at her. "All the better for seeing you." He nodded at the bag. "Going somewhere?" "Oh no, it's not my bag. I'm taking it to the hospital. Ivo's daughter was born earlier today, so I'm just helping out." "Okay." He looked confused. "I'm sorry, did you say your husband's child was born?" His eyes dropped to her flat belly, and Sophia giggled. "Wow, long story?" "But yes, Ivo's daughter was born and she's gorgeous. Look, I do have to get back to the hospital, but it was really good seeing you." "Listen," he took the bag from her. "Let me help you grab a cab and maybe I could take you for coffee afterwards." Sophia shrugged. "Okay." She was so wired she would find it difficult to rest anyway, and she liked Felix's or Grant's company. She was also a little freaked that Ivo hadn't called her back yet. She needed to vent to someone about everything that had happened. Clemens and Peony were both asleep as Sophia crept back into their room. She put the bag down and closed the door behind her, then stepped back into the hallway. Both out like a light. "Let's go to the cafeteria." Felix bought them both a coffee, and insisted on getting Sophia some food. "You look like you're about to drop, sweetheart." She grinned at him as he brought her some soup and a sandwich. "You're a good guy, Felix. Look, I have to come clean about something." "What's that?" She looked guiltily at him. "When I was at your place, I was in your kitchen. Your passport was on the side." He grinned at her. "Snooping?" "A little. I'm sorry." "It's okay. Look, yes, Grant is my real name. Felix is the name I write under, and I tell people who I don't know to call me. But I think we are friends now. So hello, I'm Grant Christo." She laughed, shaking his hand. "Sophia Amory Zaka. That's a mouthful." "So where's the hubby?" Grant said, sipping his coffee, and Sophia's smile faded. "Los Angeles. His mother passed away last week unexpectedly, and he had the funeral, and what with his dad, it's been a trying time." "And now his kid is here too?" Sophia nodded. "Clemens, that's Ivo's ex-girlfriend, went into labor early, and we couldn't get her to the hospital before the baby was born. So we toughed it out together, or rather she toughed it out, I was along for the ride." Grant blinked. Wow. Wow. So you helped the woman who was having your husband's baby give birth?" Sophia laughed. "When you put it like that, it does sound bizarre, but yes. Clemens is a friend, and I was happy to do it." She thought back over the birth. "Now that I think about it, it was pretty mind-blowing, but at the time, you just get on with it. So you're a stepmother now? Sophia laughed softly. I guess I am. Wow. She looked at her phone then. Now, if only I could get Ivo to pick up his damn phone, I could tell him he has a daughter. Grant nodded, not saying anything. He and Sophia sat in companionable silence while she finished her food. Thank you for this, she said. You were right, I needed it. You look like you could use some rest too. How about I take you back to your hotel? Sophia was tired, she realized, more than she thought. I'll leave a note for Clemence first. I don't want her waking to think I've abandoned her. Grant watched her scribble a note, and then kiss the sleeping woman on the forehead, gently so as not to wake her. Sophia Amory was a remarkable woman, he mused. To show that much love to the woman who had borne her husband's baby, showed compassion way beyond her years. If I were a different man, I would think it a shame to kill her and take all that goodness out of the world, but I'm not that man. Her loveliness, her beauty, and her kindness just make it all the more fun. Will she beg me for death? I do hope so. It amused him to be walking and chatting so easily with her, when all the time he was thinking of causing her harm, of seeing her react with shock and pain. He could barely contain himself, and when inadvertently his skin would touch hers, he felt a surge of intensity. The only thing that concerned him was that she seemed too happy, too content. He wanted to disturb her peace, to cause her unease. Guilt. Yes, that was a good tactic. With Ivo away and he, Grant, being here, maybe he could make her uncomfortable, just a little interaction at first easily explainable. Then escalate it to the point where she became truly unsettled. Gosh, he loved playing games, and when the target was as innocent as Sophia. Her cell phone rang, and she breathed a sigh of relief. At last. Excuse me, Fel. Grant, it's Ivo. Hey, no problem, look, I'll give you privacy. He moved away from her, and decided to check his own messages. Tamara had sent him a photograph, and when Grant saw it he almost laughed out loud. Tamara was good, he had to give it to her. The gall of her getting a picture of her, kissing Ivo Zaka at his own mother's wake. You win this round, Tamara. He wondered how she would use the photograph. He glanced back to where Sophia was sitting, smiling, chatting on the phone, imparting the news of the child's birth to her husband. The picture would destroy her for sure, but he wondered if Tamara could be persuaded to sit on it for a while. If Ivo didn't tell Sophia about it, the longer it was held over his head, the more cracks would appear in the trust between Ivo and Sophia. When they finally took Sophia, what better way for her to think that she had nobody, no one she could call for help? What if they destroyed her security so that, in the end, she had no hope of being rescued? Grant Christo liked that idea very much. Very much. And he knew exactly where to start. He called Tamara back and explained his plan, and she started to laugh. You really are a twisted person, but that's why I like you. So you think you could do what I asked? Really? Tamara laughed darkly. It would be my absolute pleasure, believe me. Let's bring the whole house down. And Grant smiled.
Chapter 30.
Ivo flew back to Paris the next day, leaving Walter behind. His father was still reeling from Adria's death, but at least in LA he had his friends around him. He told Ivo he would come over to meet the baby soon, and hugged him fiercely. I'm so proud of you, Ivo, so very proud. Sophia ran into his arms as he came through passport control, and he picked her up and twirled her around, his lips fierce against hers. Gosh, I have missed you. Me too, baby, me too. They went back to their hotel. Clemence is sleeping a lot since the birth, so the hospital said visiting hours only, but I'm sure they'll let you in, being the daddy. Later, he said, as he dumped his suitcase in their bedroom and pulled her into his arms. First, I need a long hot shower and you. I love you, Sophia Amory, and don't let anyone ever tell you otherwise. I'm yours. And I'm yours for all time, she pressed her lips to his, for all time. A few hours later, Sophia got to see him hold his daughter for the first time, and it only made her love him more. She shared a grin with Clemens as Ivo took Peony into his arms, his eyes wide and wondering. "I think she has your eyes, Ivo," Clemens said gently, "and your dark hair. She's so beautiful." Ivo sounded awestruck and Sophia laughed. "Well, look at her parentage," she said. "She could hardly be anything less than gorgeous." Clemens squeezed Sophia's hand. "And she looks like a peony, doesn't she?" "She does." Clemens looked at Sophia for a long moment, an unreadable expression in her eyes, and for a second, Sophia thought she probably wanted a moment alone with Ivo and the baby. "I'll go get us some coffee." "No, wait." Clemens grabbed her hand. "We are a family, Sophia. The four of us. A strange arrangement, yes, but we are family. You helped bring Peony into the world, and Ivo. I would like to name her Peony Sophia Brokuzaka. I thought about naming her Peony Adria, but I think your mother's name should go to your and Sophia's daughter." Sophia felt tears prick her eyes. "Oh, Clem." Ivo grinned at them both and nodded. "It's perfect. Peony Sophia. I love it." Sophia suddenly giggled. "Peony Zaka sounds a little like peanut butter." Clemens laughed while Ivo rolled his eyes. "No, it doesn't, you lunatic. Peanut is a good nickname, though." Clemens grinned. "Oh, by the way, your friend sent me the most gorgeous bunch of flowers." "Which friend?" "Grant Christo? Apparently, he accompanied you here yesterday. He says the baby is gorgeous, and congratulations." Ivo's eyes narrowed a little. "You brought your writer friend here?" Sophia shrugged. "I bumped into him while I was running around getting Clem's bag and stuff. He said he'd come. It was nice. He made me actually sit down for a while and eat something." "So, he met my daughter before I did?" For the first time, Sophia noticed an edge to Ivo's voice. She fixed him with a steady look. He looked at her. He didn't touch, hold, or wake her. He wasn't even close to her crib. He looked in, is all, Ivo. Ivo's face was tight, but he gave her a quick nod. Clemens glanced at Sophia. Sophia felt irked. She hadn't done anything wrong. "Hey, how was the funeral? Is your dad okay?" Sophia shot a grateful look at Clemens. Ivo nodded. "He's okay. Still reeling, but I suppose we all are at everything that's happened. Especially you, little princess." He nuzzled his nose to the babies, and Sophia felt her irritation slip away. It was clear, however, on the ride home in the taxi, that Ivo was still pissed about Grant Christo. "I just don't get why you had to bring him to the hospital." Sophia sighed. "He offered, and I was exhausted. I had just helped deliver your child, Ivo." She looked out of the cab window. It was raining again, and the street lamps were on in the gloom. "Do you see him a lot?" Sophia ignored the question. Why was he being like this? It wasn't like Ivo to act so jealous. Even taking into account the stress of recent events, he was being unreasonable. At the hotel, Ivo went to run a bath, and Sophia went to the kitchen to make a sandwich without asking him if he wanted one. She was spreading butter on the bread when she felt his arm slip around her. "I'm sorry," he murmured into her ear. "I guess I'm a little cranky. Mom's funeral was a strain and some other stuff went on, and then hearing about little Peanut. I'm a mess." She turned in his arms, studying his expression. There was no malice or anger in it. She stroked his hair back from his face, smoothing the line between his eyes. "There is, nor will there ever be, anyone for me except you, Ivo." He nodded. "Nor for me either. I love you. I'm sorry if I got a little jealous." She pressed her lips to his. "You're forgiven." He tangled his fingers in her hair. "Come join me in the tub." Sophia felt the tension in her bones seep away in the warm water, and suddenly she felt very sleepy. She lay back against Ivo's chest as he moved the soap over her body. "You know, in all the stuff, we forgot something. Our apartment is ready for us to move into. Well, once we get it furnished." Ivo nuzzled her ear, nipping at the lobe. I could always hire an interior designer to do it. Sophia made a face. Only if I can work with her or him, or it won't be personal to us. I'd love to make sure it reflects both of us. Good call. Although with my nomadic lifestyle before you, I'm not entirely sure what my style is. Sophia sat up and turned to face him. Can I tell you how I see you? Go for it. When I think of you, I think of elegance, muted colors like navy blue, duck egg, and of course, sea green, like your gorgeous eyes. Your personal scent is woodsy and spicy, very male, so a lot of natural fabrics and wood furniture. Bookshelves, and that would suit us both. Ivo looked impressed. I like the sound of that. She wrapped her arms around his neck. I'll make up some mood boards. What about a dog? We could get a dog. Whatever you want, it's yours, baby. She grinned as he kissed her. This is going to be great, my daring love. Our own place at last. Ivo smiled at her, kissing her gently. I can't wait.
Chapter 31.
Tamara slicked on another layer of scarlet lip gloss and studied her reflection in the mirror. Tonight at last her club would open, and she would be the talk of the town at least, that part of town who were already slathering at the thought of the debauchery on offer. Under her elegant dress she wore a black undergarment, the material crisscrossing her body. She felt a pleasant sensation. It wasn't just the club's opening party that was exciting her, Penn Black had called her. He had returned from Europe and wanted to see her. She had agreed, inviting him to the party. I know you may not feel like socializing, darling, but there are always private rooms we can go to. Penn had hesitated, but eventually agreed. Until later. Grant would also be there, and Tamara was turned on by the hope that she would sleep with both of them. She deserved it. She had worked so hard to make this club a reality. Grant arrived early before the party started. Good. She wanted to be seated when the party began. She nodded to him to come back to the office, where she lit a cigarette and studied him. So you're back in New York for how long? Grant sat down, taking a cigarette from her pack. Just a few days. I just want to see this place and discuss the next steps. My fingers are itching to make Sophia suffer, but I want her to feel utterly alone, utterly helpless when I do. Tamara smiled. You still want to be intimate with her? Yes. Tamara shrugged, only a little jealous. As long as she dies, what do I care? You've still got the photo? Oh yes. Tamara grinned. I assume you'll be using it to split her and Zaka up. Yep. Then, at her most vulnerable, we'll engineer the accident that will bring her to New York. Are you still on board with that part? Tamara smiled. Oh yes. My brother hasn't been that to me ever. We just share DNA. When he dies, I guarantee Sophia will come running, and without the protection of her beloved billionaire. She's ours. Grant grinned to himself. I take it only you, I and the constructors know about the rooms downstairs. And even the constructors only think they were building an S&M dungeon, not a killing room. We can take our time with darling Sophia. The murder room is soundproofed, and there are supplies to keep her alive for as long as we want. Why rush it? After she's dead, we'll dump her body in the Hudson. More than likely, she'll never be found. I have a better idea. What's that? Grant grinned widely. Zaka will come to look for her, that's a given. With his known proclivities, we could utilize that to frame him for Sophia's murder. Tamara smiled. There's a reason I like you, Christo. Let's do it. I'll be going back to Paris at the end of the week. We'll put things in motion then. Tamara got up and came to him, pressing her lips to his. This is going to be fun. Later, as she welcomed her guest and prepared to make the opening speech, she slipped out of her wrap dress and made her way up to the stage. The spotlight came on her and she smiled, knowing her body would be shown off to the crowd. She made a welcome speech, then seeing Penn Black enter the stage, she called him and Grant to the stage. Grant smirking, Penn looking pensive, she kissed them both. "Let's get the party started, shall we?" The three performed for their audience to rapturous applause, and it wasn't until later when Tamara had worked the room, satisfied that her club was a success, and moving away from the people that seemed to take up the whole dance floor, that she retreated to her office for a break. Grant was making his way around the gathered beauties. She sighed, sitting down at her desk, then started as she realized Penn Black was sitting on her couch, his dark eyes hooded and angry. What the hell was that? Tamara took out a cigarette. What did it look like, darling? You know what kind of club this is. And you know I'm in charge. I say when anything goes, not you. Oh, get off your high horse. This is my club, my rules. That wasn't our agreement. Tamara relented. Okay, fine. But Penn, I thought we had moved past that. She got up and went to him, her face softening, her voice a seductive whisper. You and I. She pressed her lips to his, was grateful and relived that he didn't draw away. You and I are beyond all this. I'm sorry about earlier, I should have remembered that. Penn's eyes were a little less hostile. Are we? Or are we kidding ourselves? We've never even seen each other outside one of these clubs. Tamara felt stunned. Yes, we have. I came to your apartment, remember? After your sister had been killed? Penn frowned. What? Tamara realized her mistake. Damn. I mean, after she died, sorry, I misspoke. I came to your apartment, remember? Penn was still frowning, and Tamara cursed silently. Idiot still, he wouldn't suspect in a million years that she would have killed his sister, would he? Penn cleared his throat and shook his head. Sorry, it's still raw. Of course, I remember now. But, Tamara, are we anything? You told me you loved me. Damn it, why did her voice shake? And I do, I think. I just don't know what love looks like for me. I mean, I've had relationships, yes, but recently, I was shown what true love, real trust really is, and I wonder if I'm capable of giving that to you. Tamara got up. So it's the old, it's not you, it's me kiss off? Penn grabbed her hand and pulled her onto his lap. I'm not kissing anything off. I'm trying to be honest with you, and that alone is new for me. I'm trying to talk to you so that we can figure out a way to be with each other without hurting each other. Tamara relaxed a little. What do you want from me? Penn was silent for a while. If I asked you to be mine, I'd want to know you were truly mine. No other men. Not even clients. Look, I do not want to tell you what to do, Tamara. I'm just saying that we stay faithful if at all possible. I'm a grown-up, and I know there will be temptations. I'm just asking you to be honest with me if you slip. And you'll be honest with me? You have my word. Tamara studied him. She knew without doubt that she loved him, but would he be enough for her? No more clients, no more Grant. Well, she could trust Grant to be discreet enough that she could keep being intimate with him, but did she really want to? How about we give it a try? Say a month. If neither of us slips or wants out in that month, then we call it a relationship and move things along. If not, we shake hands and stay friends with benefits? Penn nodded. I can do that. Tamara smiled at him. Then I think this is going to be amazing, Penn Black. Me too, darling. Grant didn't seem bothered when she told him there would be no more intimacy between them. Fine. Although if you're really going for this no cheating thing, it puts pay to you being with Sophia before I kill her. Hey, I think that was just my fantasy. I think it was. Listen, Penn and I are grown-ups, and he knows what I do for a living. I'm saying no other men or women for me for at least this month. If he can stay faithful too, then I'm in. And that's where you can help? I can? Tamara gave him a chilly smile. Penn's going back to Paris to stay with a friend for a week. I want you to keep an eye on him. Grant sighed. It would really cut into his Sophia time, and Tamara raised her eyebrows at him. When you can tear yourself away from my stepsister. Look, after this trial things, if Penn and I are in a relationship, then I want it to be legitimate, no secrets. Which means one thing. And what's that? That we have to destroy, abduct, and murder Sophia Amory within 1 month of today. Tamara grinned. The clock is ticking.
Chapter 32.
Sophia put down her sketchbook and sighed. She had been trying to work out some ideas for their guest bedroom for a week now, but couldn't decide whether to skew more to the masculine or feminine side in decor. Such problems, she grinned to herself and got up to make herself some tea. They had moved in at the weekend, the apartment only half decorated, but they were so eager to be there they didn't care about the boxes and paint and mess. Despite their plans, Sophia had decided she wanted to do it all herself. After all, she was an artist. Ivo had been busy seeking out new talent in the art schools, moaning that he still couldn't find anyone to compare to her, and helping out with the decorating in the evenings while Sophia worked on her canvases. In 2 weeks, she would be taking 3 new pieces to Venice to show at Maceo Bartoli's Floating City Gallery, and Sophia was both nervous and excited. From the kitchen, she heard the front door open and heard voices. Ivo came in, smiling, followed by Penn. Sophia kissed her husband and hugged Penn. Good to see you, man. Can I get you something to drink? Ivo held up 2 huge magnums of champagne. We have plans for you tonight, Missy. The gleam in his eyes made Sophia's heart race. Oh, really? Really? 2 hours later, they were in their favorite club, having taken over the glass cubicle. Ivo helped Sophia remove her clothing while Penn moved around them. When they were together, the 2 men shared a celebratory moment with champagne. She noticed the glass was transparent, and people were watching them. Ivo held her close. She reached around and held his hand, her other hand. He kissed her and Sophia felt Penn's touch. She leaned forward and whispered to Ivo. He hesitated, then nodded. Sophia kissed him, then turned to face Penn. They shared moments together, and Sophia felt a sense of joy. At the back of the room, Grant watched. The tiny camera in his glasses was recording everything, and he would review it later. For now, something else was amusing him greatly. Penn Black. The very same Penn Black who had professed his faithfulness to Tamara was with her stepsister. He watched the expression on Black's face as he was with Sophia, watched as Ivo expressed his affection for her. He imagined being there with them. Right now, he was imagining a scenario where he intervened. See her, in a vulnerable position. Gosh, so soon he would feel that satisfaction, but not tonight. Tonight was all about gathering information. Jealousy. Ivo allows his wife to be with his friend. It wouldn't be such a stretch to imagine him then, reacting and harming his wife, would it? That has been happening since history began. More proof that he, Grant, could present. Wait until the press gets hold of Sophia's disappearance, and then release this video to the press. They would implicate Ivo Zaka, case closed. When Sophia's body was found, they would have their culprit. Grant left Paris before the end of the night, satisfied he had enough. What's more, he would enjoy revealing this to Tamara. Grant smiled as he remembered the look in her eyes as she talked about a future with Penn Black. Women like Tamara didn't have lasting relationships. Tamara wouldn't. Grant would let her believe she was involved, but then Grant knew he would remove her. Grant Christo had one rule above all else. He never left loose ends.
Chapter 33.
Tamara watched the video Grant had sent her, her veins running with icy cold fire. Penn Black. Her darling Penn, being intimate with her stepsister. Publicly, with obvious enjoyment, and with the permission of her gorgeous billionaire too. Her anger built slowly after the initial shock, and now it felt like it would burst from her if she didn't scream or cry or something. It was white hot. You tramp, she hissed, You ruin everything. She paused the video on a shot of Sophia smiling. Tamara wanted to reach into the video and claw that smile from Sophia's lovely face. The only consolation was that soon Sophia would be a corpse, and neither one of these men would ever get to be with her again. Sophia would be dead, and Ivo Zaka would be in jail for her murder. And Pen? Pen, who had publicly spurned Tamara, was quite happy to be with Sophia in front of an entire club. Tamara felt her heart harden. You creep, she thought. You thought I would never find out? I will make your life a living hell. Tamara closed the part of her which had started to open to Pen. Pain is all there is, she thought, and I'm going to make sure you know that. Pen put the paintbrush down. I think we've finished. He stood back from the wall of the living room, but Ivo grinned at him. You only think that, but any minute Sophia will be back with lunch, and she'll notice every microbe we've missed. Pen ran his eyes over the seemingly perfect living room wall. The navy paint was even, at least to his eye. Now it's done, man? Ivo just grinned and shook his head. They heard the front door open. Men, I bring food. Sophia intoned in a deep voice, and then appeared in the doorway. She held up a bag of freshly made baguettes and a six-pack of beer. They all fell on the food as if they had been starved. Pen had been staying with them now for a week, helping out with the decorating. Sophia and Ivo loved having him there, and although they didn't repeat their sensual night at the club, Sophia made it clear that only she and Ivo shared their bed at home. The three friends grew even closer. Now, as they ate, Sophia nodded at the wall they had just painted. Looking good, she said, her mouth full of bread, and Pen smiled at Ivo. See? Ivo shrugged as Sophia continued. Another couple of coats, and taking care of some of the missed spots, and we should be done. Pen's face fell, and Sophia and Ivo burst out laughing. He scowled at them. Oh, I see, this is a setup? Welcome to the wonderful world of text messages. Ivo held up his phone. You're so gullible, Black. Sophia punched Pen's shoulder. Seriously, bro, nice job. Pen grinned but felt a small jolt. Sophia saw it in his eyes. Sup? I just miss this, you know? With Willa, we always joked around. Now that she's gone. Sophia went to him and hugged him. I'm so sorry, Pen. He nodded, gathering himself. Thanks. You have any siblings? My stepbrother Jonas is wonderful, a real brother to me. My stepsister is a psychotic, murderous harpy. So a mixed bunch. Sophia said it lightly, but she winced a little. Murderous? Pen looked shocked, and Ivo nodded grimly. She killed her own mother by all accounts. Actually, she practically told Sophia she had done it. Tamara's very much a daddy's girl. Pen had gone very still, very white. Tamara? Tamara Rutland is my stepsister. You might have heard of them. Anyhow, Tamara, when she was just a teenager, decided her mother was in the way and pushed her down a flight of stairs. Of course, nothing was ever proved, and besides, who would imagine a young girl doing that? Pen clambered to his feet and stumbled towards the bathroom. Sophia and Ivo looked at each other in alarm. Pen? They both heard him throw up and up. Sophia darted in to help him, as Ivo grabbed some ice water from the kitchen. Sophia rubbed Pen's back. Pen? She realized with horror that he was crying and cursed herself. Willa had died in the same way as Judy Rutland. Damn, how insensitive was she to tell Pen that? Ivo arrived and made Pen sit down and sip the water. Sophia shot an agonized glance at her husband. Pen, I'm so sorry, I didn't think. Pen shook his head. It's not your fault, it's just gosh. My gosh. He sounded so distraught that Sophia began to panic a little. Pen, it's okay, it's okay. He looked at her, his eyes showing a world of pain. No, it's not, Sophia. It's not, and I don't know how the hell it's ever going to be right again. I have to go. He stood suddenly and pushed past a confused Ivo to go to the guest room. They found him shoving his belongings into his case. Ivo went to his friend. Pen, come on, come sit with us and calm down. I can't, I have to go, you'll understand soon, I promise. I need to go home. He stopped, squeezing his eyes shut, then hugged Ivo. I'm okay, there's just something I need to do. I love you both, remember that. He kissed Sophia's cheek, then before they knew it, he was gone. In the silence, Sophia and Ivo stared at each other. What the hell was that? Ivo shook his head. I don't know, baby. I've never seen him like that before. I shouldn't have said anything about Tamara, about her mother. What was I thinking? It's just more and more I feel close to Pen. As family, I mean, darling, she said hurriedly, but Ivo smiled. I know that, sweetheart. I hope Pen's okay. He wrapped his arms around Sophia and kissed her forehead. And somehow, I don't think this has anything to do with what you said, not directly. Something else is up. I'll call him later. He tightened his arms around her. Try not to let it bother you. Shall we finish the painting? Sophia nodded, and they cleared their supper things away and finished the painting, moving around each other quietly. When they had done, Ivo smiled at her. Now we only have the bedroom to think about. Sophia, still deep in thought, nodded. I'll make up some more mood boards. I think you like doing that more than that actual painting, he teased. He snagged them a couple more beers from the fridge, and taking her hand, led her out to the balcony. The sun was setting over the city, and the street lamps were coming on. Sophia took a slug of beer, and felt the tension in her body fall away. I'll never get over just how lucky I am. You, this place, this city, how did I get so lucky? Ivo leaned over to kiss her. It wasn't luck. You deserve the world. Sophia kissed him back, but her eyes remained troubled. Do I? Really, what have I done that I deserve the world? Not much, Ivo, but I intend to change that. Ivo frowned. Sweetheart, you are kind, sweet, intelligent, and caring. You care about other people, you help other people. Why are you so down on yourself? She smiled ruefully. I'm not, but I still think I could do more. I swore blind, I wouldn't be a kept woman, but here I am, working on canvases part-time to show in your friends' galleries, and don't think I'm not grateful, but I do understand, Piccolo. You want to forge your own path, and you will. But don't look a gift horse in the mouth either. If your paintings were trash, no amount of influence from me would get you exhibited. None. You're 21, Sophia, there's plenty of time. He rested his head on her shoulder and gave her his best puppy eyes. Sophia giggled. I love you, crazy man. I love you too, funny face. Now, when we bought this place, I seem to remember we had plans to do things on this balcony. I say we keep that promise right now. He kissed her, pushing her onto her back, and Sophia started to giggle. You're insatiable, Zaka. He grinned up at her as he moved down her body. I have good reason. Tamara was lying on the chaise longue in her office. A couple of good-looking twins had ventured into the club at lunchtime, and she wasted no time inviting them back to her office. Minutes later, the beautiful boys had left now, promising to return, but Tamara couldn't have cared less. She knew now that this was the way to go, no commitment, no feelings. Just business. Her cell phone rang, and she snorted as she saw who was calling. Pen Black, as I live and breathe. There was a slight hesitation. Tamara, I'm flying back to New York. I need to see you. Tamara rolled onto her front. Do you? He gave her an address. My flight gets in just after midnight. Meet me there. Please. Fine? She couldn't resist the chance to taunt him about Sophia one last time. A few hours later, she pulled up in her car at the cabin out in the woods. Pen had spoken of this place, somewhere he and his sister had come to chill out away from work. She knocked at the door. Pen opened it, unsmiling, and stepped back to let her in. The place was covered in plastic dust sheets. Tamara smiled at Pen, leaning forward to kiss him. He stepped away from her and sat down. Tamara frowned. What the hell was going on? How was Paris? Enlightening. Monotoned. Oh, so he was going to play it like this, was he? Did you have some fun while you were there? Meaning, did you enjoy what you did with my stepsister? Creep? Penn said nothing, but pulled out a sheet of paper. This is an autopsy report. I want to read it to you. Tamara sat down, crossing her legs and sighing. Surely we can think of better things than that? A bit morbid? It'll just take a second. He looked down at the paper. Injuries to the head include multiple fractures of the skull, consistent with an impact with a hard surface. Internal hemorrhage of the brain would have resulted in instantaneous death. You're reading your sister's autopsy report to me? He ignored her. All injuries consistent with a fall. Some bruising on the scapula indicates that force could have been applied, but this is not conclusive. Tamara felt her skin begin to prickle. I thought you said your sister fell. That it was an accident. Cause of death, injuries sustained in a fall. Whether the fall was accidental or not, is still to be investigated. Therefore, I conclude death by misadventure in the case of. Tamara shifted in her chair, irritated. Penn, what the hell? In the case of Judith McClelland Rutland. Tamara felt her heart stop. Of course. Sophia blabbed that little. The next moment she cried out as Penn grabbed her throat and dragged her by force to the ground. You killed my sister, you psychopath, he growled at her, and his hands tightened around her throat. Tamara kicked and fought with him, but he was far too strong, and she began gasping for air. She cast around desperately for something to help her, and realized exactly why the place was covered in plastic. If you're going to take my life, just do it, she gasped, then felt the pressure release. Penn stood, looking down at her in disgust. You would think that. No, Tamara, I'm not going to take your life. But I am going to make you go to the police and confess what you've done. Tamara heaved herself away from him, clutching her sore throat. And why should I? Why did you do it? Do what? Kill my sister? Kill your own mother? Why? Tamara shrugged. Because they got in the way of what I wanted. She had her hand in her pocket now, ready to take out her cell phone. I did you a favor. A pregnant sister hanging on every moment? Where would you find the time to be with my stepsister? Penn's expression changed. You're having me followed? Not you, Tamara coughed, that little tramp Sophia. She squeaked in alarm as Penn advanced again and backed up, feeling something hard press into her back. Penn squatted down to stare into her eyes. Why? She's out of your life, why bother with Sophia anymore? You had everything on a plate, Tamara, everything. Leave Sophia alone. She deserves her happiness. Tamara smirked, remembering the shock on Ivo Zaka's face when she was confronted. She then kissed him at his mother's funeral. Maybe it was time for the world to see the same thing if she, Tamara, made it out of this mess. Play nice. Look, Penn, darling, I am sorry about your sister. It was a misunderstanding, but I swear she did fall. Don't? Penn almost spat at her. Don't lie. Don't attempt to cover up what you've done. He stood, staring down at her with such hatred it made Tamara's heart falter. Gosh, he was so beautiful like this, but she wasn't stupid. She'd lost him. If she could get out of here alive, that's all she wanted right now. So what now, Penn? Now nothing. But I'll be watching. One wrong move, and I'll make sure everyone, including Daddy Dearest, knows about your murderous little ways. Stay away from me, stay away from Sophia, and you get to keep your pathetic little existence. Penn strode to the door, not looking back, slamming it behind him. It echoed in the silence of the cabin. Tamara could barely believe she was still alive. She took out her cell phone and found the photograph of her and Ivo Zaka. She had promised Grant that she would hang on to it until the right moment, but that moment was now. She quickly typed an email to a gossip columnist she knew and sent the photo. By morning, the whole world would know that Ivo Zaka cheated on his beautiful wife at his own mother's funeral. Tamara grinned to herself and called Grant. He was, as expected, unhappy at the move but sighed. Fine. This just means we'll have to move things up. I have a feeling about how Sophia will react, and I'll just have to take advantage. You make sure the room is ready. I'm bringing Sophia back to New York.
Chapter 34.
Hey, Sugar Lips. Ivo chuckled. That's a new one. Look, I have one more appointment, and I'll be home, baby. Good. You have some more mood boards, okay? Sophia laughed, but Ivo couldn't help but notice there was something else, an edge to her voice. You okay? Absolutely fine. I'll see you later. Ivo hung up, something shifting inside him, an uneasy building. He put his phone away and smiled at his colleague. Sorry, what were we saying? An hour later, he took the metro back to the apartment. The evening was falling, and all was setting in. A sharp breeze was making the fallen leaves jump and dance. Ivo stopped to buy Sophia some peaches from a market stall, then took the stairs up to the penthouse apartment. He knew it was empty as soon as he walked in. It echoed with emptiness. Soph? No answer. He walked from room to room, but she was nowhere. Maybe she had just stepped out for some food or... Her sketchbook, which always sat on the kitchen countertop, was gone. Ivo didn't know why he felt panic rush through him. It could be anywhere in the apartment, but as he searched again, he saw several of her most prized possessions were gone. He ran to the bedroom and checked the closet. Her clothes, her practical jeans and t-shirt uniform were gone, as was her backpack. Ivo didn't understand. A cold draft hit him then, and he noticed the doors to the balcony were ajar. He pushed them open and stepped out. Sophia's mood boards were resting side by side against the stone balustrade, not covered in ideas for decor, but on every inch, plastered with the photograph of him kissing that strange woman at his mother's funeral, or rather her kissing him. Oh geez, no. Ivo was about to leave, desperately to find Sophia, when he noticed the one photograph that wasn't like the rest. The woman was still the same but younger, but it was the rest of the people in the shot that made his heart stop. Especially the youngest, most beautiful girl, and the woman who was undoubtedly her mother. Ivo stared at the photograph of his wife, her late mother, and the family they had married into, and knew without a doubt that the woman he was kissing in the photograph was Tamara Rutland. Ivo ran down the stairs out into the street and screamed his wife's name. But there was no answer. Sophia was gone.
Chapter 35.
Do you have her? Grant Christo looked over to the sleeping woman next to him on the plane, and smiled to himself. Oh yes, I have her. He heard Tamara's soft laugh. Good. The flight attendant glared at him then, and he hung up, giving her an apologetic look. Sorry, all done. The attendant looked appeased. She nodded to Sophia's sleeping form. Would she like another pillow? That would be lovely, thank you. Grant needn't tell the attendant that with the strong sedative he had drugged Sophia with, she wouldn't notice if she was sleeping on a rock. She'd be out until they landed in New York. The attendant brought the pillow, and Grant dutifully tucked it under Sophia's head. She didn't even stir. Grant swept a lock of black hair away from her face, and pressed his lips against the soft skin of her cheek. When she had burst out from the apartment, tears streaming down her face, her movements jerky and uncoordinated, Grant had known how easy this would be. Bumping into her, he'd acted the concerned friend, trying to make her go back to the apartment until she'd begged him to take her to the airport. When he had insisted on accompanying her, she resisted but gave it. After they'd boarded the plane, she told him that she just wanted to go to sleep, and he offered her an Ambien. Of course, what he gave her was much stronger, and would make her more pliable when they reached the States. She'd still not told him why she had been so upset, but of course he knew. Tamara's photo was all over the internet. The betrayal Sophia felt was written all over her face. She looked utterly broken-hearted. And now she had willingly handed herself over to the man who would, in a few hours, make the rest of her life a living hell. Grant could barely wait. When the plane took off and the flight attendant pulled down the shades, people fell asleep. Grant released his seatbelt and covered both him and Sophia in the blanket. Under it, he slid his hand under her shorts and stroked her belly, the soft and silky skin of her, imagining how it would split under his knife. Sophia murmured, and Grant withdrew his hand with a smile. There would be plenty of time to explore her body later. He hoped Tamara had kept up her end of the bargain and prepared the killing room for him. He would keep Sophia drugged until he reached the club, unless her altered state became an issue or attracted attention. For now, he would have to be satisfied that she was on the plane and on her way back to where he wanted her. Slowly, his plan was coming to fruition, and he couldn't wait for the next part. Ivo called Desiree, called everyone he knew Sophia was friends with in the city, but none of them had seen her. Desiree listened to everything Ivo told her and nodded. I have a contact at the Direction Générale de l'Aviation Civile. If she got on a plane, they can find out. 2 hours later, she called Ivo back. She got on a plane to New York this evening. They'll be landing in about a half hour. Ivo. She boarded with a man named Grant Christo. Ivo felt his heart shudder. What? I'm sorry, Ivo. That's what they told me. Witnesses said she seemed pretty out of it, and Grant was very attentive, whatever that means. Who is this guy? Ivo sighed. His other name is Felix Hammond. He lives down the hall to you. Grant Christo is Felix? Desiree sounded astonished. Gosh, Ivo. Ivo was alarmed by her tone. What is it? Don't freak out, but I don't like that guy. I never have. I don't know, I call it instinct, but he reminds me of a guy I first used to know before I transitioned. A hustler. The more I think about him, the more I'm convinced he's the same guy. Ivo's blood was like ice. Desiree, what aren't you telling me? He heard the hesitation in Desiree's voice. He's into stuff. Knife play, stuff like that. What the heck? Oh gosh, date. Ivo felt his breathing get shallow and faster. What if why would she go with him? Like I said, he's a hustler. Very convincing. Didn't she say he stopped her father from abducting her that time? Stepfather, Ivo said, almost unconsciously. She said he was a friend, but wouldn't a friend stop her from running, get her to come talk to me, talk things out? Depends what kind of friend. Sophia would never cheat on me, Ivo said fiercely, and Desiree sighed. I know that, but what's to say about his state of mind? After that photo, what were you thinking, Ivo? The Rutland tramp kissed me, obviously had set it up to be photographed. I did not cheat on my wife. I know that too, Daisy said gently. Calm down. We have to work on this problem. Who does Sophia know in New York? Jonas and Penn Black. Suddenly, Ivo felt a little better. I call Penn to see if he can make it to the airport by the time they get through passport control. You're reaching, but it's worth a shot. Ivo said goodbye, then grabbed his own passport, leaving the apartment to run down and fetch a cab. In the cab he called Penn, who eventually answered. He sounded drunk. Penn, dude, I need you to focus right now. Can't, man. Willa died because of, I should have. Penn was barely coherent, and Ivo felt a rush of anger and despair. Penn. Listen to me. Sophia is gone. Ivo made a decision. She was taken. He winced a little at the lie, but he needed to get through to his friend, who was Ivo's best hope. He would call Jonas too afterward, but Penn was closer and had the resources to get things done. Penn, are you listening? Sophia is on her way to New York with a man called Grant Christo. We don't think she's with him voluntarily. There was a loaded pause at the end of the phone. Ivo, did you say Grant Christo? Yes. He's a friend or an acquaintance of Sophia's. Listen, something happened, something with Sophia's stepsister. At my mom's funeral. She set me up, and there was a photograph, and Sophia saw it. Man, you need to start at the beginning. You said Sophia was taken, and now you're saying she's with Christo? Grant Christo? Evo was alerted by the strain in Penn's voice. What is it? Evo, Grant Christo is one of Tamara Rutland's romantic partners. They're in business together. Icy cold shock. What? Penn drew in a long breath. Evo. I was with Tamara Rutland. I didn't know about her connection to Sophia, I swear, until Sophia told me about Tamara's mother. Then I knew. Tamara killed Willa. She's psychotic, Evo, truly, and she hates Sophia. She also knows that I was with you and Sophia. And she's in business with Grant Christo? Evo felt sick. And he has my beautiful girl? Gosh, Penn. Desiree told me he was a twisted person. He is. If he has Sophia. Please, Penn, get sober and get to JFK. I'm getting the first flight I can. Please. Penn, I have a terrible feeling about this. Penn sounded as if he were fully sober now. I'm on it, Evo. Listen, Tamara and Grant have a club, Le Petit Mort. If they were going to hide someone, it'll be there. When you get here, if I haven't called you, go straight there and I'll meet you. We'll get her back, brother. I swear we will. Sophia woke as the plane landed. At first, she forgot where she was, then looking around, her eyes widened when she saw Grant beside her instead of Evo. Then she remembered. Gosh. That terrible moment when she'd seen that photograph. Evo, her beloved, trustworthy, gorgeous Evo, is kissing Tamara. The pain was like nothing she had ever felt, and after printing out all of those copies, she had been like a whirling dervish, plastering them on her mood boards and then finding that one photo online of the family. Damn Tamara. Sophia had sobbed out her rage as she packed her possessions into her backpack and ran out of the apartment. Her eyes were so swollen with tears that when she ran into Grant and he gently guided her into a cab, she just let it happen. And now she was back in the one place she swore she would never go back to. She felt Grant take her hand. Hey, sleepy. She tried to smile at him, but if she were honest, she felt a little nauseous, and the way he was looking at her. Grant, I shouldn't have gotten on this plane. Gosh, she sat up and rubbed her face. What was I thinking? Listen, it's okay. Grant's voice was smooth and persuasive. We'll get you to a hotel, and then you can call Evo or whoever you want. Something was off about his smile. Maybe I should call him from the airport. Grant shook his head. I don't think that's a good idea. Why not? From what you told me, Evo sleeping with your stepsister isn't something you want to talk about in public. Sophia gave a shocked gasp as his words hit home. I saw them kissing once in a photograph. You really think it's a coincidence? Come on now, Sophia, you're young, but you're not naive. Sophia didn't say any more until they were passing through passport control. Her legs wobbled and Grant took her elbow. Let's get some coffee and some breakfast inside of you. Sophia let him steer her out of the airport and into a cab. As they pulled away, she saw a familiar face. Hey. There's Penn. Hey, stop the cab. Don't stop the cab, Grant ordered the driver, and Sophia gaped at him. No, wait, he's a friend, stop. She began to panic, but Grant put his hand over her mouth. His eyes were cold. He is not your friend, Sophia. He's been sleeping with your stepsister. I've seen him at a club, an S&M club, and he's been with her for months. He is not your friend, okay? Now listen to me. I'm going to take you somewhere safe where you can eat, rest, and gather your thoughts. Then we'll go from there, okay? There was an icy determination in his eyes, and suddenly Sophia felt very afraid. Grant, where are you taking me? Somewhere we can talk. And that's all he would say for the rest of the journey. The cab drove into the heart of the city and pulled up in an alleyway. Thanks, Dwayne. Grant handed over a bunch of notes, and the driver nodded, silent and watchful. He didn't look at Sophia. Grant helped Sophia out of the cab. Come with me. He walked to a door, half hidden behind some dumpsters, and opened it. Sophia hesitated, peering into the darkness within. It's my business premises, Grant said a little impatiently. Nothing to be scared of. Sophia walked inside reluctantly, but to her relief, the corridor inside led to some offices and then out into a bar. Grant put her backpack down and went behind the bar. She saw him put a pot of coffee on, to percolate. Now, I'm not a great cook, but I can make us some eggs if you'd like. Sophia's stomach gave a lurch. No thanks. Suit yourself. He seemed like a stranger, his whole manner changed even from a day ago. She didn't recognize this man. Her skin prickled with unease. Can I use your phone, please? Not yet. Oh gosh. She swallowed hard. Grant, what is this place? I told you, it's my business. Come on, Sophia, you know what a club looks like. I know you've been to the ones in Paris. Sorry, you're probably mistaken because this one doesn't have a similar feature. Her stomach dropped. What? Grant smiled and moved closer to her. You like being observed, don't you? Quite the change from the woman who arrived in Paris a year ago, hey? He suddenly held her. I hope you've saved some of that energy. Sophia tried to move away from him and move towards the door. She didn't make it. Grant pulled her back into the club, placing her on the floor. Sophia struggled with him, but his strength was too much. Desperate, she tried to resist, and Grant reacted. He moved back, and as she saw the look in his eyes, he struck her, and everything went dark. Grant carried the unconscious woman easily. He walked down into the corridors beneath the club, then down another level, his anticipation building. At last he would enact his plan. He unlocked the room and took Sophia in, placing her on the bed. She was so small, so vulnerable, that he couldn't stop looking at her. He removed her shirt and jeans. Her form was as he remembered from the club. He lay down beside her and touched her face. There was a thin stream of blood running from her left eyebrow, otherwise she was unharmed. Are you just going to leave her there? Grant, annoyed, looked up to see Tamara standing in the doorway. Your friend Black was at the airport. I think he was looking for her. Which means Zaka sent him. They know we have her. Grant gave Tamara a cold smile. It makes no difference. She'll not be found. You hope. Why don't you just be done with it now? All this planning, all this work, and you just want to rush it? No way. I'm going to take my time. Tamara made a sound of disgust. What does she have that makes men so interested in her? Grant merely smiled. Now that you're here, let's get things going. Help me strip her and put her in that gown. Tamara made a face. What's this? She pulled the white gown away from the wall, studied it, then began to smile. Fine. Let's get her into it. The gown fit Sophia's curves perfectly, the fabric clinging to her body like a second skin. The deep curve of the neck showed perfectly. The skirt skimming her ankles. It would have made for a perfect wedding dress, with the exception of the large circular cut, out over the abdomen, Sophia's deep, round navel at the center of it. Tamara grinned. Target practice. Grant smiled. Exactly. Now let's tie her to this pole. I think she's coming around. Tamara squinted into the unconscious face of her stepsister. This is your last day alive. But Sophia remained unconscious, unhearing, her head slumped to her chest. Did you hit her too hard? Grant shook his head. I know what I'm doing. Go change into something more fun, he said to Tamara. I want some alone time with Sophia here. Tamara left, and Grant focused entirely on Sophia, lifting her chin with his finger and kissing her lips. Wake up, beauty. Look what Daddy's got for you. Sophia opened her eyes. When she saw where she was and what was happening, she whimpered in terror. Grant smiled. Hello again, darling. Welcome to the last room you'll ever see.
Chapter 36.
I miss them. I'm sorry, man, I looked everywhere. Penn Black looked sick to his stomach, but it was nothing to how Evo felt. She's gone, she's dead. The mantra kept repeating in his head over and over. Just take me to Christo's club, man. They rode in silence to the club. In the early afternoon sun, the frontage looked dull and lifeless and the least threatening place in the world. Was she here? The doors were locked, but after 5 minutes of banging on the doors, an annoyed cleaning woman came to see them. There's no one here, come back later. Ivo pushed his way into the club, ignoring the cleaning woman. He strode past the cloakroom and reception, and pushed his way into the main room of the club. Sophia? Christo? Silence. He scanned the room, looking for any clue. Penn walked in beside him. There are private rooms downstairs for couples. Let's check there. He led Ivo down the stairs to the maze of corridors underneath. They checked each room, finding them unlocked, and Ivo shook his head. This place, I've been to private clubs before, as you know, buddy, but this is beyond anything I've ever seen. There's something about it. It's sinister, Penn nodded. There's a darkness, a wrongness about it. Ivo looked at his friend. It's that exactly. This doesn't feel right. Geez, Penn, what have they done to her? Penn put his hand on her shoulder. We don't even know if she's here yet, brother. Let's just keep looking. Ivo nodded, and drawing a long breath, he shouted, Sophia. They both listened, but there was nothing but silence. What was that? Grant went very still, his knife clenched in his fist, and Tamara, who was grinning at the fear in Sophia's eyes, shrugged. I didn't hear anything. Grant turned cold eyes towards her. Go check. Tamara stared back at him. Who died and made you boss? Go check it out yourself. For a moment she was scared by the anger in his eyes, but then he put the knife down and strode out. Tamara smiled at Sophia, who was panting with fear, straining at the ropes which bound her wrists. All alone, princess? Do you know, we have been planning this for months? This room, we built it with your murder in mind. And now we're here, so Sophia, how does it feel to know you're going to die very soon? Grant is looking forward to ending your life, so he says. Myself? I don't care how he does it as long as you feel unimaginable pain. You're a sick person, Sophia spat at her. You're worthless, a waste of good air. And now you're upgrading to murder. You think Ivo won't come after you? Oh, the delectable Ivo Zaka, how easy it was to get that photo. He had no idea what was going on, of course, which was the whole point. So you reacted as we thought you would, and that sealed your fate. You'll never see him again, Sophia. Maybe Grant will kill him too. No. Sophia was beside herself, thrashing against her binds, and Tamara laughed. She picked up the knife Grant had left, and pressed it to Sophia's exposed belly. I almost want to deny Grant the pleasure. Besides, you'll be Grant's first female kill. He's been very excited about this. She raised the knife to Sophia's throat and nicked the skin. Sophia didn't look away, her eyes blazing with both terror and anger. You killed your own mother. Your own mother. Tamara smiled. Yes, and I would have killed yours too, but she conveniently dropped dead of her own accord. Sophia spat in Tamara's face, and enraged, Tamara raised the knife again. Before she could hurt Sophia, however, Grant grabbed Tamara's wrist and twisted the knife from her hand. Tamara screeched, but Grant was unrepentant. Your boyfriend and Zaka are snooping around upstairs. Get rid of them. Tamara glared at him. What? You heard me. Get rid of them. I'm going to deal with our guest here. Sadly, it looks as if we'll have to rush this. I want to watch. Grant grabbed Tamara's throat. Get rid of them, he intoned, or I'll end you myself. Stumbling back as he released her, Tamara fled, anger and fear roiling through her. She closed the door behind her, sliding the iron covering that melded seamlessly into the wall across it. She straightened herself up and slipped along to her office on the floor above. Make it look as if you're just working. They'll never hear anything down there, not with the soundproofing. They'll never find the room. She was disappointed she would see Grant kill Sophia, but if she was successful, she'd still see the body afterward. She sat at her desk and opened her computer. In less than 2 minutes, Penn Black pushed into the room, and she stood, feigning surprise. Penn. I thought you said you never wanted to see. Cut the crap, Tamara. Where's Sophia? Ivo Zaka followed Penn in, and Tamara couldn't help but marvel at his angry beauty. Last I knew, she was in Paris with Mr. Zaka here. Hello again. Ivo's eyes narrowed. Where is she, Tamara? Where's Grant Christo? Tamara smiled and walked to her drinks cabinet. I honestly couldn't tell you. Drink? When the attack came, it was Ivo who shoved her violently against the wall, gripping her throat. What was it with men grabbing women's throats? I hate violence against women, Ivo said in a voice trembling with rage and fear for his love. But for you, I would make an exception, you murderous piece of trash. I'll ask again, where's my wife? Being gutted even as we speak. Tamara would have loved to have said that to him, but she had a feeling that she wouldn't live very long if she did. Okay, I'll tell you what I know, just please let me go. Don't trust her, Penn said, but Ivo released her throat. He had no need for it. His physical presence was enough to intimidate her. Tamara straightened her clothes. Yes, she's with Grant as far as I know, and willingly I assume. He called me this morning to tell me he was bringing her back to New York, but I told him, she's not my family anymore. I don't know where he has her, but I have his address. It's a start. Have you called the police? Both Penn and Ivo just stared blankly at her, and Tamara played her role to perfection, rolling her eyes and picking up her phone. She held it out to Ivo. Call them. I'm sure for Walter Zaka's son, they'll jump right to it. Penn and Ivo looked at each other. They were buying it. Look, she said, I'm being honest here, I don't care what happens to Sophia, whether she lives or dies. I wouldn't insult your intelligence by pretending otherwise. But I don't know where she is. Penn took the phone in her outstretched hand and called the police. Ivo stared at Tamara, who smiled at him, her red lips stretching, her tongue tracing a pattern of her lower lip. Remembering our kiss? She said it softly, intimately like a romantic partner, and watched Ivo's lip curl in disgust. You're a tramp, he said, ice in his tone, and Sophia knows that. So, why did she run away? And be careful who you call a tramp. Mr. Zaka, I know all about you and Sophia and Penn. I have a video that could go viral, so the less time you spend threatening me, the better. Penn finished up his call. They want us to go down to the station, he said to Ivo, then looked at Tamara. If I find out you have anything to do with Sophia's disappearance. I know. You'll kill me. Tamara gave him a strange smile. I look forward to it. The two men made their way back up to the main club and walked out. She's lying. Penn shook his head as Ivo spoke. I know. She's beyond evil, why the hell did I never see it? Ivo stopped and studied his friend. You love her. No. I thought I did, but I don't think I ever knew what love was until I saw you and Sophia together. He regretted saying that, because he saw the heartbreak in his friend's eyes, and knew he was on the verge of losing it. Hey, we'll find her. As they walked out, the same cleaning woman who let them in walked past them. Suddenly Ivo stopped. Hey. He went after the woman, who squeaked in fright and dropped everything she was holding. She disappeared somewhere into the club, but Ivo wasn't going after her. Instead, he stopped where she dropped her stuff, and from the pile he pulled out a backpack. Worn and in some places threadbare, the pack yielded as he tugged it open and gave a low moan. It's Sophia's, she's here, damn it. And they both ran back into the darkness of the club. Are they gone? Yes. You haven't done it. Tamara nodded at an uninjured Sophia, who growled at her. Grant smiled. No, I decided you have done a good enough job to warrant this gift. He turned back to Sophia. Sadly, we don't have enough time to draw this out or for me, beautiful Sophia, so instead. He struck her and Sophia gasped. Grant stepped back, leaving the weapon in her. A stain spread across her dress. Tamara laughed and clapped. Grant, that's... In a split second, Grant had taken up another weapon, turned and struck Tamara. Tamara staggered back, her eyes wide with disbelief as Grant chuckled. No loose ends, Tamara darling. I let you witness this, but the rest is for me. Tamara, unable to speak, slid to the floor, her eyes shifting from Grant to Sophia. She gave a final sound, and then she was still. Grant looked down at her, then turned to Sophia. He never saw her move until the last second before she struck him. Sophia, having freed one hand, had retrieved the weapon and freed herself as Grant watched Tamara fall. She acted quickly, and as she saw Grant fall, she knew this was her last chance. The wound was painful, but adrenaline surged through her as she stepped over the bodies and yanked the door open. Ivo was here, Penn was here too, somewhere, and she called out, staggering along the corridors, feeling the wound, making her feet unsteady, every movement painful. She drew in another breath as she stumbled and dropped to the floor. She dragged herself against the wall and called out again. Ivo. Ivo heard her scream, and his heart began to pound as he and Penn raced to find her. When he saw her slumping, half sitting, half lying against the wall, he began to panic, but when he reached her she opened her eyes and smiled at him. I knew you'd come, she said weakly, touching his face. I love you so much. I'm sorry I ran. I should have known better. It's okay, oh gosh, Sophia. He gently removed the hand that was clamped over her wound, and his veins ran with ice. She was losing so much blood. Penn touched his shoulder. Let's get her to hospital, Ivo. Now? I think I'm okay, Sophia said, but then fainted. Ivo scooped her up into his arms, and together, he and Penn hailed a cab and rushed her to the hospital.
Chapter 37.
Sophia smoothed Ivo's dark curls away from his face, marveling at his soulful green eyes and the thick black lashes. Do you know you're drop-dead gorgeous, Ivo Zaka? Ivo grinned. How much morphine did you take? Sophia grinned. I'd get stabbed more often if I got this stuff every time. Ivo winced, but Sophia kissed him. Hey, I'm kidding. And look, the knife missed everything that could have killed me. Guess Grant wasn't such a hotshot, or rather a hot stab assassin after all. Could you stop saying stab? But he kissed her back passionately, tangling his fingers in her black hair. It was still miraculous to him that she was okay. The wound looked so brutal, so deep, that when the surgeon had told him that it hadn't been so serious, that Sophia would recover quickly and fully, Ivo had been so overwhelmed he'd embarrassed himself by bursting into tears. Penn had comforted him but then sold him out to Sophia, who hadn't stopped ribbing him since. My big man, crying like a baby. Ivo grinned sheepishly. You got me. How do you feel? It had been 2 days since the stabbing, and Sophia's color was good, and the eye versus tubes had been taken out of her arms. I feel liberated. Like a huge weight has been lifted. Tamara was such a malevolent presence that I think I was always waiting for her to ruin things. Sophia put her hand on his face. I hate that she kissed you. I didn't kiss her back. I know that, Ivo Zaka. It was just such a shock to see that photo. Why didn't you tell me? Honestly, I didn't see the point of it. It was some stupid thing that happened when I was out of it at my mom's funeral. Which reminds me, Dad is on his way over from LA to see you. Clemence sends her love. She wishes she could come, but Peony is still too young to fly. Daisy was almost at the airport, but I told her that we would be back soon. Will we? You bet your sweet ass we will, Sophia grinned. I cannot imagine living anywhere else now but Paris. Me either. Listen, because of what happened, if you wanted to look for a new apartment we can. Sophia's eyes widened. Are you kidding? I love our apartment. It's our home, even with the crappy paint jobs, she added with a grin, and Ivo laughed. I love you, Sophia, Amory Zaka. I love you too, Ivo, and to answer your question, yes, as soon as we can. Let's go home. Epilogue. 3 years later. Hollywood, California. The entertainment reporter watched as Walter Zaka moved along the line of reporters, clutching his Oscar and charming the entertainment programs with his trademark jokiness. He looked delighted to be fated, and the reporter mentioned that he had won the Best Actor Oscar in a performance he had dedicated to his late wife, Adria La Loggia, in his acceptance speech. Also accompanying Walter are his son and daughter-in-law, Ivo and Sophia Zacca, who are in a rare public appearance for the very private couple. Lured away from their Parisian love nest, they are in town to support Ivo's dad and celebrate Ivo Zacca's 40th birthday. The handsome bachelor broke hearts worldwide 3 years ago when he married his artist wife, who is 16 years his junior, but the two look more in love than ever. Zacca, who has a 3-year-old daughter with ex-romantic partner Clemence Brocu, recently opened his first solo gallery in Paris, an event attended by the best and brightest of Parisian society and the art world's most important scions. Sophia Zacca, herself a rising star in the art world, is becoming an outspoken member for women's rights and recently was invited to meet with the French president. Let's see if I can grab a word with them, no? Well, I'm not surprised. They are very private, and they seem to be having a pretty intense discussion right now as they wait for Walter to finish up before they attend the Vanity Fair party. The camera panned to the beautiful couple, standing out of the spotlight. The young woman, clad in dark burgundy, was grinning up at her husband, her hand on her belly. The man gaped at her, then picked her up and twirled her around, making her laugh, her hair streaming behind her as they moved. The smile on her husband's face lit up the screen as their lips met, and the kiss seemed to go on and on and on. The end.
Nobody's Girl Extended Epilogue.
Sophia Amory Zacca woke up on the day of her 30th birthday and listened to the silence of the apartment. Usually she and Ivo would be assaulted by their 5-year-old twin sons, Bo and Paolo, otherwise known as Bo and Lo, but today and for the next few days, the twins would be staying with their half-sister Peony and her mother Clemence. Today, Sophia and Ivo would fly out to stay in a private villa on the east coast of Italy for a week for a second honeymoon that would also double as a celebration of Sophia's birthday. When Ivo had suggested it, Sophia had been hesitant at leaving the kids alone, but their half-sister Peony doted on the boys, and she had grown into such a lovely young pre-teen that Sophia couldn't bear to disappoint her. Clemence, Ivo's very ex-girlfriend and Peony's mother, was one of Sophia's closest friends and allies, and had assured her they would have a great time together. "You and Ivo need a break after the few years you've had," Clemence had told her over coffee one morning. Sophia had looked surprised at that. "We've had nothing but good ever since, you know." "I know, but I also know what workaholics you both are. Sometimes a marriage needs a little downtime." Clemence gave a soft laugh at the look Sophia gave her. "Look at me like I'm the expert. What I mean is, you and Ivo have such a special connection. Sometimes, you just need to concentrate on that." Sophia wasn't offended by Clemence's words. She knew her friend was right. There were times when, although she adored her children, she wished they could go back to the heady when it was just the two of them. The way they used to go rogue in the clubs with their close friend Penn Black. After the trauma of being abducted and almost killed by her stepsister Tamara and her partner Grant Christo, Sophia and Ivo's bond with Penn had grown deeper. Despite the new closeness between the three of them, they had never repeated their moment together, and Sophia felt it was the right thing to do. They'd had fun, and Penn was almost as sensational a romantic partner as Ivo, but after barely surviving that horror, she and Ivo were all about each other. Ivo was 46 now, and even more devastatingly handsome than ever. His dark curls were shot through with silver, and his eyes crinkled more when he laughed, but he was still the most beautiful man Sophia had ever seen. And the love he had for her, it took her breath away some days. She rolled onto her side now and studied him as he slept. He looked so much younger when he was asleep, boyish, relaxed. Sophia traced the shape of his lips lightly with her finger, then stroked his soft eyelids. The thick dark lashes rested on his cheeks, but as she leaned in to brush her lips to his eyes opened, and he broke out in a smile. "Happy birthday, beautiful." She silenced him with a kiss, soft at first, then firmer, wanting to be close to him. Ivo, now fully awake, held her close. Sophia felt his presence and smiled up at him. His eyes were intense as he looked at her. Sophia held him close. "Don't wait," she whispered. "I want to be with you, Ivo." Ivo smiled and kissed her as they moved together. His lips were gentle against hers, his eyes never leaving her face. She felt close to him. She loved this man, could not imagine life without him. "Ti amo," she whispered in his native tongue, and he smiled in appreciation. "Ti amo, beautiful Sophia, my beloved one." "When we're alone in the villa," she said softly, "tell me all the things you'd like to do to me, or would like me to do to you, and we'll do all of them. No inhibitions. Anything." Sophia had been off her birth control for a year now, both of them eager to add to their family. Ivo was more laid back than Sophia. "If it happens, it happens," he kept saying when she expressed her frustration, and she knew he was right. She had two beautiful sons who she adored, even when they were being little devils. They were the spitting image of their father, all dark curls and big green eyes, and she was glad too that they looked like their half-sister. They were such a blended family. She was still close to her own stepbrother Jonas, and his kids Max and Jake were absolute troublemakers whenever they came to stay. Jonas's wife, the statuesque Callie, was a force to be reckoned with, and Sophia adored her. Even Sophia's ex-stepfather, Fergus, horrified and broken by what his daughter had done to Sophia and desperate to make amends, was on speaking terms with her, although Sophia made it clear she didn't include him as part of her family. Ivo would never have permitted it. He barely spoke to Fergus, such was his anger even after 9 years. Ivo gathered her to him now, and kissed her thoroughly. "Gosh, I love you, woman." Sophia giggled. If only that were possible. But he made no move to withdraw. "So my love, today we finally get our second honeymoon. Would you rather have had a party?" Sophia looked at him askance. "No way. I'm selfish. I don't want to share you with anyone else for the next few days." A few hours later, they were sitting together on his private plane, traveling over the Alps to Italy. "We don't spend as much time in Italy as I would like," Ivo said, his arm around her shoulders as she nestled against him. "We should come more. Maybe we should think about whether we want the kids to grow up their whole lives in the city. I mean," she turned to face him, "what if we had a home in Italy too, where we could come during school vacation? I'd love for Bo and Lo to be able to play in the countryside, or near the sea." "It's a good idea," Ivo agreed and kissed her. "We should maybe have a look around where we're staying, just for kicks. Maybe when we're not naked." Ivo grinned. "I don't know. If a realtor saw you naked, he'd probably give us our dream home for free." "Ha ha. Gosh, is it wrong that I'm excited about a new home too? Not that I don't love Paris, but I know you've been wanting to bring the boys up as Italian as well as French." "I do, and I think it's the right time to do it. They're still like sponges, so their Italian language skills would be improved." "And mine," Sophia muttered, and he laughed. She looked up at him, loving how relaxed he looked. For years after her stabbing, he had looked haunted, had been haunted by the fact he hadn't gotten to her in time. She had tried to talk to him about that night, how she had tried everything to help herself, how she'd loosened the ties on one hand, and how if she hadn't it would have meant almost certain death. "He killed Tamara so he could enjoy murdering me in peace. He would have taken hours over it. Although the stab wound was agony, he must have known it wouldn't be fatal, at least not immediately. I was lucky to get free and kill him. There was no way you could have gotten to me in time to stop him. I had put myself into that position. I had to get myself out. You came along at exactly the right time to save me." Eventually she had gotten through to him, and when the twins were born, their lives had been changed so dramatically that past horrors had faded away. For the past 5.5 years, their lives had been one hectic but exhilarating joyride. Her art career had taken off, and she had shown in all the major art houses of the world. She and Ivo made a good team. Her success reflected well on his skill and mentorship, and he found himself in ever greater demand. Their friend, and Ivo's business partner, Desiree too, had opened her second galleria in Milan, and was about to marry her romantic partner of the past 5 years, a gorgeous French lawyer named Guillermo. But now wasn't the time to dwell on everything that had happened these past years. Sophia looked over to Ivo with a smile on her face, excited about all the things they were going to do to each other in the coming days. When they arrived at their villa, Ivo showed her around. "It belonged to a friend of my mother's uncle," he told her, "and it's always at our disposal." "It's gorgeous," Sophia sighed. Set on a small cliff overlooking the Mediterranean, the villa was rustic, all white-painted stone and billowing drapes at the windows, with a large pergola over the patio and steps down to the small private sandy cover beneath. Heaven. Ivo grinned and slid his arms around her waist. "You're heaven." So cheesy," she smiled up at him and then laughed as he slid his hands under her t-shirt and pulled it over her head. "The good thing here is that we're completely alone, and therefore, wife, it's appropriate that you relax." Ivo's eyes were full of affection as he helped her. Sophia smiled. Laughing, she playfully teased him, then moved away, inviting him. "If you want this, come get it." She moved away into the villa, laughing as he followed her, then gasped as he caught up with her and held her close. He carried her to the bedroom and placed her on the bed. "I'll get you back for running from me," he said playfully. Minutes later, she held his face in her hands and kissed him gently. "Ivo, my darling." They lay their arms around each other, feeling the cool sea breeze. Ivo stroked her hair, smiling tenderly. "And we get to do this all week." "Wonderful," she laughed softly. She loved these moments with him. Ivo Zaka simply got better with age, she thought, tracing the small scar at the side of his right eye with her finger. "You're so handsome, baby." He smiled. "As long as you think so, gorgeous." He kissed her. "What shall we do now?" She giggled. "Well, I think I can guess, but I did notice a pool outside too." "How about it? Let's enjoy the water like the first time we met." "Fun. What do you say?" Ivo smiled at her. "I say, let's do it." In moments, they were in the fresh, cool water. The pool was nestled alongside the villa, enclosed by white stone walls, which made the blue seem even more vibrant. Ivo watched Sophia swim, her long dark hair flowing behind her, and he remembered that night at the Josephine Baker piscine along the Seine where he first saw the love of his life. She looked like an angel then, and she did even more now. She was his wife, his partner, the mother of his children. They had been through so much together to get here, to this happy place. He went to her now, joining her swim. She didn't seem to mind, holding him close. The feel of her skin on his was still wonderful, exhilarating, and comforting. He kissed her gently. "Sophia, I'll never ever get tired of this." After exhausting each other, they showered and dressed, and went to the well-stocked kitchen to look for food. Used to working together, they prepared a lunch of grilled fish, salad, and fresh fruit, and carried it out to the wooden table set up under the pergola. Sophia threw her leg over his as they sat side by side, looking out over the ocean. "I can imagine the kids loving this place," she said. "I wouldn't even be too worried about that cliff edge. They'd soon learn to stay away, and the steps down to the beach are ideal for them." She grinned at Ivo. "I shouldn't dream. This isn't for sale." "Sadly no," Ivo said, but he grinned to himself. Sophia had no idea about the surprise he had planned for her 30th birthday, but that would wait until the end of the week when she would have no reason to suspect. And anyway, he was a master at misdirection. "I have something for your birthday, my darling." Sophia looked surprised. "I thought this vacation was my present." "Nope. This one is just for you. Give me a sec." He kissed her, then disappeared into the house, going to his suitcase and pulling out the small, carefully wrapped parcel. Sophia wasn't one for gifts. She would rather have time with him and the kids, but when Ivo had seen this particular gift, he knew she had to have it. Outside, he paused for a moment at the door, just looking at her. The breeze was blowing her drying hair into soft waves, her skin glowing and golden against the loose white shirt she wore, and Ivo thought he'd never seen a more beautiful sight. She caught him staring and grinned. "Perv." Ivo laughed and went to sit down by her. You know it. He handed her the gift, and Sophia unwrapped the long jeweler's box. She looked at him in surprise. I know you're not really a diamonds and pearls girl, but this was something I saw, and it reminded me of you for some reason. Sophia opened the box to reveal a necklace of polished round stones, each a different color. Ivo took it out and placed it around her throat. Ivo, it's gorgeous. Thank you. She looked genuinely surprised and delighted. The stones are precious, but I just love the idea of how the multicolor stones and the white gold would look against your skin. I know you love working with color, so I thought it was appropriate. She leaned forward and kissed him. Ivo, it's incredible. Wow, I feel like a princess. Ivo laughed. You are a queen, Sophia, not merely a princess. Your queen. My queen. I love you, baby. Happy birthday. Sophia wrapped her arms around his neck, gazing up at him. You know me so well. You know I'm not one for jewelry, and yet you find the one piece that speaks to me. You're incredible, Mr. Zaka. Just a guy in love. Sophia moved onto his lap, wrapping her legs around his waist, and they kissed, taking their time, enjoying the summer heat, listening to the crashing waves on the shore beneath them. For the next few days, time passed in a blissful haze of intimate moments, talking and relaxing. Sophia felt as if she were in a dream most days, the utter delight of being alone with Ivo, everything she needed. She did miss the boys, and they called them every night, but clearly both Bo and Paolo were having the time of their lives with their half-sister, and didn't miss their parents at all. Sophia pouted after one phone call, and Ivo laughed. Next week, when they're interrupting us in the middle of the night because one of them needs to pee, then you'll regret pouting. Sophia grinned to herself now, as she lay on a sun lounger next to their pool. Ivo had gone to fix them some drinks, and Sophia stretched out, her already dusky skin turning a golden color in the sun. She ran a speculative hand over her flat belly, savoring their time together, and then showered. I thought I would drive us into town for breakfast today. It's about time we got used to the rest of the world again. Sophia grinned. Sounds good to me. I have to come back down from the cloud I'm on. Ivo chuckled. No, never do that. But yeah, we can stroll around the markets, maybe even see if we can get some details for some properties. That's a good idea. Sophia giggled. And we'll probably have to replace some of the crockery we smashed, too. I wouldn't want the owners to think we've vandalized their lovely home. I have to say, I would love to live here. It's just perfect. Ivo smiled but said nothing as they drove into the nearest town. They had a beautiful breakfast of light omelets, and then they walked around the farmers' markets, sampling the foods on offer. Sophia bought some large, juicy black olives, and they ate them as they sat on the edge of a fountain. Look at this place, Sophia said with a happy sigh. So laid back, so chilled out. It certainly is a haven. Sophia looked at him. Could we go find some details on available properties? I really do love this area. Of course. They strolled hand in hand as they located some realtors' offices and picked up some listings. At a small cafe, black coffee in front of them, Ivo smoked a rare cigar while Sophia looked through the details. She made a face. Some are okay, at least in the pictures, but nothing is standing out. We'll find more, baby. Sophia pushed the papers away and took up her cup. How much of your childhood did you spend here? Quite a long time. I was born here, and Mom would insist on me spending holidays here. I always felt more Italian than American, you know? Sophia nodded. I know, and I'd like the kids to feel that too. Not that they're American, the little French brats. Ivo grinned and leaned over, putting his hand on her belly. And maybe we'll have the next one here. Sophia smiled. With any luck, she'll have been conceived here this very week. She? I feel it in my bones we're going to have a girl next, but I don't mind either way. She chewed her lip. Maybe I should get a couple of pregnancy tests. Ivo stroked her hair. You know, we have all the time in the world. I know, but I just feel like we may have made a baby. Do you have nausea or any signs? Ivo was surprised, and Sophia grinned ruefully. Maybe it is just wishful thinking. Ivo kissed her. We could get the tests, but don't get down if they're negative. Sophia leaned her forehead against his. I won't, I promise. Ivo chuckled. It's certainly been a marathon. You've exhausted this old man. Oh haha. Later, on the car ride home, Ivo took her hand and brought it to his lips. I love you, Sophia, Amory Zaka. She placed her palm against his cheek. As I love you, Mr. Zaka, and when we get home I'm going to show you how much. Ivo chuckled, and there was merriment in his eyes that she didn't quite understand. What are you up to? He opened his green eyes wide. What do you mean? You have mischief written all over your face. No idea what you mean. It was only when she stepped into their villa and she was assaulted by a cacophony of cheering and sound that she understood. He had been planning a surprise party all alone. Her entire family was there, their friends and of course, their sons who came running up to her, throwing themselves on their mother. Mama, Mama? Close to tears, she scooped them up into her arms, showering them with kisses while her eyes shined at her husband. You had this planned all this time? Like a military operation, Ivo grinned, taking the twins from her so she could hug Peony, who stood by shyly, waiting. Clemens was next, then Desiree and Walter, Ivo's movie star father, who kissed her cheeks and smiled at her. Penn and their friends from Venice, Ellie and Indio Navarro, Maceo and Ori Bartoli, had come as well as more of their Parisian friends. When Sophia saw Jonas, she did burst into tears, and the step-siblings hugged for a long moment before she greeted his kids and his wife Callie. Callie nodded at Ivo. Boy did well. Sophia giggled. Callie's approval wasn't often given, and Ivo and Jonas were both terrified of her in an almost half-joking way. Ivo beamed, and Sophia swiped his butt. Good boy, she whispered, and he laughed. Inside and outside, they had decorated the villa with strings of tiny white lights, candles guttered in mason jars around the patio and the pool, and a table of food lay covered, ready to be demolished. Sophia gaped at it all. You did this in, she checked her wristwatch, 4 hours? Like I said, Ivo laughed, it was a military operation. I was going to hire people to do it for us, but Peony and the kids insisted. Sophia felt close to tears again, and she hugged the children. You three are amazing, I love you so much. She kissed their cheeks, and the boys made disgusted faces and ran off, but Peony flushed with pleasure. She had always adored her stepmother, who had, after all, helped her mother give birth to her. Sophia adored her right back, telling her often that when she, Sophia, had a little girl, she wanted her to be just like Peony. Clemens encouraged their friendship. She and Sophia had grown as close as sisters in the years that had passed since Peony's birth. Sophia chatted to everyone, and when it came time to eat, they sat around the long table under the pergola and ate and talked and laughed. Sophia looked around the table at all the people she loved, and felt so overwhelmingly lucky that she felt the tears coming again. Hey, hey, said Ivo in a gentle voice, but she smiled at him. Happy tears, I swear, baby. Thank you so much for this, for everything. Ivo kissed her. I love you, baby, so very much. Sophia felt her emotions overwhelm her, and she buried her face in Ivo's neck to hide her tears. She heard an awe go around the table, and chuckled as she felt a laugh rumble through Ivo's big body. She wiped her face. Ignore me, I'm just hormonal or something. Thank you all for being here. Speaking of which, time for a speech, Ivo said, and she looked at him in surprise. Her husband wasn't one for public speaking, even amongst friends. He raised his glass and took Sophia's hands. Today, we come together to celebrate your 30th birthday, baby. 9 years ago, I went swimming and found a mermaid. Sophia groaned and Ivo laughed. Listen, wife, better get used to the cheese because there's more of it coming. He gave a discreet nod to Jonas, who smiled and left the table. Sophia, you have given me the world, 2 incredible sons, and you also had a big hand, so to speak, in bringing our beautiful Peony into the world too. Hear, hear. Clemence raised her glass, and Peony beamed at her stepmother. Ivo smiled at them both, then turned his eyes back to his blushing wife. I could never have dreamed that I would be lucky enough to find someone like you, Ivo said, the emotion clear in his voice. That terrible day all those years ago, when I thought you were lost to me, to us, was like a living death to me. His voice broke, and he took a moment to gather himself. But of course, I should not have worried. You are a warrior, Sophia. A fighter, a survivor, and I love you so very, very much. Happy birthday, my darling. There was a chorus of happy birthdays as her family and friends raised a glass to her, and then Sophia saw Jonas lead in an elderly man she didn't know. Ivo went to meet him and helped him walk towards Sophia. Sophia, this is Giovanni Menti, the owner of this villa. Giovanni, my wife, Sophia. The elderly man smiled at Sophia. I see young Ivo didn't exaggerate your beauty, Bella. Happy birthday. She kissed his cheeks. It's wonderful to meet you, sir. Your villa has been a haven this past week. Giovanni shared a grin with Ivo. I'm glad you think so. He nodded at Ivo, and Ivo smiled at Sophia. Darling, Giovanni's come here today to help me with the last part of your birthday gift. Giovanni handed Ivo an envelope, and Ivo gave it to Sophia. She opened it and drew out some legal documents. They were written in Italian, and Sophia tried her best to make heads or tails of them. Finally, she looked at Ivo, who grinned. Baby, these are the deeds to this villa. As of today, it belongs to you. Sophia's hand flew to her mouth, so utterly shocked was she, and laughter broke out around the table. Ivo, I can't believe it. She stood rather shakily, and almost fell into his arms. He held her tightly. I knew pretty quickly you'd fallen in love with the place, so I called Giovanni. He was more than happy to sell it to me. It's yours, sweetheart. Ours, she said and kissed him fiercely. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Later, when most of their guests had gone, Sophia and Ivo showed the boys their new home. They quickly chose the bedrooms they wanted, and told Peony about their plans. And you choose yours too, P, Sophia said. And you can come whenever you want to, if your mom says it's okay. Peony grinned, and went off to explore. Outside, Jonas and Camille were trying to round up their brood, and Desiree was chatting with Clemence. Sophia stood at the window and shook her head, as Ivo slid his arms around her waist and kissed her shoulder. She turned in his arms, gazing up at him. You have given me the world, my love. You are my world, he said simply and pressed his lips to hers. Sophia took his hand and pressed it to her belly, watching his eyes widen. I took 4 of the tests we bought, she whispered softly. Congratulations, you're going to be a daddy again. And she kissed him, knowing that their family was complete.
The end. Sneak peek for the Billionaire's Lighthouse. We hope you enjoyed listening to Nobody's Girl by Michelle Love. Now please listen to a sneak peek for The Billionaire's Lighthouse by Michelle Love. The Billionaire's Lighthouse, a bad boy billionaire romance.
Her Castle. Chapter 1. Elizabeth.
The stairway shakes a little as my grandfather lumbers up the swirling staircase in the middle of the old lighthouse. I follow closely behind him, a little afraid of the darkness inside the old building. His flashlight bobs with each step, making odd shadows dance across the peeling white-painted walls. They moved this thing in yesterday, Elizabeth? I thought you might like to see the inside of one of these things. It's pretty dark, I say. I can't really see anything. Wait till we get all the way up and we can look down, he says as he huffs and puffs with the long climb we're making. Then you'll see how neat this old building is. My grandfather has headed up the conservation committee in our small town of Chesapeake City, Rhode Island, for as long as I can remember. The city is full of old buildings he's petitioned to make into historical places. This lighthouse sits on the northern side of the city. This side isn't known for the historical sites as well as the southern side is. My grandfather expects a fight about making this lighthouse a historical monument, and getting government protection for it. Being this lighthouse was moved here, I think I'm in for a fight, Elizabeth. It might be a long one, and I hope you'll take over the fight when I can't anymore. He stops to catch his breath as he's begun to wheeze. My grandfather has had asthma forever. Lately, his color has been getting worse, and he is paler than usual. It has me worried about him. For the first time in my memory, I think he may be getting too old to fight for the things he loves so much. I'll be happy to take over the fight, Gramps, I say as I wait behind him. The wheezing stops just as suddenly as it began, and he forges ahead again. Great. I knew I could count on you to keep up my work. You can always count on me, Gramps. Always, I say as we make it to the top step and onto a flat surface. He points the flashlight down, and it lights up what seems to be a living area. Down there is a kitchen and dining area, a living area, and one bedroom and bathroom. A really cozy little setup. If this place was refurbished, it'd make a very nice, quaint place for a couple. Maybe newlyweds or an older couple. During the day, the view from up here is amazing. I can't wait to show it to you in the morning as the sun rises. A couple of sleeping bags are laid out on the floor, and a lantern is in between them. Gramps lights it up and turns off his flashlight. You made the trip up by yourself today while I was at school, Gramps? I ask as I climb into the sleeping bag. He nods and eases his large body down to sit on top of his. I did. There's a picnic dinner in that basket over there. What do you say to grab us a couple of those ham sandwiches and a couple of sodas? I say yes, sir. Taking the basket, I get the things he's asked for and hand him a sandwich and a soda bob. Grape, right, Gramps? His smile answers me. I know his favorite pop is grape. Gramps and I have slumber parties all the time. I'm my parents' only kid, and I think he feels sorry for me. He and my grandmother had 5 kids and all of his other kids, my aunts and uncles, have large families. I think he feels I've been shortchanged by my parents. A loud siren rings out, making me jump. I shake my head as I sit up in my bed. It's my alarm. It was all a dream. My heart is pounding as I try to come back to reality. Gramps is gone. He died a year ago. I don't understand why I keep having these very vivid dreams from when I was a little girl. Looking out of my second-floor bedroom window, I see the sun rising behind the old lighthouse that still stands on the water's edge not too far away from my apartment. Gramps never could get that place into the history registry. Since it was moved there by the owner, it's not considered historical. It's historical to me, though. My grandfather and I had many sleepovers in the old building. We'd walk along the shoreline and pick up shells and bring them home when we made our visits. Nearly once a month we'd go. Until I went away to college. Not a month after I graduated with my history degree, my grandfather died, joining my grandmother in heaven. She left us 2 years before he did. Not a day goes by that I don't miss them. With my dream, I think Gramps is trying to tell me I need to make a visit to the old place. I haven't been over there in nearly a year. It sounds like a great idea for a sleepy Sunday afternoon, to go back in there and have a nice reminder of when days were simple, and me and Gramps were like best friends. We may not have been able to get that lighthouse protected the way we wanted to, but so far the owner has left it like it is. And thankfully, there's never been a no trespassing warning posted on the property. Luckily, we don't have very much vandalism in this town to make that a necessity for most property owners. Which is good for people like me, who like to hang around old buildings and conjure up old memories.
Chapter 2. Zane.
I want it boarded up and fenced off today, Troy. I don't want to wait for Monday. I plan on selling that thing, and I don't want any more damage to it than it already has. Hell, I may have to bulldoze the old thing, but until I can get down there to see it for myself and make a decision, then I want it secured. Vandals can trash an old thing like that in no time. I say as I look out the window of my Plaza Hotel penthouse in New York City at the dawning day. But it's Sunday, boss. I don't think I can rally any of my men to do that today, he whines. I do not pay you to whine at me, Troy. I suppose if you have to fly your ass down there to do it, then that's what you have to do. It's not like you don't make enough money to do that. And you can take my private jet if that's what you have to do. Hell, take the wife with you. Make a day of it. It's supposed to be beautiful in that quaint Rhode Island town. I tap my finger on the table to indicate for the maid to place my breakfast on it instead of hovering around, waiting for me to get off the phone. It's Chesapeake City, right? He asks, and I hear his wife squealing in the background. She's delighted, so he should stop trying to get out of what I need him to do for me. It is. Picking up the cup of hot coffee, I blow over the surface, making the steam swirl. The lighthouse on the property may be a piece of crap, but I don't know that for certain. Either way, it will be removed from the property. I'm going to build upscale condos on it. With the purchase made, I want the property secured. The old owner left it wide open. I have no idea how bad the condition of the whole property is, but that really doesn't matter. Bulldozers make conditions right pretty damn quickly. Okay, boss. I'll get on it right away. I'll let you know when I've got it done. You want me to send you pictures? No, I'll be going down there soon. Just lock it up for me, I say, then end the call. Grabbing up a bagel and slathering it with cream cheese, I place a layer of smoked salmon across it and take a bite just as a knock comes at my door. The maid hurries to answer it, and I hold my hand up, then wiggle my finger for her to come to me first. She does so, and I whisper, "If that's Miss Saunders, tell her I'm not in." With a nod of understanding, the maid walks away, and when she opens the door, I hear the shrill voice of the woman I was worried would be coming here this morning. I made a grave mistake last night. The liquor got to me, I'm afraid. Where's Zane? She asks. I must see him. He's not home at the moment. I will be sure to tell him you stopped by, Miss Saunders. Easing out of the dining room, just in case Megan manages to get her head in enough to look around, I hide just inside the pantry and the kitchen. I feel like an idiot, but seeing her is not a thing I can handle right now. I still haven't figured out how to tell her that was a drunken mistake that will never happen again. Let me in to wait for him, Megan snaps at my elderly maid. He and I are a thing now. He'd expect you to let me in to wait for him. I'm sorry, ma'am, Lois says apologetically. I cannot let you in without him telling me to. Megan makes a loud huff, no doubt. Tell him to call me as soon as he comes in. I've tried calling him, but it keeps going straight to voicemail for reasons I cannot imagine. He and I had an intimate night, and I know he wants to see me today. Of course he does, ma'am, my maid says. I'm sure his phone has run out of battery. I'll make sure to let him know you are here and would like to speak to him, Miss Saunders. See that you do, Megan says with a snippy tone to her shrill voice. I'll be at the bistro on the corner. Tell him to come see me there. I will, Miss Saunders. The sound of the door closing lets me know I can come out of hiding, and when I step around the door to the pantry, I'm met with a pair of disappointed light blue eyes. Really, Mr. White? That woman? I know, Lois. My gosh, do I know. I had too much to drink, and she swooped in on me when I least expected it. I have no idea how I'm going to shake her now. Going back to the dining room, I sit down to finish my breakfast and suddenly don't feel the least bit hungry. How long has it been? Lois asks as she takes the feather duster out of her white apron and begins dusting the furniture. The lightweight particles fill the air and land on her black dress. She's been after me for years. I haven't kept count, I say, then sip my coffee. Her position as a judge in this town makes her a necessary acquaintance for me. It makes the eviction process much faster for the real estate my company rents out to be settled in a timely fashion. Money, Lois says as she moves a Tiffany lamp underneath it to clean it. The root of all evil. Her short white, tight curls bounce a bit as she jumps up to reach the top of the lamp to dust it. I get up, and hold my hand out for the duster. The woman is about 4 feet tall, and I hate to see her trying so hard to do the littlest thing, like taking the thin layer of dust off the top portion of the lamp. This is why you have that stepping stool I bought for you, with some of that evil money you're talking about. The same evil money that pays your wages. Nice wages, as a matter of fact. I hand her the duster back, after freeing the expensive lamp of the dust it had accumulated since yesterday's dusting. A nod precedes her words. I'm only saying that you don't have to make the judge your bedfellow to get justice, Mr. White. There is more than one judge in this city. Megan Saunders is not the only one you know. And she's an aggressive piece of female. You've really put your foot in it this time. I know that. I do. I think a trip out of town might be the thing to get her to forget about me, I say, as I pick up my phone to check out some exotic destination to hide from her at. I doubt that would work. She's been waiting for you for quite some time. And now that you've given her a taste, well, I doubt she'll be easy to get rid of. Like a bad smell, you know. With a groan, I go and fall onto the expensive leather sofa in the living area and throw my arm over my eyes. What am I going to do about her, Lois? If you were married already, she could never have gotten to you in the first place. How long are you planning on waiting to find a wife? You're 35, for goodness sake. Most men have entire families by your age. Most men don't have the demanding job I have either. It's not easy accumulating the wealth I have, Lois. It takes lots of time, energy, and attention. Women take that too. I don't have enough for both. Shame then, she says as her feather duster kicks up some more particles into the air that float past her nose, making her sneeze. Bless you. And it is a shame. But I don't know what I can do about that.
Chapter 3. Elizabeth.
With Sunday's chores out of the way, I walk down the street to visit the old lighthouse. My grandfather has stayed on my mind all day long. The list of things I needed to do today, my one day a week to get things done, grew. Laundry, grocery shopping, wash my car, vacuum, mop, dust. It took nearly all day, and the evening snuck up on me. The summer air is nice, and there's a pleasant breeze coming in off the bay, as I walk along to make what now will be a quick visit to the place Gramps and I would hang out at so often. The sound of a hammer bangs away in the distance, and has my natural curiosity looking around to see who's doing what. The sound gets louder the farther I walk. Then I see a truck parked at the edge of the little dirt road that leads to the lighthouse. A woman is sitting on the passenger side of the truck, with the door open. "Hello," I call out as I come up to her. She turns and gives me a smile. "Oh, hello." Looking out at the lighthouse, I see a board is covering the door, and it sends a chill through me. A man walks around from behind it, and comes our way with a hammer in his hand. "What's going on here?" I ask the woman, with confusion. "This place has been bought by my husband's boss. You're soon to have a brand new set of luxury condominiums." She steps out of the truck and offers her hand to me. "I'm Sandy." I shake her hand. "I'm Elizabeth." "So the lighthouse has been sold?" I had no idea it was even up for sale. "Well, I don't know what to tell you. I guess it was. My husband's boss, Zane White, just acquired it. He told my husband to get down here and board it up, and put up some fencing to keep everyone out." My heart stops, and I look at the old place I may never get to see the inside of again. Not ever. "This is terrible," I mumble. "Why?" Sandy asks me. "It's just an old, run-down building. The property will be looking fantastic in no time. You'll see. This place has a lot of memories for me. My grandfather and I used to have sleepovers on the observation deck inside. We used to watch sunrises there and some sunsets too. We used to look for shells on the shoreline, and pick them up and take them home." I look at the man who's just finished boarding up the place and find myself near tears. "Hi there," he says with a friendly tone. Troy Sandoval with the Sandstone Company. How do you feel about getting a brand new condo complex right here in your little town, miss? I feel like I don't want to see that there. I feel like I want to keep the lighthouse here instead of that terrible idea, I stammer. I've tried on many occasions to get this property declared historic, but haven't managed to do that yet. This place is special to me. Oh, he says, his green eyes drooping a bit at the edges. I'm sorry to hear that. But the lighthouse might be sold and moved somewhere else. If the owner decides to do that, instead of demolishing it. Demolishing it? I cry. He might tear it down instead of keeping it intact and selling it? That's terrible. The man seems stunned by me and goes around the truck. Sorry, lady. The fencing will be done tomorrow. He pulls something out of the back of the truck, and I see it's a sign on a wooden stake. A no trespassing sign. I watch him take the hammer and pound it into the ground. I can't go look around anymore? He shakes his head. Nope. Boss's orders. Sorry, lady. I turn and start to walk away in a daze. The lighthouse is off limits to me. It's been taken away just that quickly. I have no idea what I can do to stop this. I've circled numerous petitions, as has my grandfather, to get the place protected, and none have gotten enough signatures thus far. I don't see how that will help this time either. My head feels light as I walk back home. The truck comes by me as they leave the place I used to think of as our own little personal spot. The place we would hang out and talk about our day and our plans for the future. The place where Gramps and I could just hang out and enjoy each other's company. And it's going to be taken away. Gone like the wind. It's not fair. It's not a thing I can allow to happen. Maybe I should chain my body to the building. Maybe I should go back down there with my own hammer, and take the plywood off the door, and go inside and occupy the lighthouse to stop its destruction. But maybe the owner will decide to sell it. Maybe I could get the town to buy it, and put it in one of the parks or something. But it still won't be the same as where it is now. On the bay, where you can look out over the water and watch the birds flying around. We watched a storm come in once. I was afraid, and Gramps showed me how the storm was a necessary part of our ecosystem. The lightning that filled the sky and made me jump was explained as he told me it brought nutrients to the ground that helped things to grow thick, tall, and strong. Every day that next week, we went back to the lighthouse, and he pointed out the new growth the rain and lightning had made to the area surrounding the lighthouse. I remember being amazed that something that looked so destructive really wasn't at all. The wind blew away trash, debris, and old leaves, leaving the area clean. The rain washed away bird poop that had accumulated all over the shoreline, where birds would stand and wait for little things to get close to the edge of the water for them to grab and eat. The whole thing was mind-blowing to me, and made me have a new respect and better understanding of nature. All because I was able to sit in the top of that lighthouse and look out the windows that surrounded the observation deck, and watch the whole thing happen. Now I'll never be able to do that again. I'll never be able to take my kids, if I ever have any, up there so they can witness the things I have. I'll never be able to walk my dog, if I ever get one, up the swirling staircase to get some much-needed exercise. None of it. And it's all because of some dumbass who wants to tear down a piece of history to put up some damn condos, which we have way too many of anyway. I don't know if I can just sit by and accept that.
Chapter 4. Zane.
What do you mean she refuses to go? I ask my secretary, who has called me to tell me some woman from Chesapeake City, Rhode Island, is at our office and is refusing to leave until she can talk to me personally. I told her you only see people who have made appointments, and she said she wanted to talk to you, and it would only take a minute or two of your precious time, Lane tells me. Did she actually use the word precious? I ask as I walk down the sidewalk toward the building I own, and our offices are located at the top of. Yes, sir. I wonder who this piece of work thinks she is. Did she give you any idea what she wants? She's muttering a lot about a lighthouse as she paces back and forth in front of your office door. The lighthouse on the property I bought last week, I'm guessing. What the hell does she care about that? I ask as I turn to the right and head up the sidewalk that will take me in the back entrance so I can take the private elevator up that goes directly into my office. That way, I don't have to come in contact with the woman who has plans to bother me with such a mundane thing as an old building that was never hers. Yes, that lighthouse, Mr. White. I don't think you own any other lighthouse, sir. Cocking my head to the side with my secretary's curt remark, I choose to blow it off. The woman pacing around the reception area must be working her nerves, as she's never spoken to me like that before. I'm coming up, but don't tell her that, I say as I use my key to get into my elevator. What's this trick's name? Elizabeth Cook. Lane's voice changes to a whisper. And she is a feisty one, I can tell you that much. She has a very determined look on her face, sir. Few people are as determined as I can be. Tell me, what color is her hair? Blonde. Light or dark? I ask, as I look up to see I've barely made it to the 5th floor. I'll have to have maintenance check out this elevator, it's going much too slow. A darker color, you know, kind of like a golden color, skirting on the edge of brown, she says. Short, long? I ask. Long past her shoulders, she answers me. Pretty, ugly, fat, short, tall, tell me about her. I watch the elevator slow to a crawl, and get the feeling my ride on it will not take me all the way up. To be honest, I have to say she's beautiful, sir. Pretty dark green eyes, tall but not too tall, you know. Curvy, not rail thin. A real beautiful woman, but let me tell you, she has this look on her face like she means business. I don't know exactly what it is she wants, as she said she's only going to tell you that, but get ready to give it to her. We both know when it comes to business, I don't give in. The elevator stopped completely, and luckily I was on the 11th floor, and it didn't stop in between floors. Call maintenance, and have them see what is wrong with my personal elevator. It just completely crapped out on me. Now, I have to come in through the front. Don't greet me by my name when I come in. Call me by some other name, and buzz me into my office. Act like I'm there with an appointment with me, instead of me being me. I smile, as I walk out of the elevator with my quick thinking. I can sidestep this broad for an eternity if I want to. Why bother with a conversation with her? I'm not about to give into whatever she's wanting from me anyway. Getting into another elevator, I end the call and place the cell phone into the inside pocket of my suit. It's a new Saint Laurent wool number in black, and pretty expensive, but she'll never know that if she's from Rhode Island. 2 and 2 won't be put together by the poor hick of a female. A tremor of emotion I hardly ever get runs through me as the elevator doors open when we stop on the top floor. Fear. For a second, I wonder if the bloodhound Megan Saunders is lurking about. I've managed to evade her quite effectively since my mistake. I had to take one phone call. I told her I was sorry about everything. I never meant to use her, and it would never happen again. She replied that it would happen again, and I needed to understand she's out for more than a one-night stand. She wants me to be the father of her children, the yin to her yang, the groom to her bride. She's a very open book, that woman. The amount of people in the elevator makes it impossible to ease out of it and take in my surroundings for her. Megan is thin and could be hiding behind the slimmest of furnishings. A small tree limb moves in one of the planters near the office door. I hesitate, then realize it was just the wind caused by a large man passing by it. Relief is expressed with a loud sigh, and I realize my hands are balled into fists. Shaking off my anxiety, I open the door and step inside the office. Looking back, I close the door behind me as Lane says, "Good afternoon, Mr. Dungaripur. You can go right into Mr. White's office. He's waiting for you." A smile moves over my lips with her over-the-top, made-up last name. I give her a nod as I hear another woman say, "I thought you said he wasn't here." A hand touches my arm, and I freeze. Please, Mr. Dunga, Mr. Dung. Oh, for Pete's sake. What was your name again, sir? I'm so sorry, I didn't get the whole thing when she said it. Without looking at her, as her voice is soft, sweet, amazing, and sensual without her realizing it, I look at Lane and give her a look that says I can't remember the entire made-up, ridiculous name she came up with either. This is Mr. Dungaree Poop. Poor. Lane's face turns red. Dungaree poor. And you can't bother him, miss. He has important business to see to. Lane gets up and comes to pry the woman's hand off my arm. Please, sir, please, she begs me as her grip tightens. I only need a minute with him. I just have to ask. Please. I try not to look at the woman who's begging me, and holding my arm, and sending some amazing feelings through me with her touch and the sound of her sweet voice. Something takes me over, and I can't help it. I turn to look at her. She's a nice height, maybe 5'8" or 9. The top of her head comes to my chin. Her dark green eyes look kind, and are framed with not overly mascaraed lashes. Her lips are stained pink, and her bottom lip is plump. Her cheekbones are high and rose-colored. Her hair hangs around her face, framing it with golden hues. Hey, I say like some kind of a dork. Hello, sir. She lets my arm go and steps back, making her below-the-knee-length royal blue dress move like fluid around her calves. With her hand extended, she introduces herself. I am Elizabeth Cook. I'm from Chesapeake City, Rhode Island, and I really need to talk to Mr. White. If I could borrow only a couple of minutes from your meeting, I'd be so grateful, you have no idea. Well, damn. Now, what do I do?
Chapter 5. Elizabeth.
The man in front of me is the most handsome man I've ever seen in real life. He's tall, broad in the shoulders, and wearing a very nice suit that feels like it's made out of a fabric I've never felt before. His eyes are a mixture of greens and browns, a hazel color I've never seen quite the same before. His smile is nice. Not soft, not hard, just nice, really nice. Too bad his last name is so jacked up. So what do you say, Mr. Dungapoo? I ask. White, he says. Feeling confused by his answer, I frowned as I asked, huh? The secretary who was tugging at me stops and walks back to her seat behind the large reception desk. I knew it, she mumbles. The attractive man takes the hand I was holding out to shake his and turns it over. As he brings it to his lips, which are the nicest color of caramel, I watch them touch the top of my hand and my knees go very weak. His other hand moves through his dark hair that's just long enough to lose your fingers in when they go through it. It looks soft as silk, and I bet it smells great too. I was trying to avoid you, Miss Cook. I am Zane White. The man you've been looking for. His voice is deep and flows like satin when he speaks. The man I've been looking for, I repeat. And maybe he is that man. With my weak knees, my right ankle twists a bit, and my high heel makes me fall a little. His strong arm is right there to stop me. Oops, he says with a laugh. His arm goes around my waist to hold me up, and he looks over his shoulder at the secretary. Hold my calls, will you, Lane? Of course, sir, she says as she pulls her glasses down and looks at him over them and shakes her head. He smells so expensive he should charge women to breathe in his scent. I can't even explain the smell, as it has to be things I've never even heard of before. The best way to describe it is money. Tons and tons of it. Because that's what it would take to get this perfect mixture of sin, pleasure, and fantasy rolled into one smell. The sound of a beep makes me look up, as I've been watching my feet. They feel as if I'm floating, but I am taking a step at a time. My black heel-covered feet walk next to his black fancy shoe-covered feet. Just walking next to him like this makes me feel as poor as a church mouse. His attire alone probably costs more than the car I drive. Opening the door to his office, his hand moves to the small of my back. I'm so sorry about how this all started. I've had some issues lately. Please accept my apology, Miss Cook. His hand stays on me as we glide over the black carpeting. His office is a mixture of blacks, deep browns with some reds here and there. Masculine to the max. With the company name of Sandstone, I thought your office might be more of a neutral color. How wrong I was, I say as he keeps his hand on my back all the way until I sit in the soft black leather chair with tons of cushion in the back and the seat. I like dark colors. Sandstone came from the stone I chiseled for my father's marker. He moves around me to lean on the front of his large dark wood desk that has not one thing on top of it. Marker? I ask as I have no idea what the hell he's talking about.
He died when I was 19.
He had cancer. His eyes stay on mine and show no sign of pain in them at all, which is amazing to me as he talks about his dead daddy. I'm so sorry, I say. I certainly didn't mean to bring up anything so hurtful. He shakes his head a little, unbuttons the 2 buttons on his black suit jacket and then leans back, using his hands to hold himself up. I can see the muscles of a 6 or 8 pack of abs bulging under the white button-down shirt. My mouth waters, and so do other parts of my female anatomy. That was a very long time ago. No reason to be sorry. He repositions himself to stretch out his long as hell legs that swell as his upper thighs give the fabric of the pants a workout. I swallow hard as I watch them ripple a little. You work out? His smile beams radiantly. Yes. Do you? I shake my head. No, sir. I mean, I walk a lot. All the time, actually. But I detest exercise. It's boring to me. You know, too repetitious. I prefer walking and taking in the sights over going to gyms. Rhode Island offers you a lot of outdoor time, doesn't it? You look fresh. Sun-kissed, he says as his eyes roam over me. I feel very odd with his gaze, and try to recall why the hell I'm here. Here with this gorgeous man who's looking at me with such an expression, I can't recall any other man ever looking at me with. The lighthouse on the property you purchased. It's special to me, I blurt out like a person with no social skills whatsoever. I might as well be Frankenstein with all the diplomacy I used to say those words. How so? He asks as his arms cross over that wide chest of his. It makes his biceps knot, and the heat that's been building inside of me goes 2 degrees higher. 5 more and I most likely will spontaneously combust. My grandfather took me there when I was a kid. I watched a thunderstorm once from it. I stop myself as my words are coming out all choppy, and I just can't think straight with the way he's looking at me, and smelling so great and looking so damn fine it ought to be illegal. How'd you get so rich? Oh damn. The way he moves is like a cat. He leans forward and when his hand touches my chin I shiver. I work very hard, Miss Cook. Hard, now that's a word I would definitely use to describe this man. I bet he does everything very hard. And now I'm sweating. 3, 2, 1. Am I on fire yet? I'm sure you do. So do I, Mr. White. You see, my grandfather and I have spent years trying to get that lighthouse under the protection of the Historical Society of our town. But we've never been able to. And that was okay, until you bought the property, and now it's just not okay to get rid of the memories my grandfather created for me there. His fingers leave my chin and I swear it burns. He moves back, then his back turns to me as he gets up and goes to sit in his massive black leather chair with a very tall back. He sits and laces his long, thick fingers together as he looks at me with those brown-green eyes which have gone dark. You do understand the nature of business, don't you, Miss Cook? I do, I say as I fidget in my seat. But you understand the nature of memories and love, don't you, Mr. White? He turns his head to the left and mumbles, the nature of love isn't a thing I know much about. My father was my only family, and he left this world what seems like a lifetime ago, leaving me alone. His eyes are dark as night as he looks back at me. All I know is the nature of business. And business dictates that the lighthouse has to go. One way or another, it has to go, Miss Cook. Well, what do I do now?
Chapter 6. Zane.
Her mouth hangs the slightest bit ajar as she looks at me, then past me, then back at me again. Now there's a glimmer in her green eyes and she narrows them a little as she says, "Would you sell the lighthouse to the city or better yet donate it? I mean, if you'd pay to have it demolished, then why not give it away? Why would the city want it?" I ask as I lean back in my chair and watch her fidget in hers. She's completely adorable, as she's trying to look all businesslike, but she doesn't realize the sun shining through the window behind me is making golden strands of her long hair glisten. It's mesmerizing. Because it's a lighthouse, her eyes roll to the right. Who wouldn't want it? "Do you have any idea how much it costs to move buildings, Miss Cook?" I ask and find myself straining to see more of her. Her calves are just the right amount of slender and plump. Her skin is a creamy color, like a very light latte. I wonder how she tastes. "You have lots of money, Mr. White." She licks her lips for some reason, and my eyes dart to her mouth to see her little red tongue move over those luscious pink lips. "It should be no problem for you to have it moved. It would give you a leg up in the community and help you sell those condos you're going to build." I don't need a leg up or any kind of help selling those condos. The fact is, I have a handful of them that will be filled immediately after they're finished. So I'm not into this idea of me having the expense of moving this old, dilapidated lighthouse. Leaning forward, I lean my arm on the desk. "Have you spoken to the city about this thing you're asking of me, Miss Cook?" She shakes her head. I watch a lock of her golden hair flow back and forth. "No. The truth is, I have no idea if they'd even want it. You see, this is about me and my memories. My grandfather passed away last year. That place is special to me. It holds tons of memories and..." She stops and looks all around before she continues, "I need it. Mr. White, I need to be able to look out the window of my bedroom each morning and see the thing. It's all I have left. Can't you build your condos somewhere else?" Her sentimentality is sweet. This is purely business. I don't let things like sentiments get in the way of making practical decisions. I'd still be poor as a church mouse if I handled business decisions that way. Surely you understand, Miss Cook. Getting up out of the chair, she begins pacing back and forth in front of my desk as she wrings her hands in front of her. Business is business, I get it. She stops and looks at me, with one wrinkle on her otherwise wrinkle-free forehead. I assume that means she's very distraught. "But you have more money than most, or I wouldn't even ask this of you. Please just think about leaving the lighthouse where it is and building your condos somewhere else." "No," I say, feeling a little bit bad about having to say it. But only a little. I don't cloud business with emotions. Not ever. "No?" she asks with a deep frown. "Just no? Not a, let me think about it? Not a, we can take some time and see? Just a simple no?" With a nod, I answer her, "No, just a simple word that lets you know I will not be doing as you have asked." Placing her hands firmly on my desk, she leans on them and her eyes go all shiny with unshed tears. "Please, Mr. White. I've never begged for anything, and I am begging you to at least consider leaving the lighthouse where it is and build elsewhere. Please, sir." "You've never begged for anything?" I ask as I can see she's not used to asking for anything more than once, obviously. She's very beautiful. I assume she always gets what she wants. How sad, I have to be the first to end her run of getting what she wants. But someone has to be that person. The one who crushes one of her dreams. I wonder how many dreams she's had that have gone uncrushed. I have never wanted anything this badly before. If you knew how my heart aches with the thought that I'll never be able to go back inside of that place again, you'd have more compassion for me. You say you've never wanted anything as badly as you want this building. And you want this building to stay where it is, really. You don't want it to be moved into some city park. You want things to stay exactly the same way as you've always known them. But that can't happen. Things change. Life goes on. The absence of that lighthouse isn't a thing that should mean that damn much to you. But it does, she says as she moves her hand off her heart and down to her side. It really does. Then you really need more of a life, my dear young woman. Because most people wouldn't put that much energy into a material object. You do know some force of nature could come in and remove that building, don't you? I'm not the only threat to its existence. Yet I am the only one who you are pleading to. I tap the desktop as I watch her mind working. I'm offering valid points, and she's trying desperately to unseat them all. She's up against me, though. I am a master at this. She's so out of her league. I suppose if nature took it, I'd be fine with that. I'd miss it, but that would be an act of God, and I never second-guess the man upstairs, she says, then brings her hand up to her lips and puts her index finger near them and nibbles on her short fingernail. I laugh and get up, going to her. Taking her hand so she can no longer nibble at her already nibbled nail, I bring her hand to my mouth, where I deliver another kiss to it. No reason to bite your nails over something so trivial as an old building. Tell me, Miss Cook, is there a man in your life at the present? She shakes her head, and I can tell she's not breathing as I'm so close to her, and I can see she's nervous. So I let her hand go and take a step back. I notice her exhaling, then she says, no. What does that matter? Going back around behind my desk, I take my seat again and gesture for her to do the same. She does as I've asked, and I smile at her. It's just that I think if you had a boyfriend or husband, then you wouldn't be here right now. All the way to New York to bother me about this. Bother you? She shouts, then jumps up out of the chair. Reaching into her purse, she pulls out a small business card and slams it on top of my desk. Here's my number. If you decide to grow a heart, give me a call and let me know about it. You heartless son of a gun. And off she goes to storm out of my office. Only the button has to be pushed to open the door, and I'm not about to let her out of here yet. End of sneak peek for the Billionaire's Lighthouse series. Please like and subscribe to support this channel, it helps more than you know.